winters.
Chapter 1. Lucca. There are two sides to any city. There are the blocks lined with expensive chain restaurants and shops, skyscrapers housing generic businesses, and busloads of tourists snapping pictures of shit they'll never bother to look at again. And then there are streets like this one. There's an air of confidence and purpose in my stride that's completely at odds with my surroundings. The brick buildings on either side of the street have all been tagged with graffiti, from simple gang signs to elaborate artwork. Not that you'd know it in the dark like this, with half the street lamps burned out and the other half dull or flickering. The apartment buildings all have their curtains drawn tight, and all the businesses have bars over the windows. I twist my lips into a wry smile at the way the neon sign up ahead illuminates the dark, foggy night that's been closing in around me for blocks now. Being on the lowest rung of the Moretti crime family has its advantages. The main one being that I can go out without most people recognizing me and pissing their pants the way they do when they see Zaviaro or Elio or, God forbid, Lorenzo. Criminals and lowlives in Wildcliff might call Zaviaro the Iceman or the Grim Reaper behind his back, and sometimes to his face, but that's nothing compared to their fear of the rarely seen boss of the Moretti Mafia himself. I shake off thoughts of my extended family and the extremely lucrative profession of keeping one hand around the throat of every criminal and business in Wildcliff. I'm close enough now that I can feel the thump of the bass coming from inside the club. The smell of weed, cigarette smoke, and cheap cologne hangs heavy in the air as I stride past the line of people queuing to get inside. Most of the women barely dressed, while the men have donned their most impressive clearance rack suits, hoping to convince someone that they're rich and sophisticated, if only for an hour or so. I pull my hands out of my pockets, my mouth already watering for a drink and my dick perking up at the promise of a debauched night waiting right on the other side of the thick double doors. The word Wonderland is written in script and humming like a beacon in the night, calling all would-be sinners like a siren tempting sailors out to sea. The colorful neon of the sign casts an eerie glow over the bouncer, giving his stark white hair an unnatural rainbow of two bright hues. He's a beast of a man, towering over me by at least a head and twice as wide. He's in a leather vest and a pair of holy jeans, tattoos covering his skin in a tapestry of images that range from classic pin-up poses featuring grinning twinks to a white rabbit taking up the majority of his right bicep. A slow grin spreads over his face, and he looks me up and down with a predatory glint in his eyes. I arch an eyebrow in amusement and give him a subtle shake of my head. We've been through this before. He's not my type, even if he does have quite the reputation for making even sane men crazy by the time he's finished with them. "All right, Lucca," he says in a gruff voice, ignoring the grumbling coming from the line I just skipped to the head of. I will be once I have a couple of drinks in me and a pretty little twink in my lap. You and me both, man. He chuckles, his laughter filled with just as much gravel as his voice, and tilts his head towards the door, gesturing for me to go ahead inside. Have a good night. You too, Rabbit. I clap him on the shoulder and skirt past him. Whatever small taste of hedonism has seeped out onto the sidewalk beyond the doors is nothing compared to stepping inside Wonderland. If the second circle of hell is where all the lustful sinners go, then Wonderland is what happens when the doors are flung open and the damned are returned to earth. My cock swells as I make my way through the writhing sea of bodies, sparing lingering glances for a couple of men and women who catch my eye, but aren't enough to stop me in my tracks. There are several cages on elevated platforms around the open dance floor, and strobe lights illuminating the massive bodies in the middle of it all, moving to the beat of the music as one when they're not caught up in hungry mouths and wandering hands. There's an itch under my skin tonight, and I know exactly what I need to scratch it. The question is, will I find what I'm looking for here? Only time will tell. I reach the bar just in time to snag an empty stool. I slide onto it, unbuttoning my cuffs and the collar of my shirt to get a little more comfortable while I wait for a bartender to notice me. There are 3 of them hurrying back and forth, making drinks and pausing to shoot flirty comments and winks at customers as they work their way from one to the next under the eerie, colorful lights that have a way of making this whole club feel like a drug haze or a fever dream. The biggest of the 3 bartenders stops in front of me, bracing his hands on the bar. There's a rolled joint dangling from between his lips, and he inhales as he studies me for half a second, exhaling a cloud of skunky smoke through his nose. It lingers in the air momentarily, hanging like a ring around his head, illuminated by the green light behind him. He arches one of his thick caterpillar eyebrows. "The Queen has already left for the night," he grunts. "If you're here to collect, you're going to have to swing back in the morning." "I'm just here for a drink," I answer smoothly without raising my voice over the din of the club. He seems to hear me just fine, though, the cherry on his joint glowing brighter orange with his next inhale before he nods. "Whiskey," I respond to the implied question in his silence. While he turns to busy himself pouring my drink, I glance up and down the length of the bar top. It's mostly lined with people who are ignoring the chaos around them in favor of staring into their own drinks. A man down at the end manages to catch my interest, though. He's surrounded by a few other men, all dressed in nice suits, eyeing him like he's their favorite dessert. He's petite, with dark hair and blue eyes, everything about him reading as sweet and innocent. But there's something about the way he holds himself that tells a different story. Maybe it's the sharpness in his gaze, like he's seconds away from showing the lions huddled around him that he's the real predator. He's like a viper, coiled and poised to strike. The song that's playing changes from an electronic dance mix to something with more sultry overtones. The pretty little viper shoos two men off the stools on either side of him and hoists himself onto the bar, plopping his ass on the sticky wood and planting his feet on the stools. Heat prickles under my skin and my cock thickens against my thigh. I can read the suggestive words of the song on his lips as he sings along and puts on a little show, whipping his head around and swaying his body to the mesmerizing beat of the music. He toys with the men, grabbing one by the tie and dragging him close, bringing their lips a hair's breadth apart before giving a wicked smile and shoving him back. The lights dance over his skin as he throws his head back and runs his hands between his own legs, making his gaggle of horny admirers hold their breath. Mine catches in my throat, too. The sound of a glass being set down hard manages to jerk my attention away from the little show for just a few seconds. I glance back at Caterpillar and pick up my whiskey to take a sip, savoring the burn of it on my tongue and all the way down my throat. I look back at the pretty viper and tilt my head towards him. "You know him?" I ask, licking my lips and dragging my gaze over the length of the bare leg the pretty twink has thrust out, planting his foot in the middle of one particularly grabby man's chest to push him back with a smirk and a shake of his head. "No more than anyone else," Caterpillar answers unhelpfully. I chuckle and take another sip of my drink. The grabby man says something, and the twink holds his hands up, rubbing his thumb and two forefingers together in an unmistakable gesture. My pulse spikes again and I grin against the rim of my glass before downing the remainder of it. If money is all it takes to get his attention for tonight, I'll happily drain my bank account. I set my empty glass down and reach into my pocket to pull a few bills out of my wallet, tossing them onto the bar. The song changes again and the viper's little show ends, but he doesn't slide off the bar. If Caterpillar or any of the other bartenders mind him taking up space while he trolls for clients, they don't show it. Maybe it's good for business. Or maybe, after years of working at Wonderland, they've learned to look the other way and let people do whatever the hell they want as long as it doesn't end in bloodshed or a visit from my family. The teasing smile on his plump pink lips slips when his gaze lands on me. His icy blue eyes track my path around the bar towards him, full of curious assessment and something much hotter. It's possible the latter is wishful thinking, but I'm arrogant enough to know I'm better looking than most of the men in this club tonight. I'll happily pay his regular price, but if he likes what he sees, all the better. I don't pause until I reach him, shouldering through his little mob of panting fans and stopping right in front of him. He was stunning from feet away, but up close I can hardly blame the idiots who are seconds away from dropping to their knees to lick his shoes and pay him for the privilege of it. Hell, I might just join them. His dark hair has a purposefully messy style, and paired with his sharp cheekbones and round eyes, it makes him look like he belongs on a high-fashion runway rather than selling his ass in a place like Wonderland. He spreads his legs a little wider, both his feet still planted on the stools in front of him, his seat on the bar top putting him eye to eye with me. "Hey there, handsome." He tilts his head, his eyes wandering from top to bottom, no doubt calculating the price of my suit and the Rolex on my wrist. I step closer until I'm practically between his legs, sliding my hands into my pockets to keep myself from running them over his smooth thighs or teasing the outline of his stiff nipples through his tight white tank top. I lean in, telling myself it's so he'll be able to hear me over the music, but if I'm being honest with myself, I just want the excuse to feel the warmth radiating off of his skin and breathe in the scent of sugar that's clinging to him. "You have a name, beautiful?" I ask, the rest of the club fading away around me as I get caught up in the snare of his attention. He slides forward so his ass is perched on the very edge of the bar, bringing his lips to my ear. The hot rush of his breath down my neck makes my balls tighten and my cock ache. "Anders," he says, the purr of his voice just as mesmerizing as every other part of him. "I'm not cheap." He touches the tip of his finger to the inside of my wrist, right above the gold band of my watch, then drags it slowly up my forearm. Goosebumps pebble in the wake of his touch. "But something tells me you're a man who appreciates high-end things anyway. Am I right?" "How much?" I've already decided that there isn't a number he could say that would make me turn around and walk away. I'm going to have Anders tonight, whatever it costs. 1,000, plus the cost of the hotel room. Cash App payment only. I frown momentarily, not at the amount, but at the request for payment through a Cash App. But I'm not about to give him business advice if that's how he prefers to handle things. "Done," I answer without hesitation. The smile on Anders's lips tugs a few inches wider, and he moves his hand from my arm to my chest, playfully toying with the buttons on my shirt as he runs his nose along the stubbled edge of my jaw, bringing his lips within half an inch of mine. "Perfect. Let's have some fun."
Chapter 2. Anders. At some point, men all started to look the same to me. It didn't matter if they were blonde or brunette, short or tall, thick or rippling with muscles. They all looked at me with identical stares of detached hunger, like ravenous beasts salivating for a meal. I wasn't a man they felt passion and desire for. I was a lamb, and they were wolves. At least, that's how they see it. I grew numb to it years ago. I wrapped cynicism around myself like a cloak and learned to look back at them with the same kind of detachment, to see them as nothing but a paycheck. They can't use me or hurt me because I'm the one using them. They might put their hands on my body, but they can never touch me. The man standing in front of me, his slacks and white button-up both clearly tailored rather than the off-the-rack trash worn by everyone else in the club, might be well-dressed, but he's no different from anyone else. For half a second, when our eyes first met, I thought I saw something there. Interest that went beyond lust for my body. But silly fantasies like that are better left for when I'm alone in my bed at night, dreaming of a different life. Only a few more weeks. 20 days, to be exact, and then I'll be free. The fucker won't have anything left to hold over my head, and I'll be able to walk away and never look back. I eye the gold Rolex on my date's wrist again, guilt and desperation warring in my chest. He looks up from his phone, turning the screen around to show me the confirmation that his payment went through. The username along the top says Luca M. I lick my lips and force all thoughts about the future and what it would feel like to be seen by someone into a familiar box in the back of my mind, locking them up tight. "Thanks, Luca," I purr. "Or do you prefer I call you something else? Sir, maybe? Daddy?" I've had years of practice hiding the way bile rises in my throat at the latter suggestion. He drags the soft pad of his thumb along the edge of my jaw so lightly that it sends a shiver down my spine. "Luca is fine," he says. "Although we might have to talk about what I can call you, because Anders just doesn't do you justice." I shrug, putting my hands on the smooth, sticky surface of the bar top, preparing to hop down. "Call me whatever you want. It's your dime." A curious expression flickers over his face, but he doesn't say anything. His hands land on my hips, and I open my mouth to tell him that he needs to take me to a hotel room before he gets handsy with me, but to my surprise, he doesn't go in for a kiss. He doesn't slide his hands down to grope my ass. He doesn't press himself up against me and make a lewd comment about the hardness of his cock. No, Luca M., with the multi-$1,000 watch and tailored suit, helps me off the bar, keeping his hands on me just long enough to ensure that I'm steady on my feet before he lets me go and slides them back into his pockets. I let out a surprised laugh and then stooped down to pick up my tattered messenger bag, looping it around my neck and tilting my chin in the direction of the exit. Lead the way. I brace myself for him to wrap his hand possessively around the back of my neck, digging his fingers in just a little too roughly, testing the limits of my self-control as I fight off the urge to elbow him in the ribs and put a little space between us. It's always a prelude to a night of fucking that goes exactly the same way. Too rough, too bruising, numbing all the parts of me that want to bite back. But Luca doesn't grab me. At least, not like that. He rests his hand against the small of my back, using just enough pressure to let me know he's there and not about to lose me in the crowd as he leads me through the sea of people churning all around us to the hypnotic beat of the music. His touch is warm, possessive without being aggressive, and exactly the way I used to dream that a man would touch me back when I was naive enough to dream. My ears ring with the sudden silence as we step out onto the street, the doors swinging closed behind us to lock the humidity of body heat and the thump of the bass away where they belong. The bouncer, Rabbit, nods to me as we pass, arching one eyebrow the way he always does when I leave with a client. When I first started coming here, I thought he was judging me, but now, as crazy as it seems, I think he's checking that I'm okay leaving with whoever I'm with. What would he do if I wasn't? The thought is fucking laughable. Not a big beefcake bouncer coming to my rescue, although that's funny in its own way, but the idea that my opinion of any of the men I leave with matters even a little bit. I give Rabbit a flickering smile of reassurance and let Luca lead me down the street away from the club. As the neon glow of the sign fades behind us, I glance over at him in the darkness. He's an objectively attractive man, with a classic Roman nose and full, soft-looking lips. I've always been a sucker for dark eyes and olive skin, too. It's been fucking ages since I've bothered to give any consideration to my own preferences, but if it mattered at all, Luca is exactly the kind of man who would catch my eye all on his own. At least, I think he is. "Where are we going?" I ask when we reach the end of the block. "Would you object to a short drive? I know there are a couple of motels within walking distance, but I'm not sure my tetanus shots are up to date." His lips twitch at his own joke. I don't bother to answer, assuming it's a rhetorical question. He paid, so if he wants me to get in his car, then it's not worth arguing about it, especially not out here in the dark, in the part of town where no one would bat an eye if he were to get violent with me for refusing him. My heart beats faster at the thought, and my jaw ticks with a flicker of the defiance in my soul that the numbness hasn't managed to snuff out yet. "Anders?" He says my name softly. "What? Is a short drive okay?" He repeats. I frown, opening and closing my mouth a couple of times in surprise before giving a sharp nod. "Yeah, that's fine." A slow smile spreads over his lips. Even more shocking than the fact that he was actually asking my permission for something is the fact that the smile is strangely sweet. Fucking hell, 20 days might not be soon enough if I'm starting to lose my grip on reality like this. The crosswalk light changes, and I follow Luca across the street. I want to ask why he parked so far away from Wonderland, but most men who pick me up aren't really that big on small talk, so I bite my tongue and enjoy the stroll. At least it's a nice night. The distinct smell of spring dancing on the air just under the sense of exhaust and garbage that are present no matter what part of the city you're in. Between one block and the next, cracked sidewalks are replaced with even ones, brick buildings covered in graffiti turning into sleek high-rises with large windows that peer into expensive lobbies. Luca slows to a stop, and the lights flash on a sleek silver BMW parked near the curb. I bite my lip, and that same mix of desperation and guilt tugs at my insides again. Wherever Luca got his money, it's obvious he has plenty of it. No one thinks Robin Hood is the villain of the story for robbing from the rich to give to the poor, so why should I be? Just because I'm the poor, does that make it any less of a worthy cause? He strides over and opens the passenger door for me. I slip inside and set my bag between my feet on the floor.
Luca. Anders gives me a flicker of a polite smile as I close the car door, and discontent squirms in my chest. What do I have to do to see that spark of defiance in his eyes again? How can I bring back the glint of almost disdainful confidence that drew me to him like a moth to a flame at Wonderland? He's breathtakingly beautiful either way, but sweet and polite aren't what I'm looking for. Put on whatever you like, I say, nodding towards the XM radio display that lights up as soon as I start the car. I don't really care, Anders shrugs, his voice sounding hollow as he settles back in his seat, his face turned toward the passenger window. My fingers twitch around the smooth leather of the steering wheel, and my jaw ticks with irritation. After a minute, when I haven't pulled out of the parking spot, he turns his attention back to me with a curious frown marring his full pouty lips. I've changed my mind. I bite out the words, not sure if I'm coming across as more of a dickhead or a petulant child, and not caring much either way. Anders isn't what I thought he was. Maybe it was a trick of the lights at Wonderland or a desperate fantasy I projected onto him in the few seconds it took me to decide I wanted him. What? His eyebrows pull together. You changed your mind. I nod sharply. Keep the money. I wave a hand dismissively, pressing the button to make sure his door is unlocked. Anders doesn't move. For a few seconds, I don't think he even breathes, and then it's back. That fire in his eyes, the mutinous set of his jaw, venom dripping from every inch of his gaze. My cock jerks to attention all over again, and the heat under my skin rekindles. Fuck you. I'm not some fucking charity case, he spits, every bit the coiled viper I first pegged him for. What, are you just now realizing you're too good for trash like me? Now that you've seen me contrasted against the pretentious backdrop of your overpriced car, you can't bring yourself to stoop as low as fucking me? He twists in his seat to face me, leaning over the center console to poke me in the chest. You don't even know me. Maybe I'm the one who's too damn good for you. A pretty face and an expensive watch don't make you better than me, Luca, and fuck you for thinking they do. His chest heaves as he rants, and my heart thunders with excitement. There it is, I murmur, lunging for him. I grab a fistful of his tank top and yank him towards me, smashing my lips to his. His tirade dies on a gasp against my mouth, but that doesn't mean his anger is gone. His lips soften just long enough for me to slip my tongue between them. And then he's all fury and bite, nipping roughly at my tongue and controlling the kiss, setting a brutal, punishing pace. My cock throbs, and I happily give myself over to his rage, letting it batter me like a hurricane. Our tongues tangle, and my lips sting with every beautifully placed bite. The little jolts of not-quite pain stroke my cock one by one until I'm trembling under his touch and leaking a steady stream of pre-cum down my own thigh. Anders breaks the kiss with a forceful shove to my chest. His eyes are wild, and his lips are damp and swollen. I groan and reach down to adjust myself. Fucked up head games get you hard, Luca? He asks with a hoarse edge to his voice, settling himself back into his seat with a hint of uncertainty shining in his eyes. I shake my head slowly and reach up to drag my fingers over my tingling lips before finally putting my own seatbelt on. Not head games, no. I check for traffic, then pull out of the space. I wasn't jerking you around. I just didn't want to waste either of our time if I'd read you wrong before. He scoffs, and out of the corner of my eye, I notice him palming the hard outline of his cock through his shorts. And what exactly do you think you read? Enlighten me, Luca. Who do you think I am? I think you're a venomous snake waiting to sink your fangs into anyone who dares to tangle with you. I think you've learned to fake the role of helpless little lamb. But deep down, you're the predator biding your time until you're ready to strike. I think there's fire in you, and I didn't pay to blow it out. I paid so you'd let me stand close enough to get burned. Anders' breath catches, and I glance over to see him staring right back at me with wide eyes full of rage and terror and shock. Did I get you all wrong, my delicate viper? I ask, daring to watch him for another moment before returning my attention to the road ahead of me. No, he answers in a whisper that sounds like a shout in the stillness of the car. You didn't get me wrong. Good. I take the next turn and pull into the circular driveway of an upscale hotel. I drag my tongue over my bottom lip, tasting a slight tang of blood there along with the lingering flavor of Anders' mouth. I've barely had a taste of him, and I'm already sure one night won't be enough. But at least it's a start.
Chapter 3. Anders. I lean against a marble pillar in the lobby of the hotel, my face a careful mask of indifference, while Luca chats with a woman at the front desk, clearly laying on the charm to get a last-minute overnight reservation. She twists her lips in an apologetic smile and shakes her head, and I glance at the gold-trimmed revolving door a few feet away, wondering if I should just fucking bolt. My lips are tingling from whatever the fuck that was back in Luca's car, and my heart refuses to stop thundering. I'm not even going to talk about my cock. The little blue pills I keep tucked into the front pocket of my messenger bag probably won't be needed tonight, though, and that's a first. I was actually starting to wonder if there was something wrong with me. I've never had trouble getting hard on my own, with fantasies playing in my mind and my hand around my cock. Being pawed at by strangers, even attractive ones, has been more of a challenge in the last few years, though. Why didn't I take Luca up on his offer to take the money and call it a night? That's basically a dream scenario, a night of freedom to do whatever I want and money to transfer into my dad's account to keep him happy. I look back at Luca, brushing his dark hair off his forehead with one hand while he slides some kind of card across the desk with the other. A credit card? A business card? Who knows? Whatever it is, the woman instantly straightens in her seat, her eyes going wide and her cheeks flushing. Interesting. Apparently, whatever he handed her was enough to change her opinion about whether or not there's a room available for the night on such short notice. While she taps away at her keyboard, I study Luca. In the harsh light of the hotel lobby, I'm able to actually see him. Some guys look half-decent under the club lights and turn out to look like the crypt keeper's uglier brother once some real light shines on them, but Luca actually looks more attractive. With his sleeves rolled up, I can see the veins in his forearms and plenty of dark hair. His fingers are thick, and his hands look clean and unblemished, like he hasn't spent much of his life on any kind of hard labor. The way he's leaning over the desk, completing the booking, gives me the perfect view of the way his round ass cheeks test the absolute limits of his fitted pants. I lick my lips. The way he melted under the roughness of my kiss a few minutes ago makes it easy to imagine him bent over the bed, begging for my cock, as I spread his cheeks apart and tongue his hole until he cries. My cock throbs at the idea, but my brain throws on the brakes so fast I can practically smell burning rubber. I shake my head and bite down on the inside of my cheek. If I weren't so careful about my drinks, I'd wonder if someone had slipped me something. I don't know Luca any more than I've known any of the men who have bought me for a night. Maybe in a different version of my life, we might have met at Wonderland tonight and had chemistry. I might have let him buy me a drink and then spent the night dancing and grinding with him, working ourselves up into a horny fervor of genuine wanting before ending up right here anyway. No money exchanged, nothing but lust and chemistry. I roll my eyes at myself and tighten both hands around the strap of my bag just for something to do with them. There's no point thinking about alternate versions of my life. They're nothing but fantasy. My life is my life, and there's only one way to change a damn thing about it. Ready? Luca asks, stopping in front of me and holding up the room key. I give a jerky nod, pushing off the pillar and gesturing for him to lead the way to the elevators. He eyes me for a second with a frown. Don't tell me you're already back to trying to pretend you're all pliant and submissive. He arches an eyebrow, and I snort. Nope. I set my jaw and let every ounce of fire and defiance inside of me shine through my eyes as I meet his. You want me with a little bite? And I aim to please. I flash him a toothy smirk. His eyes flicker with heat. Promises, promises, he murmurs. A surprising thrill of electricity crackles through my veins, too, unsettling me and exciting me at the same time. One thing's for sure, this is going to be an interesting night. We get into the elevator, and another couple is right behind us. Luca scowls momentarily, and for a second I almost expect him to order the other passengers out. I fight back the urge to laugh and pin him with a stern look. Shockingly, he looks a little sheepish, pulling himself together to stand politely against the back wall. Another zing of excitement and heat rushes through me, making my cock jerk in my too tight shorts. I reposition my messenger bag to make sure it's covering my unexpected erection. We reach our floor first, and Luca gives the couple a polite nod as he eases around them to step out. I'm right behind him, fighting the urge to call him a good boy for behaving himself. Maybe I shouldn't bother to resist it, though. Maybe that's exactly what he's looking for. I ponder it while he unlocks the room and then holds the door open, gesturing for me to go inside. I saunter past him, unlooping my bag from around my neck as I take in the room. If there was any question that Luca has money, this room alone would settle it. There's a living room, for fuck's sake. I didn't even know hotel rooms could be anything other than a single room with a bed and a grungy-ass bathroom attached. The temptation to linger and check out the view through the floor-to-ceiling windows, maybe test out whether the couch is as comfortable as it looks, is strong. But I'm not here to play pretend celebrity for the night, so I beeline for what I assume is the bedroom. I step through the double doors, set my bag down at the foot of the lush, king-sized bed, then spin around to face Luca. He's only a few paces behind me, flushed, with just a hint of shyness in his dark eyes. The man is an enigma. He had no trouble approaching me at Wonderland and telling me exactly what he wanted, and I'm sure that if I'd let him, he would have bullied those people into taking the next elevator. He must be used to getting his way, considering the whole exchange with the woman at the hotel desk. But that's not what he wants from me. He said he wants to get burned. I glance at his watch again and hold back the twitch of a smirk that threatens to give me away. I think I can deliver exactly what he's looking for tonight, and then some. I sit down on the end of the bed and pull one leg up to cross it over my knee so I can undo the laces on my boot. Luca unrolls his sleeves and then reaches up to start undoing his buttons, starting at the collar of his shirt. An uncomfortable silence lingers between us for a few breaths before I decide that I need to find out exactly what he's looking for, and if I can test a theory at the same time, all the better. I harden my gaze again, the same way I did in the elevator. Stop, I order, and his hands freeze instantly. I kick my first boot loose, then switch to the other, keeping my eyes trained on Luca's. Be a good boy, and tell me exactly what you want tonight. His breath hitches, and his pupils dilate against the already dark backdrop of his irises. He darts his tongue out to wet his lips, and my cock swells with interest all over again at the way his pouty mouth glistens. I want you to take me apart, he says hoarsely. I want you to be rough with me, and I want you to fuck me. My throat tightens with the urge to moan, and I have to work hard to keep my eyelids from fluttering and my bored expression from faltering. I've never had to try this hard to stay detached and impassive. I've never had to work at it at all. It's a natural defense mechanism that's always served me well. But there's something about Luca that's tempting me to let go. Maybe it's the way he checks boxes I didn't even know I had, or maybe it's the heady feeling of being less than 3 weeks from freedom that's making me reckless. Fuck it. I deserve to have fun for once in my life, don't I? I deserve to know what it feels like to actually enjoy sex, even if Luca is still just a paying customer. I let the impassive mask fall away, and his lips part with a soft moan. The bulge between his legs twitches visibly. I kick my second boot off, letting it fall to the floor with a thud, and then I splay my legs apart so he can see the answering swell of arousal pressing against the front of my shorts. Is that as specific as you'd like to be? I slide a hand between my thighs to squeeze my erection, then reach up and grab a handful of the back of my tank top so I can tug it over my head. Because if you have any more requests, you should tell me now before I use my top to gag you and then fuck you within an inch of your life. His throat bobs with a thick swallow. I slide off the bed and close the space between us in a few steps. This place is so posh that the carpet is actually soft under my bare feet instead of threadbare and concerningly sticky. But that thought is a fleeting one as I press myself up against Luca, his hands trembling as he continues to hold them still, halfway through unbuttoning his shirt. I stretch my tank top in front of him and arch an eyebrow, giving him one last chance. He shakes his head and licks his lips again, and this time I don't hold back the wicked grin that spreads over my face. Good boy, I purr, pressing up onto my tiptoes and shoving my shirt into his mouth. The fabric stifles a moan, and his eyes roll back. He jerks his hips to grind against me as I reach around to tie a knot behind his head. Heat coils in the pit of my stomach in response. I take a step back to appreciate my work. The air of confidence and swagger that has been radiating off of Luca since he shoved the other man aside at the club is gone now, replaced by a simpering, submissive need that makes me dizzy in the best way. My bare chest expands with the deep breaths I drag in, my nipples tightening and my cock throbbing with a level of arousal I didn't know was possible. A dribble of pre-cum slicks out of my slit to dampen my briefs. I hum in approval, taking a step back toward the bed again. I suppose you probably need a safe word or gesture. Luca shakes his head slowly, and I snort. Well, just in case, if you want me to stop, just flip me the bird. His eyes dance with amusement, and he laughs around his gag, then nods. Perfect. Now, I pop the buttons on my shorts and shimmy out of them, taking my underwear with them. I fold both and set them down next to my shoes, so I won't have to waste time searching for them later. Luca makes a strangled sound, and I sit back down on the end of the bed, bracing my hands behind me and casually spreading my legs so I'm fully on display for him. I feel a bit like a king with billion thread count sheets caressing my bare ass as I make a go-ahead gesture. Luca resumes undoing the buttons on his shirt, letting it all fall open little by little as he works his way down, exposing his chest covered in the same dark hair as his arms. There's a tattoo on the bottom left edge of his ribcage that looks like a family crest of some kind. His nipples are an almost chocolate color that makes my mouth water with the urge to suck and bite them until they're wet and swollen. He shrugs out of his shirt, letting it flutter to the floor in a pile at his feet before tugging his belt open and undoing his pants. He's not wasting time putting on a show, and I'm more than okay with that. I don't need a striptease, I just need him naked. He takes off his watch and places it on the dresser just inside the door. I track it with my eyes and then return my gaze to him. I cup my cock, teasing the silky skin of my shaft with my fingertips and catching another smear of pre-cum on my palm as he shoves his pants and briefs down to pool around his feet. His cock is long and thick, uncut, and nearly as dark as his nipples. It sways heavily as he steps out of his pants. His balls are just as big, swollen and weighty-looking, tempting me with visions of sucking and licking his sack until it's taut and oversensitive. My cock jerks against my palm, and I squeeze myself, nearly drunk on the lust that's coursing through me for the first time in my life. I hold up my finger and make a spinning motion with it, and Luca behaves, turning around to give me a good look at his ass, which somehow manages to look even better bare than it did in his pants that probably cost enough to make me choke. I slid off the bed and take 2 steps before falling to my knees behind him. He trembles a little, and I lean forward to sink my teeth into the fleshy swell of his cheek. Luca jumps with a muffled shout, and I grab his hips to keep him from getting away. Chuckling darkly, I switch to the other cheek and bite down just as hard. This time, he rumbles a moan and thrusts his hips back towards me, begging for more. "You said you wanted me with some bite," I tease, giving him one more nip before drawing my hand back to land a loud, satisfying thwack against the damp spot that's already starting to bruise with the shape of my mouth. With his legs just slightly spread, I can see the excited twitch of his balls as they draw up a little tighter from my rough treatment. I go back and forth a few times, alternating between hard bites and stinging slaps until both of his ass cheeks are warm and his back is heaving with his heavy, trembling breaths. The flex of his right bicep catches my attention, the motion unmistakable even from this angle. I force his legs another inch apart and reach between them to grab his balls roughly. My cock pulses and dribbles with the feeling of them tensing in my grasp and the muted whine he lets out. "Hands off," I command. "I'll decide if and when you come, slut." I didn't know I had dirty talk like this in me, but it tumbles from my lips without pause, and Luca's balls twitch violently in my hold again as he makes another horny sound deep in his chest. He drops his hands to his sides, and I reward him by clenching my fingers just a little harder around his sack for half a second before releasing him. After one more quick swat to each ass cheek, I get to my feet and press myself against Luca from behind. With our height difference, my cock ends up between his thighs, bumping against his taint and nudging at his balls. I've never wanted to taste anyone before, not outside of a jerk-off fantasy anyway, but a moan vibrates through me as I press a hot, open-mouthed kiss to the back of his shoulder, my mouth filling with the slightest sweet taste of his skin. I flick my tongue over the spot before sinking my teeth in the same way I did with his ass, sucking his flesh hard enough that I'm sure to leave a bruise. This is the only night I'll ever see Luca, and there's no doubt that by the time I'll leave, he'll hate me. But there's a satisfaction in leaving marks all over him anyway, in pretending for just an hour that this is more than it is. I snake an arm over his shoulders to wrap my hand lightly around his throat, not pressing down or cutting off his air supply, just holding tight enough to feel the vibration of every helpless, horny sound that the gag muffles as I thrust against him and bite marks all over the backs of his shoulders and neck. Every so often, his hips jerk involuntarily, and he squirms against me. I've never felt so powerful in my life. I've never even dreamed of it. The rush of it is something I could easily get addicted to, if things were different. If my life were different. Maybe once I'm free, I can find someone to play with just like this. Someone who will beg me to own them and wreck them like Luca did. I stamp down the flutter of disappointment in my chest that it can't be him. It can't be anyone in Wildcliff, because 20 days from now I'll be a ghost. I release my grip on his throat and take a step back. He whimpers loudly, but holds still as a statue while I bend down to open my bag. Inside, I have a length of silky rope along with the usual supplies: condoms, lube, wet naps for cleanup. I choke back a laugh at the fact that I started the night wondering how I would talk a John into letting me tie them up. A pang of regret ripples through me, but I have to do this. I have to. I grab the rope and the other supplies, then tangle my free hand in his hair, giving his head a sharp jerk. "Get on the bed, sweetheart," I purr, putting my lips near his ear and nipping at the lobe. "Hands above your head." Luca pants and attempts to nod, only managing a half jerk against my grip. I kiss his cheek, shivering at the sandpapery feel of his stubble on my lips, then let go of him so he can do as I say. He scrambles into position, spreading himself out with his hands over his head just like I told him. His cock lies heavy against his belly, swollen and dripping with pre-cum. He bends his knees and spreads his legs, giving me a subtle peek at his waxed pink hole, trembling to be filled and pounded. I tear open the condom with my teeth and roll it down my aching shaft. Then I toss a couple of packets of lube onto the bed and climb on top of him. Luca groans and bucks his hips as I straddle him and shuffle up higher until my sheathed cock is swinging just an inch from his gagged mouth. I'm going to tie your hands. You can safe word by snapping if you need to. The half-lie tastes bitter on my tongue. If he safe words, obviously I'll stop what I'm doing, but I already know I'm not going to untie him. My heart hammers with a mixture of guilt and arousal as I tie loose knots that should be easy for him to slip out of later. I would hate to leave him stranded here to be discovered, naked and humiliated by the hotel staff tomorrow. I just need to slow him down when it's time for me to leave. My cock bumps against him while I work, and he nuzzles it, making hungry sounds that leave no room to wonder if he would suck me if he could. Heat blazes up my spine at the thought of having Luca's lips wrapped around my bare cock, sucking and licking me, moaning like a slut while I fuck his mouth. My cock throbs, and I bite my lip against a moan as I finish the knots. There's nothing but burning desire in Luca's eyes as I crawl back down the bed and position myself between his legs. I hold his gaze as I rip open the packet of lube and squirt it directly onto my cock. He said he wanted it rough, and clearly a little bit of pain isn't a problem for him. I push his thighs farther apart and nudge his tight hole with my slicked cock, waiting a few seconds to give him the chance to snap if he needs to. But he doesn't flinch or hesitate. He just stares right back with lust and need etched into every inch of his face. I push forward, and the pressure of his ring of muscles around the head of my cock makes the heat gathered in my gut twist and tighten. I gasp as I force my way through, and Luca arches up off the bed, his cock jerking so violently that for a second I wonder if he's coming already. Strands of pre-cum leak from his slit and create streaks over his abs. He balls his fists and lets out a suppressed wail around the gag as I fill him in a single thrust. His channel flutters and clenches around me, making my balls tighten and my toes curl. I don't give him a chance to catch his breath before pulling almost all the way out and slamming home again. Luca makes another wild sound, and I notice a streak of moisture on his cheek that might be sweat, but I don't think it is. I reach up and catch it on my thumb, my cock throbbing deep inside of him as we both pause for just a second and stare at each other. My heart stills, and an unexpected surge of affection swells. Luca's nostrils flare, and his eyelids flutter. Then he cants his hips impatiently, snapping me out of the unexpected tender moment. I pull out again and fill him with another jarring thrust, but this time I don't pause. The slap, slap, slap of our bodies colliding fills the room as I find a punishing rhythm and pound into him mercilessly. His cock bobs and bounces against his stomach as our harsh pants and untamed moans join in. More tears streak down his cheeks, but everything about him screams that he's a man untethered by pleasure, so I don't stop. I fuck him harder and deeper, letting myself forget for just a minute that anything else exists except for this moment. Letting myself pretend that this is my real life, tying up a gorgeous man and bringing him to tears with my cock inside of him simply because we're wild for each other. I screw my eyes closed and fuck him faster, memorizing the feeling of his heated skin under my fingertips and the sound of his breaths just before he falls over the edge. I can feel him tightening around me, getting closer and closer. Without opening my eyes, I reach down and wrap my hand around his cock in a rough grip. It only takes 2 hard tugs before he's thrashing underneath me, his inner muscles clamping tightly around me. His sticky release fills my palm and spills between my fingers as I jerk him with strokes that match my pace, not letting up as he twitches and pulses around my cock. A stupid part of me wants to open my eyes and savor the look of pleasure that's no doubt twisting his features and deepening his olive skin with a flush, but I can't do it. I throw my head back and give myself over to my own orgasm instead, the force of it nearly knocking the wind out of me as my balls clench and my cock answers his throbbing pulses with my own. I grunt and groan through stuttered thrusts as I ride out wave after wave of pleasure until I can't anymore. I shiver with hypersensitivity as I slip my spent cock out of Luca's still twitching hole and finally pry my eyes open. He looks just as beautifully wrecked as I imagined, his forehead wet with sweat and his heavy-lidded eyes watching me with a look that can only be described as worshipful. Fuck. My breath catches in my throat, and I send up a silent prayer of forgiveness for what I'm about to do. I take off the condom and climb off of him. I take a few deep breaths to steady myself while I tie it off and toss it into the trash, and then I turn back to Luca, hoping he can't see anything off about the smile on my lips. "You were so good for me, my precious slut," I murmur, leaning over the bed to loosen the knot on his gag. There's drool running down his chin, and he makes a sad little whimper of loss as I ease it out of his mouth. "Stay here for me for another minute, okay?" I ask, even though he doesn't have much choice. Luca nods wordlessly, even though he has full use of his mouth again. He doesn't question me or even tense as I move my shirt up to his eyes and tie it into a blindfold again. My heart thunders wildly against my ribcage as I quickly tiptoe back to the foot of the bed and dress in a hurry. I didn't plan to use my shirt as a gag or blindfold, but I do always keep a change of clothes in my bag just in case. I pull my fresh t-shirt out and slip it over my head, and then, holding my breath, I grab his discarded pants off the floor and fish out his wallet. The sheets rustle, but I don't have the guts to look over at him again. I can't exactly tiptoe with my boots on, but I move as quietly as I can, snatching his watch off of the dresser and wincing at the metallic rattle as I close my fist around it. "Anders?" Luca asks in a hoarse voice. Bile rises in my throat, and I pause one step outside of the bedroom, daring to look back at him for just a beat. "I'm really sorry," I whisper. And then I bolt. I'm sure it's going to take him at least a minute to get himself untied, and I doubt he'll chase me down bare-assed naked, but my mind plays tricks on me anyway, convincing me that I can hear his thundering footsteps right behind me as I flee down the stairs as fast as I can, not daring to look back as I burst out the door at the back of the hotel and into the pitch-dark night beyond. I don't stop or slow down. If anything, I pick up speed, sprinting down the street until I'm able to get lost in the bustle of the bar district on this side of town. I finally risk a glance over my shoulder to reassure myself that Luca isn't after me. Of course he's not, but that doesn't do anything to loosen the knots in my chest. Trembling from head to toe, I duck into an alley and lean my back against the rough brick of the wall, gulping down trembling breaths to try to get myself under control. I realize I'm still holding his wallet and watch clutched in my hands. I stuff the watch into my bag and then open the wallet. The number of crisp $100 bills inside nearly makes me choke. I pull them out and stuff them into the front pocket of my bag too, doing a mental calculation of how much I have now. Enough. Finally. At least enough to get away and be able to get by for a couple of months until I can find a legit job somewhere. That knowledge is enough to ease a tiny bit of the guilt still burning its way through my intestines. I'm about to ditch the wallet when the driver's license catches my eye in the dull glow of a nearby street lamp. He looks good in the picture, unlike most people. With a sad smile, I glance at the name printed on it, and my heart stops, my veins filling with ice water instantly. Luca Moretti. Moretti. The M stands for Moretti, as in the biggest crime family in the city, possibly even the country. The Morettis own this city, from gambling debts on the Upper East Side to drug dealers in the projects. I've heard rumors that even the mayor takes a tidy percentage under the table to look the other way and let them continue to rule from the shadows. I start to shake from head to toe, and a manic laugh bursts from my throat. Leave it to me to be 3 short weeks from a new life, only to inadvertently rob a fucking Moretti. For the first goddamn time in my life, my father is the least of my concerns. I'm a fucking dead man.
Chapter 4. Luca. The sound of the hotel room door slamming closed as a bucket of ice water on the blissful post-orgasmic moment I was enjoying only seconds ago. I'm really sorry. Anders' whispered words register too late, everything suddenly falling into place. The metallic rattle, his quick departure. He robbed me. He bruised my mouth with rough kisses I've only dreamed of before, reached into my mind, gave me every fantasy I've never said out loud, and then he tied me up and robbed me. I let out a borderline unhinged burst of laughter in the eerily silent room. If anyone else had pulled a stunt like that, I'd be imagining dozens of ways to make them suffer before splattering their brains all over the nearest surface. I should be fucking seething, but I laugh again as an oddly warm affection fills my chest. He's got some fucking balls, that's for sure, I mutter, giving the binding around my wrist a slight tug to assess just how fucked I am. To my surprise, I can feel the ropes loosening immediately. He tied a slip knot. Thank fuck for small mercies. Another slightly harder tug and the knot falls apart completely. I shove the blindfold up and blink as my eyes adjust to the light again. A sinking feeling settles in my chest when I see that Anders is really and truly not here. I didn't think he would be, but I suppose a small part of me was holding out hope that this was some kind of kinky game he was playing. His bag is gone, his clothes are gone, except for the white tank top that's balled in my fist, and a quick glance lets me know my watch isn't where I left it. I slide out of bed, wincing and groaning at the ache between my ass cheeks and the delightful soreness dotted all over my skin where he bit and marked me. I snatch my pants up off the floor and check the pockets. My wallet is gone, but he left my keys. That's something, at least. The urge to get dressed in a hurry and chase Anders down is strong, but I'm sure he's smart enough that he didn't linger right outside the hotel or anything quite that stupid. I consider the area while I get dressed and decide he probably ran towards the nightlife district on this side of town to get lost in the crowds. My clothes are slightly wrinkled, but otherwise no worse for wear after spending an hour crumpled on the floor. I wish I could say as much for myself. I feel like I'm coming apart at the seams, like one little tug could completely unravel me. Until tonight, I've never had the courage to ask anyone to be rough with me. I've played the cocky, confident, in-control lover they all expected me to be, then gone home, lubed up my favorite toy, and fucked myself to fantasies of being owned and hurt just right. I clench my ass at the memory of the first sharp sting of Anders' teeth on my skin, and the move sends a fresh ache through me. I hiss and my spent cock twitches. I feel completely lost, standing in the middle of the bedroom, the defiled bed feet away. Deciding what to do next feels impossible. Even simply choosing to get in my car and drive home seems unbearable, as if the too brief euphoria of giving all my power over to someone else, to Anders, irrevocably broke my brain. I clench and unclench my fingers around my keys in my pocket, then let out a slow breath. I stuff Anders' shirt into my pocket. It's too big to fit, so half of it hangs out like a trashy version of a pocket square. Then I straighten my shoulders, forcibly shake off the needy feeling clawing at my chest, and head for the door. I'm on autopilot as I retrieve my car from the valet and mutter an apology for not having a tip for him. My thoughts stay muddled and distracting as I cruise down the road, scanning the crowds gathered outside of the various bars and clubs for any sign of Anders. I'm sure he's hopped a bus or gone back to Wonderland to get his own car by now. Hell, with the amount of money that was in my wallet, he could have gotten himself a limo home, probably. I huff and press down harder on the gas to get the hell out of here. A few minutes later, I pass the turn that would lead to my neighborhood and keep driving until I reach a familiar street lined with brownstones. I don't know what the hell I'm doing here, but that doesn't stop me from parking, climbing the steps, and pressing the button for the top floor unit. I reach into my pocket and wrap my fingers around the wrinkled fabric of Anders' shirt again. It's damp from being stuffed into my mouth. I lick my lips absently at the memory. It takes a minute or two before a familiar voice crackles through the speaker next to the door. Do you have any idea what fucking time it is? There's a gruff edge of sleep in his voice, and I wince. Sorry, Uncle Sal, I wasn't thinking, I answer. I let my finger up from the button for a second and try to get the words, I'll just go home, to form on my lips. Going home to my empty apartment sounds like fucking torture, if I'm being honest. If I do, I'd say there's at least a 50% chance that I'll end up driving around looking for Anders instead. Come to think of it, that isn't the worst idea I've ever had. The burning need to hunt him down and what? Not ask for my wallet or watch back? He can keep those. I don't want to hurt him or teach him a lesson. If I'm honest, I'd rather leave that to him and busy myself coming up with some fun ways to earn them. No. What I want to do is hunt him down, throw him in my car, and take him back to my place so I can keep him for myself. I want to maim any other man who dares to touch him from here on out. And I want to spoil him until he forgets that he ever needed to rob anyone to survive. I clench my teeth against the laugh that's creeping up my throat. I paid for one night with a sex worker, and now I want to kidnap him and keep him. I'd wonder if there's something fucking wrong with me, but given the genetic line, I'm guessing that's a solid yes. The sigh that bursts through the speaker startles me, reminding me that I'm standing outside of Uncle Sal's apartment in the middle of the night. No, come on up. Your mother will have my balls if you're having some kind of fucking crisis at 1 o'clock in the morning and I send you away. Dante probably will too. The buzz of the door unlocking follows only seconds later. I half out a laugh and wince at the reminder that I probably woke his husband too. I should have thought a little harder before coming over here in the middle of the night, but he's already awake now, so it's not like I can turn around and go home. By the time I reach his apartment, he's waiting for me in the hallway. Uncle Sal pats me on the shoulder and leads me inside. His dark hair is sticking up in all directions, and he's dressed in a pair of fleece pajama bottoms and a t-shirt. It's weird to see him in anything other than one of his colorful suits. I follow him into the kitchen where he has a bottle of scotch out and waiting for us. He lifts the bottle to his lips, gulps down 2 swigs, then sets it on the counter with a meaningful look in my direction. I figure if you've gotten yourself into some kind of trouble, then it's better if I'm a little buzzed when you tell me. I chuckle and cross the space, picking up the bottle and taking a gulp of my own before leaning against the counter opposite him. I'm not in trouble. He arches an eyebrow at me. You just thought it would be a good idea to rouse a man with a gun out of a peaceful slumber in the middle of the night. I grimace. I had a shitty night and I wasn't thinking. So personal trouble instead of professional. He visibly relaxes, recapping the bottle and shoving it into the cabinet over the refrigerator. That's a lot fucking easier to deal with. I snort and wrap my hand tighter around Anders' t-shirt, half in my pocket still. Sal's eyes drop to where it's sticking out, and he scrunches his forehead but doesn't outright ask what the hell I'm doing carrying around a white tank top. I don't know. I think I'd rather stop by here to tell you I had to beat down another Fitzpatrick for showing his freckled ginger ass in our city. Sal's mouth twists into a scowl. Yeah, well, I wouldn't. An all-out mafia war is the last goddamn thing we need. Yeah, I murmur in absent agreement. He's probably right. That shit is above my pay grade either way. Honestly, I don't know why I came by. Why don't you tell me why your night was so shitty, and I'll see if I can Encyclopedia Brown this thing. He waves in a go-ahead gesture that reminds me of Anders doing the same thing earlier, prompting me to undress while he watched me from the bed. A spike of heat and shame rushes through me. It started off pretty damn good. I cast my gaze down to my feet, trying to decide how much I want to tell my uncle now that I've dragged him out of bed. Met a guy at a club, got a hotel room. Don't tell me you heard him. His tone is so dark that it startles me, and I snap my head back up so I can look at him. The way his fingers twitch, I think he's actually wishing he had his gun to point at me right now. A shiver runs through me at the thought of doing anything to hurt Anders, and I hold up my hands in defense. Hell no. Of course I didn't hurt him. He relaxes and blows out a breath. Good. I hope you know that your mother would remove your balls if you had. He pauses and then chuckles. And so would Dante. No joke, my ma would castrate me slowly if I ever hurt someone like that. There's a hell of a big difference between hurting people who have knowingly fucked with the Morettis and hurting someone like that. No, Jesus, I say again. We had fun, and then... I clear my throat, heat rising in my face. He robbed me and took off. There's a beat of silence before Sal howls with laughter. You got rolled? That's fucking priceless. I bite my tongue and wait for his laughing fit to end. He doubles over and cackles, wiping tears off of his cheeks. Irritation rises in my chest. If it were anyone other than Anders, I can see how the emotion would easily turn into a need for revenge, to soothe my ego and protect my reputation by making sure he could never brag to anyone about tying up and robbing him already. But all I feel is a strange sense of pride for how he pulled it off. Right, I think I'm gonna go. I push off the counter, but Sal thrusts a hand out, placing it in the middle of my chest to stop me from leaving. I'm sorry, but that's funny shit. Obviously, you can never tell anyone else. You know that, right? I give a tight nod. I know. So? Did you teach him a lesson? Sal asks, and my jaw ticks. Understanding fills his eyes immediately. You're into him. He rolled your ass, and you're ready to chase after him like a puppy, aren't you? I tense all over. I shouldn't have said anything to Sal either. Uncle or not, he's still ahead of me in the Moretti chain of command. Losing his respect could get me killed. Between you and me, I get it, he admits. You do? I ask slowly, waiting for the trap to snap shut around me, but he just nods. Having a thing for reckless psychopaths might be a family trait. He gives me a wry smile. So, what are you going to do? I leave that cryptic remark untouched and consider his question instead. What am I going to do about Anders? The knowing smirk on Sal's face tells me he knows the answer before I say it out loud. I'm going to find him. He clasps my shoulder, giving it a squeeze, and there's a flicker of affection in the twitch of his smile. I had a feeling.
Anders. I keep one hand tightly on my messenger bag as I quietly jog up the steps to my apartment. The building is a definite improvement from where we lived a few years ago. The hallway lights are never burned out, there's no smell of meth wafting between apartments, and not once have I seen a rat scurrying around. A complicated mixture of pride and resentment swirls in my chest every time I climb these stairs. I did this. Everything we have, including this place, is because of me. But none of it was my choice. Not really. I stop outside of my apartment door and strain my ears for any signs that my dad is still awake. It's late enough that he should be passed out drunk in front of the TV by now, but some nights he goes hard, snorting lines of coke in between drinks, which can keep him up well into the wee hours. All I can hear is the dull murmur of the television, no shuffling footsteps or telltale clinking of bottles. My heart has been racing since I left Luca tied to the bed, and the last fucking thing I need tonight is to deal with my dad acting like an entitled prick. I'm bound to say something fucking rude if he starts in on me, and fuck knows how that tends to end. I rub the phantom bruise on my jaw that is thankfully faded since the last time I reminded him who actually pays for every fucking thing we have, including all of his drug-fueled binges. I undo the locks and then ease the door open slowly. A snore rattles from the living room, and I let out a relieved breath. I still have a target on my back, thanks to my dumbass luck of robbing a Moretti tonight, but at least I won't have to deal with my dad's bullshit before morning. Possibly even the afternoon, depending on how much he drank. I don't turn on any lights as I tiptoe down the hall towards my bedroom, holding my breath until my door is firmly closed and locked behind me. I press the button on the white noise machine I keep near my door, then I unloop my bag from around my shoulders and drop to my knees. I fold back the shaggy rug and claw at the floorboards with my blunt fingernails, cursing under my breath as I try to get purchase. I finally manage to catch it just right, tugging the board up and reaching inside. My fingers brush against smooth plastic, and I tug the bag out of the hole. There's a roll of bills inside and a few other watches, none of them anywhere near as expensive as Luca's Rolex, though. My stomach writhes. Did Luca get himself free? The knots should have given way easily enough, so I don't know why I'm worrying about it. The image of him trembling and alone on the bed fills my mind, and I'm torn between laughing and tearing out of here so I can run back to him and make sure he's okay. The urge to laugh has nothing to do with mocking his vulnerable position, to be clear, and that's just as fucking confusing as almost everything else that happened tonight, because I've never given half a shit about anyone before. Hell, most of the dudes I pick up deserve a lot worse than being tied up and robbed. No, the urge to laugh is because it's fucking absurd to think that a mafioso, a Moretti, would ever need comfort from anyone, let alone me. I chew on my bottom lip, tasting the metallic tang of blood in my mouth as I add the money and Luca's watch to my stash. Once I've got it securely hidden away again with the floorboard and rug back in place, I stay on the floor, untying my shoes and then leaning back against the door. I pull my phone and see a notification from a missed text. I smile, knowing there's only one person it could be from. Finn. My roommate tried to set our dorm room on fire with his illicit hot plate tonight. I finally understand why they have the rule against them. Luckily, we put it out before it could do any more than singe the carpet. Not sure how we're going to explain the burned carpet if they ask about it once we move out, though. They can't withhold my diploma for an illegal hot plate, can they? I chuckle, and for just a minute, I let myself get swept away from the grim realities of my life and pretend hot plates are the biggest issue I can imagine. He sent the message a few hours ago, and I'm sure he's asleep by now, but I respond anyway, knowing he'll see it when he wakes up. Anders, don't stress. Worst case, they make you pay to replace the carpet. I've got it if you need it, like always. I glance back at where my stash is hidden as I press send on the message. How much can it cost to replace the carpet in a 200-square-foot dorm room anyway? Whatever it is, I'm sure I can spare it. For my little brother, I can spare whatever he needs. For my little brother, I can put myself in the direct path of my father, letting him pimp me out without complaint on the condition that he doesn't go anywhere near Finn. And for my little brother, I can keep a smile on my face and shield him from the realities of what I've done to keep him safe and happy since our mom died. I kiss my fingers and touch them to the picture of Finn and me together that takes up the background on my phone screen. Less than 3 weeks and he'll be in a whole different state, too far away for my dad to get to him. Then I can finally leave Wild Cliff behind too. Assuming I don't catch a bullet from the Morettis first.
Chapter 5. Luca. Rabbit looks me up and down curiously as I approach Wonderland for the second night in a row. I woke up this morning wondering if last night was nothing more than a wet dream requiring the expertise of a trained mental health professional. Not the kinky sex part, obviously, but the part where I got rolled from my watch and wallet and it somehow made me like Anders even more. I'm not sure how long I spent looking over my shoulder at the reflection of my back, prodding the mouth-shaped bruises marring my shoulders, neck, and ass cheeks, reliving every hot, shivery moment of being taken apart the way I've always wanted, reassuring myself that it was real, that Anders was real. And then I spent the rest of the day on autopilot, going through the motions as I made my collection rounds and checked in on the laundromats that serve as a front, among other businesses, for the Moretti fortune. But this is where my mind has been since I left Uncle Sal's in the wee hours of this morning, right here at Wonderland. It seemed like a good place to start. Anders was comfortable enough here that he must be a regular, even if he doesn't come every night. The thought that he might not be here tonight makes my jaw clench involuntarily and my fingers coil in frustration. I reach up to straighten my tie reflexively, more to give myself something to do than anything else. I slow my steps as I near Rabbit, and he hesitates for just a fraction of a second before nodding and letting me through. "Good man," I mutter, slipping a folded bill into his hand as I pass. It's even more crowded inside than it was last night. The air is sticky and humid with the heavy breathing and sweaty, writhing bodies that pack the space. My heart picks up speed in time with the fast, sensual beat of the song that's blaring through the main speakers. Tonight, scantily clad men and women dance inside the cages on the edges of the dance floor. Colored strobe lights illuminate each of them as they swivel their hips and tempt patrons to toss money at their feet with nothing but the movements of their bodies and a few well-placed smiles. I've been one of those panting customers before, shoving money at them and hoping they'll look in my direction. But now that I've had a taste of what I really want, there's only one man on my mind. Maybe it's possessive or unhinged to spend one night with a man and decide he's mine. I don't care if it is. Anders is mine, and I'll do whatever it takes to convince him of that. But first, I need to find him. There aren't any open seats at the bar tonight, which is fine, because I'm too keyed up to sit down anyway. I eye the bartenders who are working tonight, trying to decide who's most likely to know Anders and be willing to give me information. Obviously, I don't need any more of Caterpillar's cryptic bullshit. I quickly dismiss the blonde with big blue eyes I've never seen before as well, because something about the dazed in-over-his-head expression screams newbie. Which leaves just one option. I sidle up to the bar, forcing my way between a couple of customers, meeting their squawks of protest with a menacing glare that has their mouths snapping shut instantly. While I wait to catch the bartender's attention, I scan the length of the bar just to make sure I'm not so focused on tracking Anders down that I miss him altogether. But he's not here. At least, not yet. The bartender I need is wearing an off-kilter top hat, which he does most nights, tilting it to accept tips from customers as he hustles up and down the length of the bar. There's a wild air about him, something about the look in his eyes. Or maybe it's his messy dark hair that sticks up in all directions whenever he pulls the hat off. He's tall and slender, both his arms covered in colorful ink from wrist to shoulder. Among the kaleidoscope of color is a sleepless reaper's tattoo that's barely visible, obscured by the rest like he's tried to have it covered up. But nothing can quite erase that piece of his past, no matter how hard he tries. Mads, which is the name scrawled messily on his name tag, finally spots me and practically skips down to greet me with a lopsided smile and a tilt of his head. Well, if it isn't Luca Moretti here for a second night in a row. Meeting someone? He arches his eyebrows and then waggles them. I would think you lot have better things to gossip about than my comings and goings, I mutter. Mads leans across the bar toward me. It's not that we're so interested in the goings, he winks. Now, what are you drinking? Nothing tonight. I'm looking for someone, actually. Aren't we all? He says with a chuckle. I huff, trying my damnedest to hold on to my patience. If I wanted riddles, I would have just asked Caterpillar about Anders again. Someone specific, I clarify. He was here last night. His name is Anders, and he picks up clients here. I'm assuming he's a regular. I give him a meaningful look, and the jovial expression on Mads' face hardens into a careful mask. I don't know, man. We get a lot of people in here. All kinds of people who come in for all kinds of reasons. He shrugs, already taking a step back and angling his body away like he's about to make a quick escape. And if you're not going to order a drink, I really need to keep moving. The Red Queen will have my head if he peeks out of his office and sees me standing around chatting. I've always prided myself on being a fairly level-headed guy, but tonight my patience is hanging on by a thread. Unfortunately for Mads, he has the misfortune of being the one to make it snap. I put both hands on the bar top and vault over it, the momentum carrying me. As soon as my feet touch the ground, I close the space between us and gather the front of his shirt in two fists. The shelf of half-full bottles lining the back wall rattles as I shove him up against it. His top hat tumbles off and falls to the floor by our feet, spilling crumpled cash and a few random odds and ends. I'm not fucking playing, Mads. I just need to know how often he usually comes in. The color drains from his face, making him look sickly under the green light shining directly above us. Calm your fucking tits, Moretti, he says with more bravado than is written on his face. What do you want with Anders anyway? None of your damn business, I growl, my frustration mounting. Problem? A familiar drawling voice asks. I glance over my shoulder to see Caterpillar with a baseball bat in one hand, his usual joint hanging from his lips and one of his bushy eyebrows raised in my direction. Not if Mads will answer my fucking question. I tighten my grip and shove him against the shelves again, sending a bottle of vodka tumbling from its spot to shatter on the floor, soaking our feet and a good portion of his money. I'm not sure how I hear it over the music and the drone of voices, but a sharp gasp has me jerking my head to the other side just in time to see Anders standing a few feet away, his eyes wide with unmistakable terror. I drop Mads immediately and he stumbles to the side. Whether he regains his balance is of no interest to me. I have one singular focus, and that's the angel-faced viper standing just on the other side of the bar. Anders! I bark his name with relief, my feet carrying me towards him without conscious thought. His lips part on what looks like another startled inhale, and before I can hop back over the bar, he bolts.
Anders. Fuck. I chant the curse in my head as I duck and weave my way through the crowd of sweaty bodies. I knew I shouldn't have come back here tonight, but the only alternative would have been to find a corner in the warehouse district like everyone else, and that's always a last resort. Anyone who sold sex knows the street is fucking dangerous. I'm just as likely to get beaten up and stiffed for payment as I am to have everything go well, and I don't like those odds. And forget charging like I do. Not when there's someone standing 5 feet away willing to do the same job for $20 to cover their next fix. That's tomorrow Anders' problem, though, assuming I live to see another day. It's not looking all that promising at the moment. I don't check behind me to see if he's coming because I'm positive he is. And if I'm about to die, I really wish my first thought when I spotted Luca hadn't been how fucking hot he looked, threatening poor Mads. Like, really, Anders, have enough self-respect to not get a boner over your own damn murderer. I'm hoping my height is working in my favor, helping me get lost in the crowd. Instead of heading for the main door, I make a beeline for the emergency exit with the disabled alarm. It's half hidden by the shadow of the staircase, and I've never seen anyone other than staff use it before, so I figure it's my best chance to lose Luca. Then what? I'm not sure. Take my chances and get the hell out of here a few weeks early? I don't think I can risk it. Spend the next 19 days looking over my shoulder and sleeping with one eye open? I mean, I pretty much do that anyway, so it's doable, but not ideal. I bite back a growl of frustration at my own bad luck for what has to be the dozenth time since last night. From now on, I'm going to adopt a policy of checking someone's ID before I rob them. Again, assuming I live that long. I burst through the door, leaving the heat of the club behind in favor of the mild evening. The heavy door swings shut behind me, and the stench of garbage hits me. I slap a hand over my mouth and nose to stifle the smell and look both ways down the alley to orient myself. To the left, I can see the faint glow of the neon sign that hangs at the front of the club, so I pivot to the right. Before I can take a single step, the door flies open behind me and a pair of arms wrap around my middle. I shriek and flail, kicking my legs and windmilling my arms as my heart goes wild inside my chest. God damn, I love that fighting you. Luca's smooth voice whispers near my ear. The purr of adoration in his tone sends a wave of molten heat through me. It has to be a trap, though. He's trying to get me to let my guard down so he can kill me. I fight harder, bucking in his grasp, screaming until my throat is sore. Of course, on this side of town, I don't expect anyone to come running to my rescue. I don't expect much of anything. But if I'm going to die, I refuse to do it quietly. I won't make it easy for Luca. I'll leave bruises. I'll make sure there's a permanent ringing in his ears that will remind him of me until his dying day. His arms loosen around me, and my feet hit the ground again. Before I can get my balance, let alone make a run for it, Luca's hand wraps around my forearm, surprisingly gently, and he shoves me up against the building. The rough brick bites into my back through my thin t-shirt. I drag in another deep breath to renew my screaming, and his hand comes down over my mouth. His hands are as smooth as they looked last night, pleasantly warm and without a single callus that I can feel. He never touched me last night, not once. It's an odd thought to have right before I die, but it's there anyway. He wanted me to be rough with him, to hurt him just a little, but even now, pinning me up against the wall and covering my mouth, there's no roughness in return. A manic laugh tightens in my throat. He's a fucking Moretti. He doesn't need to beat the shit out of me to kill me. No, brutish shit like that is for motorcycle gangs like the Sleepless Reapers. Mafiosos are far too classy to walk around with bruised and bloodied knuckles. My chest heaves with every breath I drag in through my nose as Luca looms over me in the moonlight. A strand of his hair falls forward over his forehead, and I have the insane urge to reach up and brush it back for him. Jesus, is this disassociation? Depersonalization? My brain going absolutely fucking batshit as a way to protect me from what's about to happen? A slow smile spreads over Luca's lips. There, he says now that I've stopped screaming. No need to have Rabbit rushing over here on some misguided mission to protect you. He's a good guy. I'd hate to have to kill him. My heart rate spikes again, and I return to flailing, gnashing my teeth in an attempt to get purchase against the palm of his hand and doing everything I can to get him off of me. Luca responds by pressing himself harder against me, flattening his body over mine and clamping his hand tighter to my face. Shh, little viper. As much as I love your venom, I need you to calm down and listen to me, he whispers, dragging his nose along the side of my face like we're lovers. Goosebumps rise all over my skin, and my cock chooses this moment to perk up and take notice. I'm not going to hurt you. I huff out a laugh against his hand. Not going to hurt me? Right. I'm sure that after being tied up, robbed, and humiliated, mafiosos routinely hunt down the perpetrators just to talk. Totally legit. I play along anyway, forcing my body to still and widening my eyes with faux innocence. I nod agreeably, and Luca loosens his hand. Good. I'm not going to hurt you, Luca says again, and some very stupid part of me almost believes him. Almost. With a deep breath through my nose and a silent prayer to a god I don't believe in, I bring my knee up sharply between us and drive it hard into his balls. Luca gasps, and a look that could almost be mistaken for reverence flickers over his face before he stumbles back. I don't hesitate this time, but for some fucking reason I do mutter, sorry, for the second time in 24 hours before bolting down the alley and leaving Luca Moretti behind.
Chapter 6. Luca. The overt sexual energy in every beat of the sensual music blaring through the speakers, pouring off of the men wearing nothing but G-strings or ass-hugging shorts as they weave through the crowd to deliver drinks or offer lap dances, is a world away from the vibe inside Wonderland. Wild, the only all-male, primarily queer-focused strip club in Wildcliff, maybe even the state, has been Lorenzo Moretti's pet project since the day he took over the family. Maybe it's the manufactured feeling of it all, like sex is an expectation here rather than a result of raw lust like it is at Wonderland. Or maybe it's just me. Here at Wild, there's no escaping who I am. Even the assessing looks from the dancers I pass have a touch of curiosity and fear, like they're not sure if they want me to notice them or not. My skin prickles and my frown deepens as the memory of Anders' terrified expression last night flashes through my mind. There's no way he'll go back to Wonderland tonight, which means I'm going to need an actual plan to track him down now. I doubt Mads or any of the other guys know much more about Anders than I do, and obviously they aren't willing to spill even if they do. Not without a hell of a lot of incentive. And something tells me beating information out of the bartenders will make it awkward as hell to order a drink the next time. It's an option, but not the one I want to start with if I can help it. A large, muscled man wearing nothing but a bow tie and black briefs steps into my path. He looks me up and down slowly and then curls his lips into a smile that's clearly meant to be tempting. Maybe it would be if he were my type. I imagine a sassy twink in his place and give an involuntary shake of my head. No, not even then. Anders is under my skin and no one else will do. Can I help you with anything, Mr. Moretti? He purrs suggestively, and a memory of meeting him before flickers in my head. Lucifer. That's his name. Or at least the one he goes by here. He was one of the dancers I met while I was playing bodyguard to Dante a few months ago. I shake my head again. No, thank you. I'm here for a meeting. He puts on an exaggerated pout. Bummer. If you change your mind, come find me. He winks and saunters away with a sway in his hips. I managed to reach Uncle Sal's favorite table without catching the attention of any other dancers. Tonight, he's the well-put-together capo I'm used to seeing, dripping with a quiet air of don't fuck with me from his stylish burgundy three-piece suit with a black undershirt and tie to the confident set of his shoulders as he sips a drink and watches the man on stage. Dante. He's the most popular dancer here, and not just because he's painfully beautiful, although that doesn't hurt. No. The reason he keeps men panting for him is because he's not content to simply shake his ass and shed his clothes to the same overplayed strip anthems. His routines are pure artistry, from his pole work to choreography that seamlessly lends itself to each item of clothing falling off one by one. None of that is the reason Sal can't look away, though. No, that's just pure unbridled obsession with his husband. Dante had to take a few months off after one of the Fitzpatricks attacked him, and I can tell by the look of ecstasy on his face as he swings around the pole that he's glad to be back. If only part-time now while he works on setting up a dance studio of his own. He does a twirl and kick move as he shrugs his shirt off of his shoulders, and one of the men eagerly pressed up against the side of the stage reaches for him, his fingers grazing the dancer's calf. A flash of fire heats Dante's expression and he bares his teeth. He drops into a crouch and grabs the man's hand, twisting his finger roughly. "Touch me again and I'll break your fingers one by one," he hisses. The man whimpers and yanks his hand back. I chuckle under my breath. Uncle Sal was right. Moretti men have a type. I pull out the chair opposite his and he finally drags his attention away from the stage, away from Dante. He glances at my face, his attention lingering only a fraction of a second, but it's long enough for me to feel like I'm under a microscope. I clear my throat and reach into the inside pocket of my suit jacket, pulling out a thick envelope filled with my collections for the day. I slide it across the table and he takes it without comment. I wait while he counts it and then spends a few minutes tapping away at the screen of his tablet, entering the corresponding amounts into his spreadsheets. When he's done, he looks up at me again, raising his eyebrows and quirking his lips in a questioning smile. "Well, are you going to make me come right out and ask?" He doesn't pause long enough for me to actually answer, so I'm guessing that was a rhetorical question. "Did you find the ballsy twink who robbed you and profess your undying love to him, or what?" I snort a laugh, and my balls give an involuntary throb at the memory of Anders's knee plowing into them last night. My chest tightens and I bite back a whimper. If Anders knew how badly I wanted to kiss the hell out of him while he desperately tried to fight me off, he'd realize just how fucked up I am. I don't want him scared and I don't want him to hurt. But seeing the fight in him, feeling the rage and fire and venom he's made of only made me more determined to keep him all to myself. I found him. I sit back, drumming my fingers on the table. And I lost him again. Sal chuckles against the rim of his glass in between sips. "I like this dude. He sounds feisty." I narrow my eyes and he makes another amused sound in his throat. "Relax, I've hit my quota for unhinged twinks who are determined to make my life difficult." "Are my ears burning?" Dante's voice comes from over my shoulder. I hadn't even realized his set had ended, but there's another man on stage in his place now. Sal looks Dante up and down slowly, and the unhinged twink in question bares his teeth and flips my uncle his middle finger. "Actually, yes," Sal says. "I think your particular talents are exactly what Luca needs tonight." I choke on nothing but air and gape across the table. Sure, I must have misunderstood. No way am I about to accept a lap dance from my uncle's husband. "Is that so?" Dante purrs, putting his hands on my shoulders and leaning down so his hot breath ghosts over my earlobe. "Does the baby Moretti need a favor from little old me?" He nips at my ear and I jolt in my seat, more from the murderous look in Sal's eyes and the way his hand twitches for his gun than any actual pain from the bite. "Nope, I think I'm good." I jump out of my seat and anxiously smooth down my tie. "Sit," Sal commands, and I glance between him and Dante again, trying to decide the least dangerous course of action. Dante smirks and pats the chair. "Come on back, puppy. I won't let the grumpy boss man shoot you." I give a weak laugh and reluctantly sit back down. Thankfully, Dante stops fucking with Sal and pulls out a chair of his own. He crosses one leg over the other and looks between us with detached professional curiosity this time, like he's at a board meeting rather than at a strip club wearing nothing but a lace thong and a pair of knee-high boots. As I was saying, Sal says, I think you can really help Luca out with a little problem he's having. And that problem would be? Dante prompts, looking at me. I shake my head since I don't have the first clue how my uncle thinks Dante is going to help with any of this. Does he assume all sex workers in Wildcliff know each other? He needs to find someone, but it needs to stay off the Moretti radar, Sal explains. Dante's eyes darken. Is it the same kind of person you guys had me look into last time? Because I'm not sure. No, Sal says immediately. It's personal. Dante nods slowly and then licks his lips. Okay, I can do that then. He looks over at me again. It's going to cost you, obviously. Finally following the conversation, I shift forward in my seat eagerly. No problem. Dante snorts a laugh. I'm kidding, puppy. You can pay me back by coming by and making me coffee again one of these mornings. He pats my hand. I'm on shift for another hour. Then we can sit down and talk, and you can tell me who I'm hunting down for you. With that, Dante gets back up and sashays away. There you go. Sal stands up and straightens his suit, tucking his tablet and the envelope I gave him into his briefcase. He rounds the table and claps me on the shoulder. Don't say I never did you any favors, kid. Good luck. Once he's gone, I pull out my phone to check where the nearest ATM is. And while I'm at it, I take care of some other business I've been thinking about all day before tucking my phone away again.
Anders. The dusty smell of the rarely touched books in this section of the library tickles my nose. Tucked into the back corner of the medical science section with my back against the row of books on the bottom shelf and a psychology textbook open in my lap, this is the closest thing to a happy place I have in my life. My lips move silently as I eagerly read through a chapter about schizophrenia, drinking in the information like a parched man in the desert. It's almost as interesting as the chapter I read last week on bipolar disorder. Almost. Sometimes when I sneak away to hide here for the afternoon, I pretend everything about my life is nothing but a wild daydream I cooked up to make my boring life as a college student more exciting. If only. It's nearly impossible to disassociate like that today, though. Not with memories of last night running through my head on repeat. The look in Luca's eyes when I need him, the oddly gentle way he held me in place against the wall. Why didn't Luca just shoot me in the back while I ran away? It wouldn't have been that difficult, would it? Even in the dark, a few blind shots would have made sense. But here I am, still alive and kicking. For how long, though? I shift the textbook on my lap and chew on my bottom lip absently. He said he wanted to talk, but that had to be code for something, right? If he didn't want to kill me, surely Luca Moretti has to have another punishment in mind. Maybe he wants to pimp me out himself until he's satisfied that I've learned a lesson about stealing from him. I shiver at the thought, and my stomach twists itself in knots. The worst part of all of this is that my plan was to buy a new identity from the Morettis before leaving town. Clearly, that shot. I huff and let my head fall back against the shelf behind me, dragging my thumb over the glossy paper mindlessly as I consider my options. Is there any chance that if I return the money and his watch, Luca will be willing to laugh this whole thing off? There was a time when I would have been naive enough to believe that, but I've seen too much shit in my life now. Guys like him aren't content with breaking even. He'll want something to soothe his bruised ego, too. A memory of wiping the tear off his cheek while I fucked him flickers through my mind, and I rub the aching spot in my chest. The buzz of the alarm on my phone draws my attention to the time. I make a mental note of the page I'm on, then slide the book back into its spot on the shelf. Maybe once I get out of Wildcliff, I can enroll in some community college courses somewhere. It feels foolish and a little childish to dream of a better life, but I need something to hang on to. Fighting to protect Finn has kept me going this long, but once he's out of my dad's reach, I'm going to need to fight for myself. Until last night in that alley with Luca, I wasn't sure I even knew how. While I gather my stuff and get to my feet, I think about the other night in Luca's car, the way he described me, the fire he said he saw in me. I feel like his words woke up a strength inside that I didn't realize was there. It made me want to be the man he was describing, fierce and dangerous, the kind of man no one dares to fuck with. I pull my phone out of my pocket so I can turn off the alarm. A familiar notification pops up along the top, and I frown. Why would anyone be sending me money right now? I click on the little icon with the dollar sign on it, and the Cash App opens on my screen. My breath catches, and my knees quake as I read the transaction history once, twice, 3 times, trying to convince myself I'm misreading it. Luca M. has sent you money. $1,000. I scroll down just to make sure that it's not the same notification from the other night when we met at the bar, but no, this one is definitely new. I tighten my grip on my phone and dart a glance one way, then the other, as I hurry through the quiet stacks. The hair on the back of my neck prickles, and I feel like the unfortunate heroine in every over-the-top slasher movie that's ever existed. I pick up my pace until I'm practically sprinting, ignoring questioning looks from the librarians and other patrons as I flee towards the main door and burst out into the parking lot. Everything is quiet, but that doesn't do anything to convince my heartbeat to slow down. My phone vibrates again, and I yank it back out, fumbling it thanks to my trembling hands. It tumbles to the ground, and I stoop to pick it back up. When I press on the screen, there's another notification from the Cash App. I click it. And this time, instead of more money, the alert is telling me there's a note attached to the recent transaction. I squeeze my eyes closed for a half second, imagining a million terrifying things Luca might have typed out, from bone-chilling threats to a cinematic look behind you that would precede me turning around to find his gun pointed directly at my face. Finally, I gather my courage and open the note. I don't want anyone else touching you. If this isn't enough, tell me how much you need, and I'll make it happen. You're mine. XX. Heat rushes through me, and all the terror I felt seconds ago is swept away on a wave of indignant rage. I'm his? What the fuck? Who the hell does Luca Moretti think he is? I mean, besides the obvious. I huff and grip my teeth. Clicking on his profile, I create a transaction to send him $1 so I can attach a note of my own. Fuck you. It only takes a second before another $1,000 hits my account with another note attached. And here I thought I would have to beg. My lips twitch with a grin that I quickly smooth into a scowl, even though I don't think Luca can see me right now. I glance around the empty parking lot again just to make sure. I ignore the urge to respond again, even though adrenaline and an odd sense of excitement are pumping through me now instead of fear. What is Luca playing at? He said he wasn't into fucked-up head games, but I can't figure out what any of this means, if it isn't just a way to twist me up mentally before finishing the job. A petulant part of me wants to march my ass down to the warehouse district like I'd planned to tonight, just so I can spit in the face of Luca's command not to let anyone else touch me. But outside of the satisfaction of spiting him, there's no reason for me to put myself through that if I already have the money I need to take home later. I grin to myself as an even more fun, petty idea occurs to me. Luca sent me twice as much as I need. I could squirrel away the extra like usual, or I could spend his money on something way too indulgent, like treating myself to a fancy dinner and some new clothes. At least this way, I'll be well-fed and nicely dressed for the rest of whatever mindfuck he has planned for me. Chapter 7. Anders. Why don't you take your cheap ass and... I slam the door hard behind me, and whatever dear old dad was about to say about my cheap ass ends in a shatter of glass instead. A trickle of amber liquid spills under the door, and I shake my head. Wasting some of his own booze is sure to improve his mood. I roll my eyes and haul ass for the stairs before he can stumble his drunk ass over to the door to keep berating me. Fuck knows what even set him off tonight. Maybe in the depths of his pickled brain he can feel the ticking clock too, telling him his free ride is almost up. Seriously though, cheap? He's fucking dreaming if he thinks $1,000 per fuck is cheap. I huff and jog down the steps at a thunderous pace, not bothering to look back. When I hit the ground floor, something strange occurs to me. My heart isn't pounding, my palms aren't sweating, and my stomach isn't in knots. I'm not afraid of him anymore. Maybe it's because I'm exactly 18 days from never having to look at his ugly face again. Or maybe the threat of a stray fist is nothing compared to walking around with a target on my back, courtesy of the Morettis. I flip my middle fingers up over my shoulder on my way out the door, even though I'm positive the old man didn't make it past our own front door with the state he's in. I step out onto the sidewalk and then lean against the side of the building, considering my options for a few minutes. Do I want to risk going back to Wonderland tonight? Take my chances in the warehouse district? Some stupid part of me forces me to pull out my phone and double-check the Cash App just to make sure Luca didn't pay me again, but there's nothing new since he sent the second 1,000 last night. My heart wasn't racing when my dad shouted me out of the apartment, but it starts to pick up speed now. I'm not entirely sure the flutter in my gut at the thought of Luca is fear, though. At least, not entirely. A frustrated feeling sinks heavily into the pit of my stomach. I didn't expect Luca to just keep sending me money for nothing, of course. I still don't even understand why he did it yesterday. I can't believe I bought into that obnoxious "you're mine" bullshit. I'm not his. I'm fucking done belonging to anyone other than myself, and if he wants to test that theory, I'm happy to introduce my knee to his balls a second time. My affection-starved brain serves me up an array of other things I could do to Luca's balls that would probably be more mutually enjoyable. I growl under my breath and shake the thought off. Warehouse district it is tonight. I'm only 50-50 that Luca is planning to kill me at this point, but I'm not sure what I'll do if I see him again, so I'd rather not risk it. Before I can shove my phone into my pocket and head to the nearest bus stop, it buzzes with an incoming message. Finn. And you around? A stone sinks in my stomach. Anders. What's wrong, Finny? You drunk? I know he is. Misspelled texts are a dead giveaway, and so is the fact that his message was so short. He knows I hate it when he drinks, given our dad's issues, but he's in college, so I get that he's going to let loose on occasion, especially when I'm sure everyone is in party mode with graduation so close. Finn. I don't know. I had one drink, but I don't feel good. Fuckity-fuck, I hiss, tapping my foot against the sidewalk for half a second before making up my mind. Anders. Sit tight. Don't leave with anyone. I'll be there as soon as I can. I don't have the patience to fuck with the bus right now when someone likely slipped my brother something, so I order a ride and then spend the next 3 minutes pacing back and forth until the car pulls up. It's a 20-minute ride to campus, and I spend the entire time with my eyes glued to my screen, watching Finn's location to make sure it doesn't move. I'm not sure whether I'm radiating anxious energy or if my driver is usually a twitchy guy, but every time I look up, he's checking his rearview mirror like he's afraid we're being followed. Maybe he pissed off the Morettis too. Not my problem. What is my problem is that Finn's location marker starts to move when we're about 3 minutes away. Shit, I mutter. You see that too? I'm not being paranoid, right? The driver asks. What? I frown, not even looking up from my phone to figure out what the hell he's talking about. The plastic edges bite into my fingers, and I gnaw on my bottom lip, watching the dot move slowly away from the frat house where I'm assuming the party was. Nothing, the driver mutters. Stop, I shout when I see Finn's dot veer off. I'm as close as I'm going to get in a car. He slams on the brakes, and I'm out of the car before it's even come to a full stop. Thanks, I shout over my shoulder. I have no clue if I close the car door behind me or not, but I do make a mental note to tip the guy and give him 5 stars once I find my brother. Holding up my phone to watch his moving location, I jog down the well-lit sidewalk, ignoring the questioning looks of the students I pass. The street lamps that line the sidewalk get more sparse near the dorms, leaving dark alleys between some of the buildings. Hey, don't, I hear Finn slur. Shh, relax, baby. Another deep voice answers, and I see red. My phone clatters out of my hand, and my bag bounces against my thigh as I sprint towards the voices, my teeth clenched and my adrenaline raging. They come into view in the darkness. The fucker who drugged him, or at best saw Finn stumbling drunk and decided to take advantage, has him up against the wall with his hands all over my brother. Finn's arms hang limp at his sides like he's already given up trying to push this asshole off of him. He said, "Don't," I grit out between my teeth, launching myself at the man without hesitation. I land on his back, and he shouts in surprise, letting go of Finn and spinning in an attempt to dislodge me. My brother slumps, sliding down the wall, and I wrap my arm around the fucker's throat from behind. He claws at my arm, but with the adrenaline pumping through my veins, I can't feel a thing other than blind, throbbing rage. I tighten my grip, and he makes a gasping sound before his knees buckle. I come down right on top of him, the cement of the sidewalk scraping against my knees and my forearm hard enough for me to register a faint sting. I let go of his throat and grab a handful of his hair instead, yanking his head back and smashing it into the sidewalk once, twice, a third time. My chest heaves, and all I can think about is destroying the person who dared to put his hands on my little brother. "Anders," Finn's voice cuts through the fog of rage, and I realize the man is whimpering underneath me. "Stop! Don't kill him." My lungs burn, but I force myself to slow my breathing and untangle my fingers from the man's hair. "Fine. I won't kill him," I growl. I'm shaking from head to toe as I get to my feet. I feel like I want to scream and cry and kick the shit out of this fucking loser all at once. There's still too much of this rage inside me with nowhere to go. The thought of kissing Luca roughly, pinning him down, and fucking out all this anger and adrenaline flits through my mind and heats my body. I drag in a trembling breath and force myself to focus on Finn. I hurry over to him and crouch down. "Can you stand?" I ask, doing a quick visual assessment of him in the dark. Other than his shirt being askew, his clothes appear to all be in place, so far as I can tell. I got here before anything horrible could happen. He nods, and then pushes against the wall, trying and failing to get to his feet. I grab his arm and help him up. "There you go," I say softly, slipping under his arm to keep him steady. 5 years younger than me, and a good head taller. Finn has outweighed me by a good 50 to 100 pounds since his mid-teen years, but that's never stopped me from feeling protective of him. He's too sweet for all this shit. "Thanks, Annie," he mumbles, and I chuckle. "You know you're the only person I wouldn't fight for calling me that, right?" "Mm-hmm," he hums and chuckles, leaning into me and letting me lead him out from between the buildings. I stop under the first light and cast my eyes around in search of my phone. I don't see anything, though. "Fuck," I groan. "Some asshole stole my phone." Finn grumbles. "Yeah, exactly," I mutter. "Fuck, I should probably get you to the hospital. Who knows what that loser slipped you?" "Hospital's expensive," he argues. I sigh. I know, but... I bite down on my already tender lip and consider the options. I could stay here with him tonight to keep an eye on him. Of course, that means missing out on a night of work, plus however much I end up having to shell out for a new phone, too. Either way, this is going to be an expensive night. The sound of footsteps has me tensing. Finn lifts his head and smiles. "Reg, there you are." He tries to stumble away from me to greet the two dudes coming down the sidewalk towards us. "Fuck, there you are. We've been trying to find you for half an hour." Reg, or whatever his name is, hurries the last few steps to catch Finn before he can fall. "You his friends?" I ask, glaring at each of them. "Yeah," the other one answers. "Where the fuck were you? That prick had his hands—" I bite down on the inside of my cheek and wave towards the alley, unable to bring myself to say what exactly he was trying to do to my brother. For their part, they both look stricken. "Shit," Reg mutters. "I'll fucking kill him," the other dude growls. I wave them off. "It's been taken care of. I'm just trying to decide whether he needs the hospital or just some sleep before he wakes up with the worst hangover of his life." "We can sit up and keep an eye on him," Reg says. I glare again. "We'll keep a better eye this time," the other one promises. "We didn't think he would take off like that." I chew on my lip a little longer and finally nod. Fine. Don't hesitate to take him to the hospital if you need to. My number is in his phone, and I'll have a new one by tomorrow, so make sure he calls me as soon as he's conscious. Got it, Reg says, and his other friend nods in agreement. I put my hands on Finn's face and wait for his eyes to focus on me for a second. Your friends are going to take care of you. Call me as soon as you wake up, okay? He nods and mumbles in agreement. I kiss his forehead and then give his friends one last hard look. I should have asked to use one of their phones to call myself a ride back to the city, but they're long gone by the time I realize I'm shit out of luck. Waiting for the bus is going to be my only option. I grumble and huff to myself, hitching my bag more comfortably on my shoulder and starting for the nearest bus stop. I make it as far as the main road through campus before a familiar car catches my eye. The silver BMW is parked next to the curb. The car itself doesn't look nearly as out of place as the man leaning against it, though.
Luca. Anders stops on the sidewalk a few feet away from me, his face carefully blank even though I can see a smear of blood on his knuckle and scrapes on both of his knees. I got to the alley just as the man, I'm assuming Anders' brother, was telling him not to kill the man on the ground. I would have happily done it for him, but I'm not sure Anders would have appreciated it, and right now, I'm still trying to get on his good side. Or whichever side I need to be on to convince him to turn all that heat and passion in my direction again. I pull his phone out of my pocket and hold it out. He eyes it for a second and then takes the last few steps between us to snatch it out of my hand. You're stalking me now? A flicker of fire in his eyes melts the indifference off of his face and makes my cock slowly start to swell. If you want to get technical about it, I smirk. I found your address and was just pulling up when I saw you hop in the car. So you followed me, he concludes, crossing his arms. I told you, I want to talk. Anders' cheek twitches and he looks around for a second like he's hoping to see an easy escape route. Or maybe checking to see if I brought backup. What's to talk about? I can't give your watch back, I already pawned it. I'd return your money, but it's gone. He licks his lips and drops his crossed arms, straightening his shoulders to stare me down with a bold glint in his expression. I'm done being pimped out, so I think that covers what you could possibly want from me. Either shoot me, or let's chalk this up to a funny story and move on with our lives. I stutter a laugh and shove my hands into my pockets to keep myself from reaching for him. The comment about being pimped out doesn't go unnoticed, though. It sits bitterly in my throat for several long seconds. Dante wasn't able to get me a hell of a lot of information on Anders except that he graduated top of his class but never went to college. His mom died 8 years ago when he was 20, leaving him and his younger brother Phineas with their father. Outside of his address, phone number, and socials, that was it. I want to ask who's been hurting him. Whoever it is, I can guarantee they'll know the meaning of pain when I'm finished with them. I bite my tongue so hard I taste blood to keep myself from demanding answers. Now isn't the time. I pull my phone out of my pocket and send him another payment through the Cash App. I can hear the gentle buzz of his phone and his jaw ticks. So talk is just code for wanting another taste of me, he scoffs. You want to buy my ass like everyone else. He shakes his head and then fixes his eyes on mine. They're full of that predatory, nearly unhinged rage that first caught my attention at Wonderland. Not tonight, I say. Tonight I want to buy you dinner and talk. But of course I'm going to pay for your time. I wouldn't want your... I clench my jaw and measure the next word before I speak it. Employer to get on you about missed income. Anders weighs his phone in his hand while he seems to consider the offer. Then he takes another step forward, bringing us toe-to-toe. He brushes his hair off of his forehead with one hand, wrapping the other around my tie. My breath catches and my cock surges harder. He yanks on my tie and I stumble to close the last inch between us. The fact that Anders is just as likely to pull a switchblade and embed it in my guts as he is to kiss me has my pulse singing and my heart racing. Lucky for me, it's his mouth on mine that punches the air out of my lungs instead of a blade. The kiss is just as biting and harsh as the first time, more teeth than lips. His tongue rough and demanding as it coaxes mine out and then lashes it away between one breath and the next. I can taste the metallic tang of his blood on his abused bottom lip. I moan around his tongue and melt into the punishment of the kiss until he shoves me back again. I was really fucking hoping that wasn't as good as I remembered, he mutters, then reaches for the passenger door handle. Fine. Take me to dinner and make me an offer I can't refuse. Chapter 8. Luca. I reach into the glove compartment, nudging aside the extra pistol I keep right next to the car manual, and grab a handful of napkins. For your knees, I say, handing them over to Anders. He blinks down at his scraped skin with a look of mild surprise, then takes the napkins and chuckles. What's funny? He dabs at the already drying blood, not making much of an impact with the dry napkins, and shrugs in response to my question. I don't know. There was just something really funny about the visual of you pulling up to a drive-thru in your BMW and buying a little box of 99-cent chicken nuggets, then stuffing all the leftover napkins into your glove compartment like a normal person. I am a normal person. Anders snorts and then gives up on trying to clean himself up, wadding up the napkin and tossing it onto the floor by his feet. I glance over and arch an eyebrow, and he stares back with defiance, a smile spreading slowly over his lips. My cock throbs and my lips tingle with the memory of the kiss. So, what are we eating? Cannoli? He cackles at his own joke and my lips twitch with a smile. I like him feral and defiant, but relaxed and snarky might be my favorite. 99-cent chicken nuggets, I deadpan, and he laughs again. As we leave campus behind, I run through a mental list of places I'd like to take him before deciding on one. I'm glad you're not convinced I'm going to kill you anymore, I say, rather than answering his question. I see his shoulders twitch out of the corner of my eye. Not sure I'm convinced, but if you're going to stalk me anyway, running isn't going to do me much good. I decided it's better to face death head on if it's coming for me. A surge of pride and affection fills my chest. You strike me as the type to face most things head on. He's quiet for several seconds, like he's considering the assessment, and then he clears his throat. Most things, he agrees, but there's something underneath it I can't quite figure out. Guilt, maybe. I manage to find parking less than a block from our destination. Anders jumps out the second the car stops, and I half expect him to bolt like he did before. But he lingers on the sidewalk, alternating between curling his arms around himself and shooting defiant glares at random passers-by. I doubt I'm dressed for any place fancy, he says as soon as I get out. I rake my gaze over him, noting the road rash on his knees again before taking in the rest of him. He's wearing a tight white t-shirt tonight, the fabric so sheer I can see the darker outline of his nipples through it, and a pair of tight shorts that leave his toned thighs on full display and hug his bouncy ass just right. We're not going somewhere fancy, I assure him, coming around the car to stop right in front of him. He doesn't give up an inch of space, tilting his head to look up at me when I close in on him. I bring my hand to his face and graze my thumb over the smooth curve of his jaw. And if we were, I can assure you that as long as you're with me, no one is going to give you any trouble. Why? Because you'll shoot them if they do? He arches an eyebrow, the look in his eyes too cool and controlled to give away how he feels about that possibility. I dip my head to bring my face closer to his. If I have to, I answer. Anders shivers, and for a second the impassivity slips from his eyes again, and they dance with excitement. He pulls himself back together and licks his lips. Our mouths are so close that I can feel the heat of his tongue even though it doesn't quite brush my lips. Why? He asks. That's the question of the fucking century, isn't it? Why? Why Anders? Why am I so damn smitten with a man I barely know? Chemistry, perhaps? Good old-fashioned attraction? Why does it have to be more complicated than that? I can tell that's not going to be good enough for him, though. Not when someone's been working hard to make him feel helpless and useless. It sounds like you finally found something left we have to talk about, I say lightly, letting my hand fall from his jaw. I smirk when he huffs, and then I jerk my chin in the direction we're headed, and Anders leads the way. I reach out and tug him to a stop in front of my favorite hole-in-the-wall diner, the smell of greasy onion rings and grilled meat wafting out to make my mouth water. I hold the door open for Anders, and he doesn't say anything as I greet the hostess by name and thank her after she leads us to my usual booth in the back corner. When we're alone again, he glances around and then opens his menu. So I'm guessing the man you were defending was your brother. His head whips up, and the predatory look I've loved in his eyes before has absolutely nothing on the feral way he bares his teeth, his whole body tensing as he digs his fingers into the table like he's seconds from vaulting over it to throttle me. My cock thickens against my thigh again, and my breath catches. Don't fucking talk about him. Don't think about him. He doesn't have anything to do with any of this, Anders hisses. He doesn't know how you've made your money in the past? I wait a beat to see if he's going to pick up on the implication that he's done selling himself, if he's going to fight me on that too. But he just keeps glaring at me, his chest heaving. No. And he won't. His eyes bore into mine and the heat in my gut spreads. I'm the one who stole from you, so whatever you need to settle that, it's going to come from me. If you go anywhere near him. He swallows hard, and then the look in his eyes turns to pure steel. I'll fucking kill you. My cock jerks, and a quiet moan vibrates in my throat. Christ, Anders, if you keep up with the dirty talk, I'm going to embarrass myself. Lust and confusion wore on his face. You're really not going to hurt me, are you? He asks, cocking his head and pulling his eyebrows together. No, I say simply. By the way, the chicken and waffles here will change your life. Anders blinks, sputters a laugh, then closes his menu. Chicken and waffles it is.
Anders. After the waiter comes by to take our order, I shift in my seat and look around the diner, mostly because it's less awkward than staring silently at Luca. What kind of small talk are you supposed to make with the mafioso you fucked to tears and then robbed? So, what kind of movies do you like? He asks. I chuckle. Movies? Really? What would you rather talk about? My mind goes blank, and I realize it's been a really long time since anyone has asked me anything like that. The only way my dad communicates is through insults and violence. Believe it or not, my clients don't tend to want to make small talk, and as much as I love Finn, he mostly just wants to talk about his own shit. It's better that way, though. It's easier to lie to him about my life if I don't have to talk about it at all. Mindless action movies, I say. I just want to turn my brain off and watch shit blow up. Luca grins, and there's something so disarming and unguarded about the way the smile lights up his face that it makes me want to kiss him and kick him in the shin at the same time. It's fun to watch shit blow up. I've always been a big fan of over-the-top slasher flicks, too. They're just so campy and ridiculous, it's hard to hate them. I nod and lean forward an inch. Have you ever seen Chopping Mall? It's 80s slasher movie perfection. Hell yes. Dude Bro Party Massacre 3 is probably my favorite. It's more of a parody, but it's so damn stupid and amazing, it's become a comfort watch for me. I laugh, trying to imagine him in a pair of cozy flannel pajamas, eating popcorn and watching a stupid murder movie all by himself in the dark. I haven't seen that one, I admit. I'll have to put it on my list. Saying it out loud makes me think about the not-too-distant future, just a few weeks from now when I'll be somewhere else. I'll be someone else. Our food comes, and Luca was right. It's the best chicken and waffles I've ever had. While we eat, we talk about more delightfully bad movies, and for a little while, it almost feels like we're two normal guys on a first date, instead of a pair of criminals doing... what, sizing each other up? I'm not quite sure, honestly. He pays for the meal when we're done, and a sliver of guilt niggles at the back of my mind over the lie I told him. It's not like it was a big lie. Technically, I still have the money I took from him, but I know I need it more than he does. Shouldn't that count for something? You never answered my question, I remind him on our walk back to his car. His hand rests on my lower back, the same way it did when he led me out of Wonderland the other night. Claiming without being pushy and controlling, comforting, even though I know who he is now. Which question is that? Why? I ask, just like I did earlier. Why take me to dinner? Why track me down if you aren't planning to kill me? I stop when we reach his car, turning to look at him. Why pick me up in the first place? I'm sure there are plenty of nice guys in this city who would trip over themselves to have your attention. Luca's mouth draws into a smirk, and he brings a hand up to my face, dragging his thumb along my bottom lip. I part them and dart my tongue out to tease the soft indents of his fingerprint, holding his gaze and waiting for him to answer my question. I don't want a nice guy, Anders. I thought I'd made that pretty clear by now. I nip at his fingertip, and his eyes smolder with lust. I wait for the usual disdain to ice my veins, but it doesn't come. The way Luca looks at me feels different from anyone else, and that should probably scare me a hell of a lot more than it does. Why me? I repeat, adding a little more force behind the words. I don't want him to keep dodging this. Am I an exotic pet you're hoping you can tame? I catch the full tip of his thumb between my teeth and bite down a little harder, watching his pupils dilate as he hisses through his teeth. Or do you think I need saving? Because if it's that one, don't waste your time and energy. I'm already saving myself. I have no doubt about that, my little viper, he hums, shoving his thumb in again when I let up with my teeth, pressing it against my tongue. But I don't think I have an answer that's going to satisfy you. I saw you at Wonderland, and I could tell that none of the men who were clamoring for your attention were going to be able to appreciate you. Something about the look in your eyes made me want to show you the side of myself I've never trusted anyone else with. My heart beats faster, and I wrap my hand around his wrist to pull his thumb out of my mouth, dragging the damp digit down my chin, my throat, all the way to the V-shaped dip in the collar of my t-shirt. And what do you expect to happen now? Are you planning to pay me my nightly fee indefinitely to keep everyone else's hands off of me? It might be cheaper just to buy me outright. Keep me locked up in a tower like a princess where no one can touch me but you. It'll be like a promotion. Instead of getting turned out, I'll be a sex slave just for you. My voice gets lower and deadlier with every word, my grip on Luca's wrist tightening until I'm sure I'm grabbing him hard enough to leave bruises, but he doesn't so much as flinch. I was thinking more along the lines of boyfriend, but we can bicker about the title later, he says calmly. I let go of him and yank my hand back like I've been burned. My throat tightens and I try to laugh, but embarrassingly it comes out sounding a lot more like a sob. Fuck off, I mutter. He advances on me again, backing me up against his car, the cool exterior making the bare skin on my legs prickle. I love that acid tongue of yours, little viper, he murmurs, bracing his hands on the hood of the car and leaning in to nuzzle his nose against mine. Then he reaches over and pulls open the passenger door. Get in. I'm taking you home. I glare at him and give him a small shove for good measure, even though my pulse is racing and my cock is harder than it's ever been. For a man who claims not to get off on head games, he's fucking good at them. Once we're both in the car, he pulls away from the curb, and I start to give him directions back to my place. I don't need them. He waves me off. Oh, right. I forgot you stalked me, I mutter. I was checking on you, not stalking you, Luca says. But that's not why I don't need directions. Oh? I'm taking you back to my place. I sputter a scoff. Excuse me? Stalking and kidnapping? Are you fucking serious right now? Kidnapping? That's a bit dramatic, don't you think? I twist in my seat to glare at him. Then take me home. His jaw ticks, and his grip tightens on the steering wheel. We slow to a stop at a red light, and he turns his head to look at me. Look me in the eye and tell me you're safe there, and I'll take you back. The lie forms readily on my lips, but my mouth goes dry, and my throat tightens before I can spit it out. I open and close my mouth a few times, and a knowing, cocky smile twitches on Luca's lips, then vanishes. That's what I thought. He turns his attention back to the road. The way he can switch between whimpering, submissive, begging to be hurt, and deadly, confident mafioso in the blink of an eye is enough to give me whiplash. And, unfortunately, a massive erection. I growl with frustration and petulantly kick the dashboard. "Be careful," he scolds. "Take me home, or so help me God, I will—" The wheels inside my head spin, trying to come up with a plausible threat to level at him. Luca hums low in his throat and slides one hand between his thighs to cup the thick bulge of his cock. "Tell me." The pleading in his voice solidifies the molten heat inside of me and washes away the panicked need to escape that was clawing at the inside of my chest just seconds ago. He flies past the last turn that will take us towards my part of town, and I settle back in my seat with my arms crossed. I guess you're going to find out.
Chapter 9. Luca. The thrill of Anders' threat, promise, keeps my dick rock hard the rest of the drive home. This time when I pull up to the curb and he jumps out before I've even put it in park, I'm not the least bit worried that he's going to run. I get why he needs to bare his teeth a little and put up a good show of resistance. I think I understand it more than he realizes. He's felt out of control for so long that he needs to feel like he's taking it back. And I'm more than happy to let him take all of his rage and frustration out on my ass, or any other part of me he has the urge to sink his teeth into. I take my time unbuckling my seatbelt and stepping out of my car while Anders stands on the sidewalk, his arms crossed again, anger flickering in his eyes and a hard set to his jaw. I straighten my tie needlessly, unable to resist working him up just a little more. If this is a kidnapping, you just passed up the perfect opportunity to make a run for it. I smirk and tilt my head as I come around the car to join him on the sidewalk. Or is it only fun if you get the chance to knee me in the balls first? His lips twitch with a grin and he drops his arms, standing up a little bit taller and meeting my eye with that glint of defiance that makes my cock drip and my balls tingle. It's like you said, home isn't safe anyway. What's the point in wasting my energy running away from one monster right back into the arms of another? The blood in my veins turns to ice and I grab Anders by the jaw with a low growl. You really think I'm a monster just like he is? He's silent for a beat, his gaze boring into mine, the muscle in his cheek ticking. No, I don't think you're like him. Anders jerks out of my light grasp. I let my hand fall and tilt my head towards the building right in front of us. He jogs up the steps and doesn't say a word while I unlock the door. Out of the corner of my eye, I see him shifting on his feet, his expression fluttering between worry and anger just like earlier. If I remove the problem for him, will his fear and wariness eventually melt away, leaving nothing but the beautifully feral, confident man he is when his mask slips? I'll destroy this entire city with my bare hands if that's what it'll take to bring that version of Anders to the surface. I'll kill him for you, I say casually, opening the door to my apartment and waving him inside. Anders stops just inside the door, spinning to face me with his jaw clenched and a wild, frustrated look in his eyes. You cannot be fucking serious right now. He advances on me and gives me a hard shove in the chest, pushing me up against the closed door. You get how fucked up this is, right? I frown, not sure I'm following. He huffs out a laugh and curls his fingers around the lapels of my suit jacket. I tied you up and robbed you, and you've gone and imprinted on me like a psychotic goose or something. You want to save me? You want to kill everyone responsible for fucking up my life? What's next? Are you going to follow me around and shoot anyone who gives me a dirty look? The same frustration that's in his eyes drips from every word, but with each one, he tightens his grip on my jacket and leans in closer until he's pressed fully against me, baring his teeth less than an inch away from my lips. Sure, I answer with a rasp. I'll clear my schedule. Anders snarls and slams his lips into mine in a harsh, biting kiss. I melt against the door, hooking my index fingers through the belt loops on his shorts and opening wider to welcome the lash of his tongue against mine. He lets go of my jacket and drags his fingers through my hair, yanking on the ends and sending a skitter of stinging electricity through my scalp and down my spine. He uses the grip to tug me away from the door. I stumble forward and moan around the tangle of our tongues. Pre-cum dribbles down my shaft, dampening the inside of my briefs, and my balls give a heavy squeeze as he drags me blindly down the short hallway into the small living room. He breaks the kiss, his chest heaving, and looks around. Light from adjacent buildings illuminates my living room even without me flipping any switches. It's not perfect, but it's enough for him to drag his gaze over the various shadowed furniture and decor. It's smaller than I expected, he murmurs, his fingers still firmly knotted in my hair, forcing me to bend towards him. I'm not sure he's even doing it on purpose, but it makes my cock throb all the same. I smirk at the underlying implication that he's been thinking about my apartment, picturing it enough to have formed an expectation in the last 2 days. But I decide not to point that out. I've been spending way too much money on this gorgeous rent boy recently. But I expect my budget is about to loosen up a bit, if you're attached to the idea of upgrading. His eyes flash and he tugs my hair harder again, sending me to my knees. The hardwood sends a jolt of pain through me when I land, but it only makes me whimper with need. I sway forward and nuzzle my face into the warm, hard bulge in his shorts. The musky scent of his skin and sweat is muted by the smell of denim, but if I breathe deeply enough, I'm still able to fill my lungs with his intoxicating smell. I mouth at the rough material, work my tongue into the zipper flap, and lick teasingly along his length. The sharp edges of the zipper and the taste of metal aren't enough to sate the insatiable hunger making my mouth water and my whole ache to be filled. That's right, Anders says coolly. You paid tonight, didn't you? I guess that means my ass is yours. What's your pleasure, Mr. Moretti? With my hands on my thighs, I tilt my head and look up at him. There isn't an angle of Anders I haven't enjoyed yet, but this one might be my favorite. I can practically feel the heat of his erection coming through his shorts, my scalp tingling and stinging from his grip as he looks down at me. The only problem is the detached indifference is back in his eyes again. That money wasn't for sex, little viper, I murmur, mouthing at his cock again, desperate for the taste of his skin instead of the rasp of denim on my tongue. It was to protect you from the person who's been hurting you until I get the chance to deal with him properly. His fingers twitch in my hair and his breath hitches. I keep feeling like this is some kind of trap. I just can't figure out what your angle is, he confesses. There's no trap. But if you need time to believe that, I understand. In the meantime, I think you promised me some kind of retribution for kidnapping you. So what's it going to be? Do you want to hurt me? Use me and leave me unsatisfied? Tie me up again and rob me blind of every item you can carry out of my apartment? What's it going to take, Anders? Do your worst.
Anders. The rawness in Luca's voice and the startling vulnerability in his words tug at the threads of my control that I've barely managed to hold together over the past few years. Embarrassment and rage and the inky black feeling of powerlessness churn inside of me. I hardly notice that my breathing is getting heavier or that my vision blurs with tears that threaten to spill down my cheeks. All I can really think about is that I honestly can't remember the last time anyone bothered to ask me what I wanted, what it would take to satisfy me. And fuck, that's a scary goddamn question because the answer is too fucking big. What would it take to satisfy me? Knowing Finn is really and truly safe from our father and anyone else who would ever be stupid enough to hurt him, that would satisfy me. Finally having a life of my own where I decide who looks at me and who touches me, that would be pretty fucking satisfying. Finding an outlet for the unspent adrenaline and swirling emotions tonight has caused would feel pretty damn satisfying too. That might be the only one I can tackle right now, and it's probably the only one I'd prefer to let Luca help me with. The rest are problems for me to solve another day. I release my hold on his hair and wrap my hand around his throat in a fluid motion. I can feel the vibration of his gasp against my palm as it works its way up his windpipe. His eyes widen with lust and excitement as I tackle him backward onto the polished wood floor. I cut off his surprised yelp with another hard kiss, shoving my tongue between his lips as soon as I land on top of him, straddling him, pinning him to the ground with the weight of my body. Maybe he could easily throw me off, but knowing he won't makes me feel powerful anyway. I thrust my hips and grind my cock against his, teasing us both with the muted feeling of too many clothes still between us. Luca grunts and moans around my tongue, each sound rattling against my palm where it's pressed to his throat. I'm not grabbing him hard enough to cut off his oxygen, but the way he pushes himself into my hand, I think he'd be into it if I wanted to. Is this what I like? Is this what I'm into? I yank his shirt open impatiently, getting a primal kind of satisfaction from the sound of buttons skittering across the floor. With one hand still around his throat, I kiss and bite his chin, his jaw, the parts of his throat that aren't covered by my hand, drawing rasping whimpers from him with every sharp nip of my teeth. His body jolts under me, his cock throbbing so hard I can feel it pulsing against mine, even with so much fabric still between us. The way this hard, intimidating man turns into a submissive puddle at the first sign of any bite is intoxicating. It's addicting. And yeah, I think I might be into it. Knowing that somehow Luca looked at me across a bar and saw things about me no one else ever has, that he managed to unlock things I didn't even know about myself, is terrifying. It's even more terrifying than the fact that I can feel the hard shape of a gun tucked under his jacket, or that I think I'm actually starting to believe he isn't going to hurt me. I drag my blunt nails down the center of his bare chest, his shirt hanging half open, his tie tugged loose but mostly still in place. Following the faint, raised marks with my tongue, I watch the way neediness and pleasure contort his face, his hips bucking up to meet mine again. I push his shirt open wider and paint his chest glossy with my saliva, moaning softly at the clean citrus taste of his skin. When I reach his taut nipple with my tongue, I draw wet circles around the darkened nub, waiting for him to relax into the feeling. As soon as he does, I clamp my teeth down hard around it. Luca howls, his body bowing underneath me. "Fuck, Anders," he pants, threading his fingers through my hair and pressing the sensitive flesh harder into my teeth. "It hurts so good." My cock throbs and twitches eagerly with the power and dizzying lust that rushes through me. I tug his nipple roughly and then release it with an obscenely wet sound. He hisses and whimpers as I give it a few stiff flicks with the tip of my tongue. "How else can I make you howl and cry for me, baby?" I purr, kissing my way across the plane of his chest to the other nipple. "You want me to spank your ass? With my hand? With a flogger?" I don't know where these words are even coming from. I know next to nothing about kink except what I've seen in porn, but I guess enough of it seeped into my subconscious to keep my lips moving with the filthy ideas I didn't realize I was saving up. "You want my hand around your throat hard enough to make you dizzy, gasping for deeper breaths and knowing I'm the one who decides when you get them?" I tighten my grip around his throat just a little and bite down on his other nipple the same way I did with the first one. Luca groans and digs his fingers into my thighs. Even in the dim light, I can see the flush on his face and the sweat forming on his forehead. His eyes are half-lidded and hazy, with a faraway look of pleasure, but they're fixed on me like he's afraid I'll disappear if he looks away. He uses his grip as leverage to grind against me faster with needy little jerks of his hips. I bring my mouth back to his lips parted with heavy breaths and a stream of babble and whimpers. I catch his bottom lip between my teeth with a rough nip. "No," I say firmly, and to my surprise, he freezes. Another wave of adrenaline surges through my veins, so intense my body trembles with it. One little word, and he just stopped. His fingers twitch against my thighs as he bites back a needy sound, and for a few seconds we just stare at each other. I tentatively draw my tongue along the damp swell of his abused bottom lip, and he still doesn't move. He lets out a breathy sigh, but his body stays still. "You meant it, didn't you?" I murmur in a bit of an odd stupor, still trying to realign my entire worldview with whatever's happening right now. "What would you do if I told you I changed my mind? What if I said I'm not in the mood to fuck?" The steady pulse of my cock, pressed hard up against his, makes the question seem laughable, but I have to know. "I would go take a very long shower and jerk off so hard that I would probably sprain something." I choke on a laugh. "You're serious, aren't you?" I shake my head, then press a soft kiss to his mouth this time, drawing another gasp from him with the gentle pressure of it. "I'm serious," Luca says. I've already decided you're mine, little viper, but that doesn't mean I want to own you. The last thing I want is to have you broken or tamed. I love the sting of your bite too much. I want you to want this as badly as I do, to feel like you'll fucking choke without it." He wraps his arms around me and crushes me to him. Our mouths crash together in another kiss that's just as rough as the earlier ones, but something has shifted inside of me. I graze my teeth over his lips and tongue, but instead of a burning need to punish him in place of everyone who's ever hurt me, it's just so I can hear him moan my name. I take my hand off of his throat and reach down to undo my shorts without breaking the kiss. Luca feeds me muffled pleas around our knotted tongues as I wiggle on top of him, shimmying my shorts down around my thighs to free my cock. Pre-cum drools from my slit, wetting the silky front of his pants, the heat of his arousal pulsing through the soft fabric against my bare skin. I grab his jaw and break the kiss to nuzzle the tip of my nose against his, a wicked smile stretching my lips. "I'm going to choke you with my cock, and then, if you're very good, and if I'm feeling generous, I'm going to fuck your tight, slutty hole until you come screaming my name." "Yes," he groans. I wiggle my fingers into my scrunched pocket to pull out a condom I stuffed there earlier and hold it up. "Do you want me to put this on before you suck me? I get tested regularly and I'm on prep." Luca shakes his head. "I want to taste you." I moan in agreement and drop the condom on the floor next to him. It's impossible to get my shorts all the way off in this position. I put a hand on his chest and give him a stern look. "Stay," I command. Then I wobble to my feet. Standing over him, I take a second just to enjoy the view. He's disheveled, his clothes tugged loose and wrinkled. His lips are puffy from my rough treatment, and so are his glistening wet nipples. There are dark spots already forming on his chest and collarbone where I bit down too hard or sucked on his skin too long. My cock gives an eager throb, and I slowly strip my shirt over my head and toss it aside. My shorts are already wedged around my thighs, leaving my cock swinging, but I work them the rest of the way down, taking my time and enjoying the way Luca watches the pendulous sway of my erection with a hungry look in his eyes. I catch a dribble of pre-cum on my index finger and lean over to smear it across his lips like gloss. His eyes flutter and his hips jerk, his tongue immediately darting out to taste the sweet flavor of my excitement. I kick my shorts aside and then reposition myself, so this time, when I sink to my knees, my aching cock bumps his warm, wet lips. I grab a handful of his hair again, and Luca's mouth opens wide on a low moan. I shove my cock between his lips without hesitation. As soon as the hot suction of his mouth closes around me, I let out a keening sound in the back of my throat. It's been so fucking long since anyone has sucked me that my balls tighten instantly and electricity dances along the base of my spine. "Oh, fuck," I grunt, snapping my hips forward. Luca gags, the muscles of his throat spasming tight around my cock. "Sorry." I grip my teeth and force myself to stop grinding against his tongue. I start to pull back, but his hands land on my ass cheeks, and a hungry defiance sparks in his eyes. He jerks me forward again, holding my gaze as he gags around my cock a second time. Tears trickle from the corners of his eyes and drool pools on his chin, but he sucks me around the spasm of his throat, making wet, filthy, greedy sounds with every fresh wave of suction. "Fuck," I groan again, falling forward and bracing my hands on the cool wood floor. My hips move of their own will, and I fill Luca's throat over and over again. He sputters and gags each time, but his fingers dig harder into my ass cheeks, spurring me on. I reach down to wrap my hand around his throat again, just to feel the way it bulges with every deep thrust and tightens with every gag. My balls tingle and my cock swells, and I pull out of his mouth with a breathless sob. Luca gulps down greedy breaths underneath me in between nuzzling and kissing my dripping wet cock. "Pants down and roll over," I command, my legs trembling as I crawl off of him and grab the condom off the floor. He does exactly as I say while I put it on and fish the packet of lube out of the other pocket of my discarded shorts. I squirt the contents onto my sheathed cock and wrap one hand around my shaft to spread it around, jerking myself slowly as I turn back to face him. Luca is the fucking picture of perfection. His pants down around his ankles, his legs spread as wide as they'll go with the shackle of them, his hips tilted up eagerly. He has one hand underneath himself, and he's looking back at me as he jerks himself slowly. I draw back my clean hand and give him a hard smack on the ass, reveling in the sting of it against my palm and the low, gut-deep moan he lets out as his ass cheek pinks up and jiggles. "Hands off," I growl. "Come hands-free, or don't come at all." He whimpers and shoves his hips higher, begging wordlessly for my cock. Will I really be cruel enough to leave him with blue balls if he doesn't finish? I'm not sure yet, but the thrill of knowing he would let me, that he would go to sleep with his balls aching and his cock hard because I fucking told him to, is almost enough to make me come untouched. I grab his ass cheeks and part them, hastily smearing the leftover lube on my fingers around his hole before lining up the head of my cock. He makes another desperate sound, and I shove inside of him in a single deep thrust. Luca shouts my name, clawing helplessly at the floor. His inner muscles spasm and clench around me, just like his throat did when he gagged. I try to ease out slowly to let him adjust, but he forces himself onto his knees and thrusts back towards me, taking me deep all over again. "Give it to me hard," he growls. "You want to be able to feel me tomorrow?" I murmur, leaning over to bite down on his earlobe and grabbing his hips at the same time. Luca bobbles his head and rasps, "Yes." I pull back, then slam home again, finding a punishing rhythm that pushes me quickly right back towards the edge. Luca's ass cheeks jiggle and bounce with every hard thrust, the sound of our slapping skin filling his apartment, along with our harsh breaths and choked moans. I wrap my hand around his throat again, and his next moan vibrates against my palm, low and deep and so fucking needy that it twists itself around my balls. "Anders," he gasps my name. "That's right. Come on my cock like the good slut we both know you are," I growl. Luca throws his head back with a wail, and I double my efforts, fucking him harder and deeper as I chase the tight heat coiling in my gut, tighter and tighter. I can feel his channel constricting and his muscles fluttering, and with one more broken shout, he comes unraveled. The spasms of his orgasm drag mine to the surface too, my thrust stuttering as a wave of pleasure washes over me. My cock pulses and jerks, spilling deep inside of him, making me wish there wasn't anything between us so we could spend the rest of the night with my cum dripping from his ass. We grind and gasp our way through pleasure that seems to go on until Luca's knees give out and we both tumble back to the floor. I collapse on top of him, nuzzling the back of his neck, my cock still inside of him, twitching with aftershocks that are keeping it from softening just yet. "Anders," Luca says my name softly. I press a soft kiss to his earlobe before finally pulling out to get rid of the condom. While I do that, he rolls over, cum smeared all over his rumpled shirt and clinging to his spent cock. I can't resist leaning over him and lapping the remains off of his tender skin. He hisses and winces, his hips jerking with the oversensitivity of it as I nibble his foreskin. Then I flop down, stretching out between his legs, my head on his belly, looking up at him. "No one is ever going to hurt you again. Understand?" he says, fierceness in his eyes, in spite of the exhaustion in his voice. My heart clenches with something dangerous. Hope, maybe? It can't be this easy. And even if Luca is willing to protect me, what about Finn? But maybe just for tonight, I'll let myself believe it. As a treat. I deserve something nice for a change, don't I? Even if it's probably just a fantasy. Chapter 10. Anders. There's a lovely moment of near consciousness when all I'm aware of is how comfortable my bed feels this morning and how wonderfully heavy my limbs are with an unfamiliar sense of sleepy relaxation. And then the bed shifts behind me and it's my animal brain that comes online first. I'm not alone in my bed. This isn't even my bed. I drag in a panicked gasp and start to scramble out of the strange bed, barely awake enough to register anything other than my racing heart and unfamiliar surroundings. The mattress shifts again, and a warm, heavy arm flops over me, pinning me down before I can make it out of the bed. Running on pure instinct and adrenaline, I jerk my arm back. My elbow connects with soft flesh, and there's a muttered, fuck, as I leap out of bed. The cool wood floor under my feet shocks me, my chest heaving with gasping breaths and adrenaline. In the fraction of a second it takes me to spin around to face the man I just elbowed, last night comes flooding back to me. Running to Finn's rescue, dinner with Luca, fucking him on the floor like our lives depended on it. Shit, I'm sorry. I grimace and scramble back onto the bed. My heart is still pounding, but at least I know where I am now. Which means I have an entirely new list of fears to deal with, but they can wait another 30 seconds or so. Are you okay? Luca sits up in bed, rubbing his cheek where my elbow must have landed. His dark hair is standing up in all directions, a hazy, sleepy look still in his eyes despite the rude awakening I just gave him. The sheets pool around his waist, leaving his bare chest and long, lean muscles on display, while the morning sun streams in through the gap in the curtains and casts a glow over his olive skin. The low, raspy chuckle he lets out tugs at my groin. In the future, I'd prefer to be awake when you're getting rough with me in bed, but I'm fine. He hooks a hand around the back of my neck and drags me close. His hot breath bathes my lips, and his nose bumps against mine, but he doesn't close the gap to kiss me. It takes me a few beats to realize he's waiting for me to kiss him. That realization hits me in the chest like a bolt of electricity, and I jerk back. What the fuck am I doing here? All it took was a cheap meal at a diner and a few nice words from Luca to make me forget that none of this is for me. He has this way of looking at me and seeing me like no one else has, like he actually gives a shit about who I am and what I want, and it's fucking with my head. Where are you going, little viper? Even the purr in his voice makes me want to spend a little bit longer pretending all the bullshit in my life can't touch me anymore. The stupid nickname on his lips makes me feel strong and capable, just like how he described me when we first met. It's the same way he makes me feel when he melts under my touch. Home. I cast my gaze around his tidy bedroom for a second before remembering that I left my clothes in a heap on his living room floor last night. No, he says in a voice that's completely devoid of the submissive whimper I'm used to hearing when he's naked. The sheets rustle, and then I can feel him standing right behind me. No? I scoff, dragging my fingers through my hair to tame it, already heading for the living room. Luca grabs my arm. His grip is loose, but when I try to shake him off, he tightens it, and I growl. You said this wasn't a kidnapping, I remind him, turning back to face him again with a hard set to my jaw. He might be taller than me, even when I draw myself up to my full height and look him right in the eye, but his words ring in my head. I think you're a venomous snake waiting to sink your fangs into anyone who dares to tangle with you. I think you've learned to fake the role of helpless little lamb, but deep down you're the predator biding your time until you're ready to strike. I think there's fire in you. Maybe he's right. I've made myself smaller because it was safer, because it was the best way I could protect my brother, but that doesn't mean I'm helpless. It's not a kidnapping, he says, his fingers still wrapped around my bicep, the warmth of his hand making my skin tingle and my cock thicken. But I can't leave, I clarify, narrowing my eyes at him. No, he says again. I also said I'd protect you, and I can't do that if you run right back to the person who's hurting you. I huff and shake his hand off. This time he does release me, but he also takes another step closer. With the bedroom door at my back, I'm not trapped, but he's right. With nowhere to go except right back to my father, I kind of am. Listen, Tony Soprano, I know this is probably going to be hard for you to hear, but waving your dick, your gun, and your last name around won't solve every problem. Fine, then let's sit down. I'll make you some breakfast, and you can tell me what I need to know so I can solve this problem. The steely confidence in his voice almost makes me believe it could be that simple, that all I have to do is tell him everything, and he'll make it go away. My stomach rumbles, and Luca's lips twitch with a smirk, like he's won this round. Fuck it. Fine. I'll let him cook me some fucking pancakes and tell him all the humiliating details. He'll see that I'm not the capable badass he's convinced himself I am, and maybe this silly, obsessive crush of his will die a natural death. My stomach twists, but I don't let it show on my face. Can I at least have something comfortable to wear? Or are you going to keep me naked as long as I'm your prisoner? I ask dryly. Luca smirks. Has anyone ever told you you're extremely dramatic? Never, I deadpan, and he chuckles. He brushes his lips over mine, and it feels like another electric jolt, but this time it makes me want to lean into him rather than run away. The touch doesn't linger long enough, though. He turns and strides over to his dresser, pulling open the top drawer and grabbing 2 pairs of lounge pants and 2 t-shirts. He keeps one set for himself and tosses me the other. The pants are made of some kind of ultra-soft cotton that feels almost fluid against my legs as I tug them on. When I finish getting dressed, I look over at Luca and find him watching me with a heated, possessive look in his eyes. It should make me panic. I'm so fucking done with being owned and used and controlled by other people, but for some reason it feels different with Luca. He says he doesn't want to crush me into a specific shape or grind all my rough edges smooth, and I think I believe him. I stop in the living room to find my phone while he heads into the kitchen to start breakfast. My clothes are scattered on the floor, and there's dried cum crusted onto the hardwood. My insides sizzle with the memory of last night, but I push it aside as I pull up Finn's contact information on my phone and press the button to call. I pace back and forth, dragging my fingers absently along the back of the black leather couch while I wait for my brother to answer. It takes too damn many rings, but eventually he answers. Yeah? He rasps, clearly still half asleep. The breath punches out of my lungs, and I stop pacing to lean against the back of the couch instead. Finny, Jesus, how are you feeling? He rumbles, and then I hear sheets rustling and a quiet groan. Like someone parked a truck on top of my skull? I let out a relieved laugh. Yeah, the hangover from a roofie is no fucking joke. Fuck, he mumbles. Is that what happened? I barely remember. There's rustling and creaking again, and then Finn sounds a lot more alert. Shit, Ans, you didn't kill somebody, did you? Of course not, I say quickly. At least, I don't think I did. That fucker would have deserved it if I had, though. You can't... I can practically see the exasperated way my brother must be rubbing his hand over his face right now. I told you when we were kids, you can't do that thing where you go all feral to protect me. I grunt noncommittally. He has no idea how far I've gone to protect him, and he never will if I can help it. There are very few truly good people in this world, but Finn is one of them. Sometimes he's too sweet, too trusting, too naive. That's when shit like last night happens. But I'd rather spend the rest of my life jumping in to save him than to have him take off his rose-colored glasses and see the world for the shit heap it really is. Ans, he says with a sigh. I love you, and I'm always going to protect you, I say simply. Now, go back to sleep and text me later when you feel human again. Plenty of water, aspirin, and greasy food, and you should be feeling better in no time. Do you want me to order you some breakfast? No, I'm fine. Thanks, though. Of course. I'll talk to you later, okay? Yeah, he agrees. And Anders? Finn clears his throat. Thanks. Always.
Luca. While Anders calls to check in on his brother, I start coffee and rummage through my refrigerator to see what I have. I'm in need of a trip to the grocery store, but I can do eggs and toast at least. My skin tingles with the awareness that Anders is here, in my apartment, letting me cook him breakfast. He might still be baring his teeth like a stray dog who's not ready to trust me yet, but I can work with that. It's endearing as hell, actually. But obviously, I'd prefer it if his snarls were sassy and fun instead of due to fear. After we got cleaned up and climbed into bed last night, I sent Sal a text telling him I need a meeting with the big boss himself, Lorenzo. Anders was right about one thing. I can't just go waving my gun around to solve every problem, at least not without the green light from on high. I'm going to protect him one way or another, though, and it'll be a hell of a lot easier if I can get Lorenzo's blessing to take care of the problem. I look over my shoulder at the sound of Anders' shuffling footsteps. He pulls out one of the chairs that's tucked under the small table in the corner of the kitchen and takes a seat. How do you take your coffee? I ask. Oh, I can get it. He starts to stand up again. Sit, I command. Anders raises both eyebrows at me but sinks back down into the seat. Sorry, but you've got to give me a chance to spoil you a little. How am I supposed to woo you if you get all feisty and independent about something as simple as coffee? I thought you liked me feisty, he mutters, and I grin. Believe me, little viper, I do. I push the eggs around in the pan and then turn to pour coffee into one of the mugs I set out. Black is fine, he says. It's fine, or it's how you like it. Something tells me he's gotten way too used to taking whatever he can get. But that's going to change. Give me a few weeks and he'll be just as comfortable demanding everything he wants outside the bedroom as he is inside of it. He's quiet for a few seconds, and I glance over to see his jaw set stiffly and a frustrated look in his eyes. If you have flavored creamer, just a splash of it, he finally says. I grin and open the fridge again to grab the French vanilla cream I keep on hand. If you have a favorite flavor, write it down and I'll make sure to pick it up next time I'm at the store. I add just a splash like he asked for, then carry it over to the table for him. Anders grunts his thanks in a tone that would sound dismissive if it weren't for the fact that he also reaches out and squeezes my hand before letting me get back to the eggs. He wasn't always such a shithead, he says once I'm back in front of the stove with my back to him. Who? My dad. My jaw ticks and my fingers tighten around the spatula in my hand. I had a feeling, but hearing him confirm that it's his own father doing this to him makes me want to tear the man apart with my bare hands. I hear Anders take a sip of his coffee and the scrape of the chair against the floor as he shifts in his seat, and then he goes on. Or maybe he was, and my mom just had a way of keeping that side of him from us. Like the way he's hiding it from his brother. Anyway, he says, clearing his throat while I pull the toast out of the toaster and start to butter it. I want to turn around and go sit with him, but I think there's a reason he started talking while I was cooking. I think it's hard enough for him to tell me his secrets without having to look me in the face while he does it. After she died, things started going bad pretty quickly. He was drinking a lot and doing drugs. I think he got into debt with some bad... He huffs out a laugh. Honestly, probably with the Morettis. I frown. He forced you to prostitute yourself because he owed us money? I growl through clenched teeth. No. He did it because he's a greedy fucker who saw a meal ticket and took it. Bitterness drips from Anders' voice. I move the pan off the burner and give in to the urge to go sit with him. I pull out the chair next to his and scoot close so my knee bumps against his. He stares into the depths of his coffee, but he lets me take his hand, curling his fingers around mine with a faraway look in his eyes. The first time he did it, he just brought some guy over to the house and told me I had to... He lets out a dark laugh and I squeeze his fingers tighter, another wave of murderous rage washing through me. I told him if the guy wanted a blowjob that my dad's sloppy drunk mouth would probably do the trick. He didn't like that. He jerks his gaze away from his coffee to meet mine, a sarcastic little smile twisting on his lips before falling away again. Long story short, he told me that if I was going to be a smart-mouthed little shit about it, he was sure Finn would be a lot more cooperative. Fire burns in his eyes and suddenly everything makes sense. So you've been doing it to protect your brother. Anders nods and lets out a breath, the tension leaking out of his body slowly as he takes another sip of his coffee. Don't make me a victim, Luca. I took a bullet for my brother and I would do it again. Okay? You're not a victim. I agree, unable to keep the awe out of my voice. You're a fucking superhero. I wrap my arms around Anders, dragging him out of his seat and into my lap. He comes easily, sinking into me and burying his face in the crook of my neck. I moan softly as his teeth scrape along the sensitive skin of my throat, right over my thundering pulse. See, that's why you can't keep me here, though. If I don't go home and keep giving him his money, at least for another 2 weeks, he could go after Finn. What happens in 2 weeks? My brother graduates. He already has a job lined up on the other side of the country. My dad won't be able to get to him, which means he won't have anything over me anymore. He nuzzles my throat again and this time presses a hot, soft kiss to the same spot. 17 more days is nothing after what I've already done to protect him. I tighten my arms around him and growl. No, I say again. There's a knock at the door and Anders stiffens in my arms. I kiss the top of his head and then move him back into his own chair. Help yourself to the food. I'll get that. I can tell Anders wants to argue, but I don't give him the chance. If it's who I think it is at the door, then his timing is impeccable. The only thing that's going to keep me from going off the fucking rails to track down Anders' father and put a bullet between his eyes immediately is Uncle Sal. I greet him as soon as I pull the door open. He grins at me and pats me on the shoulder. His eyes move down the length of my throat and heat creeps up my spine at the flat look he gives me. I tug uselessly at the low collar of my t-shirt, knowing there's nothing I can do to cover up the love bites and bruises Anders left all over me last night. I take it you found your man. He smirks and steps inside. I can hear the intentional clatter of silverware against the plate in the kitchen, and I fight back a smile at Anders' bratty form of protest. I lead Sal into the kitchen where Anders is still at the table, violently stabbing his eggs with a fork. Uncle Sal, this is Anders, my prisoner, Anders finishes for me. I thought we settled on boyfriend, I countered, returning his glare. Boyfriend, he agrees sagely. As long as boyfriend means someone you paid for sex, stalked, and then kidnapped and won't let leave. Sal makes a choking sound. Luca, my uncle rumbles my name in an admonishing tone. Most of that is only technically true. So I can leave? Anders says. No, I say again. He makes a feral sound and then bites into his toast so hard I'm surprised he doesn't break a tooth. I wish I could say this is the messiest start to a relationship I've seen, but it's not even top 3, Sal mutters, pinching the bridge of his nose. I chuckle and go back over to Anders, making sure to stay just out of ball-kicking range. Listen, here's what we're going to do, I say gently, and Anders' expression softens just a fraction. Can you send your dad the money you should have made last night? He hesitates for a second, then nods. Okay, good. Text him and make up an excuse about why you aren't coming home, but tell him he doesn't need to worry. His money will still keep coming. When his posture relaxes a little more, I move close enough to cup his jaw and lean in close. I have to go have a terrifying meeting with Lorenzo this morning. So if you could lend me just a little bit of your venom, it would be extremely helpful. Anders huffs but closes the last inch of space between us, nipping roughly at my bottom lip before shoving his tongue into my mouth. I moan softly and kiss him back, soaking up his strength for just a second before we break apart again. So, I give my dad what he wants to keep him away from Finn for now. Then what? Is that the plan for the next 2 weeks? He asks. No. I'm going to go figure out a plan, and then we're going to take care of this. His nose bumps against mine and our eyes lock. Then I can leave? The question makes my throat tighten and my skin crawl. It's on the tip of my tongue to remind him of what I said last night. He's mine. I don't care how batshit it sounds or how short a time I've known him. I'm not going to let him go. I swallow that response down, though. I'm going to carve out his father's heart and hand it to him on a silver platter. If he still wants to leave me after that. If you want to.
Chapter 11. Anders. After breakfast, Luca goes with his uncle, leaving me all alone in his apartment. There's a security system, but he gives me the code for it, and after a thorough search of the place, I can't find any hidden cameras. Even though he got all growly and possessive about wanting to keep me here, there's nothing actually keeping me here. I could type in the security code to disarm the alarm and walk right out the front door back to my place, where my father is, or straight on to the first bus out of the city. Just knowing that I could leave soothes the defiant streak inside of me. I send my dad the money through the app like we talked about, but I don't bother with any kind of message. He might not even notice that I'm not around as long as the money keeps coming. I'll have to go back at some point to get the money and the few sentimental items I packed into my go bag to take with me. Pictures of my mom and a few little trinkets. The only things I have left of her other than her attitude and her nose. A shower seems like a good way to pass some time, so I wander into the bathroom and start the water. Since I'm not sure if Luca will want me rummaging through his dresser for fresh clothes, I strip the t-shirt over my head and start to fold it neatly so I can put it back on after my shower. I stop mid-fold, though, and glare at the t-shirt, but not really at the t-shirt. There was a time in my life when I was difficult and demanding, always with a snarky retort right on the tip of my tongue, Full of piss and vinegar. That's how my mom described me, always with a fond smile and a kiss on the forehead. I really have spent years making myself small and quiet and easy to deal with, to protect myself, but mostly to protect Finn. Would Luca really like that side of me without sex involved? I glower again, balling up the shirt and tossing it onto the bathroom floor. So what if he doesn't? I'm sick and goddamn tired of being what everyone else wants and needs me to be. Steam slowly starts to fill the bathroom and fog the mirror. I shove the loose pair of cotton pants down and kick them off just as carelessly as I did with the shirt. Maybe I'll leave them there too. I sniff at the crumpled clothes, then slide back the glass door and step under the hot stream of water. I groan at how good it feels on my skin. The scrapes on my knees from when that fucker went down last night sting mildly. Bracing one hand on the shower wall, I bend my head forward and let the water rush over me, running down my back and dribbling onto my face. Washing away years of bullshit and nightmares is a lot to ask of a simple shower, but it almost feels like it might be working. Like the Anders I've been to protect my brother was nothing more than body paint that I'm finally able to watch swirl down the drain. That stupid little ember of hope Luca ignited in my chest last night is still flickering, and I don't have the heart to snuff it out just yet. It doesn't make any sense, but for some reason, I trust him. I laugh, and the sound echoes eerily off the tiled walls. The only person in my life I can trust is the mafioso I robbed. Seriously, you can't make this shit up. I straighten up and grab the bottle of body wash off the shower shelf, filling my palm with it. The same citrus scent I smelled on Luca's skin last night tickles my nose, making my dick slowly start to swell between my thighs. My mind fills with memories of the taste and feel of his skin, the moans I dragged out of him, and the way he shuddered and writhed as I fucked him into a helpless puddle beneath me. I groan and wrap my soapy hand around my stiffening cock. I guess I won't be needing those little blue pills again anytime soon. Maybe I won't need them ever again. The realization that I might be done with sex work hits me so hard that my knees go weak. I reach out to brace myself against the wall again, and another laugh bursts from my throat. I can hear the relief even in the hollow echo that comes back to me. I don't have the first fucking clue what I'm going to do with the rest of my life, but what I do know is that I won't ever have to let anyone touch me again unless I want them to. I don't have to flirt and feign interest in boring, self-obsessed men at the bar anymore. It all feels too good to be true. Like, maybe Luca can't protect me the way he says he can. Maybe my dad will find another way to get to me and make me miserable. Maybe I should pick up the clothes off of the bathroom floor and try to behave myself a little while longer just in case Luca decides I'm too much trouble to protect after all. I let go of my softening cock and focus on washing up everywhere else while my thoughts spiral and bounce between rebellion and self-preservation. By the time I turn off the water and step out of the shower, I'm not sure where I've landed. I dry myself off and then scoop the clothes up, carrying them back into Luca's bedroom and tossing them into the hamper. Then I go into the living room and dress in the clothes I wore yesterday. I pick up my phone and flop down on the couch. There's a text from Finn waiting for me. Finn, I almost forgot to tell you, I have great news. At least, I think it's great news. It feels pretty great anyway. I chuckle. I'm sure he still feels like shit, but at least he's back to his usual rambling self. Anders, why don't you tell me the news, and I'll let you know if it's good news or not? Finn, I'm pretty sure it is. It's just, there's gonna be some logistics to work out since I already signed a lease on an apartment in Riverside and everything. Anders, bro, just tell me what you're talking about. Finn, I got offered a job in Wildcliff. I know you were jazzed for me to move and stretch my wings or whatever, but this job pays just as well as the one in Riverside, and it would mean I can stay here with you. My heart squeezes violently, and the air vanishes from my lungs. If Finn stays in Wildcliff, he'll never be safe from our dad. I'll never be free of our dad. Fuck, I whimper.
Luca. He's feisty. I can see the appeal. Sal says conversationally as we pull into the underground parking lot at one of the buildings Lorenzo owns downtown. It houses a few legitimate businesses and serves as another great money laundering front, but it also offers the added benefit of top-floor conference rooms for when the boss doesn't feel like holding his meetings at the strip club. I chuckle and climb out of the passenger side. Anders is special, I agree, a lump forming in my throat in the shape of the promise I made to my little viper. I'm going to protect him one way or another. That's a guarantee. My uncle claps me on the shoulder and squeezes it, leading me through the parking garage to the elevators. Lorenzo Moretti might be my own flesh and blood, but that doesn't stop my stomach from roiling with nerves. Sure, I've sat across the table from him at Nona's Christmas dinners, but I'm not stupid enough to think he's the same man when he's wearing the fuzzy pajama pants and a quiet smile as he is when he's sitting up on the top floor of a high-rise, ruling the city and ordering people to be killed if they dare to piss him off. The elevator doors swing open, and Uncle Sal and I step on. He straightens his black and gold tie and shoots me a reassuring smile. I want to ask him what the odds are that Lorenzo will agree to let me deal with Anders' father, but if he tells me my chances are shit, it might just psych me up before we even get there. I'm going to handle things for Anders regardless of what Lorenzo says, but since I prefer my body without bullet holes, it's going to be a hell of a lot easier if I can get his blessing. Don't stress. Enzo's a reasonable guy, Sal assures me. I give a tight nod as the doors slide open again, depositing us on the top floor. I've never actually been here before, but I've certainly heard stories from some of the other Moretti soldiers about their own pants-pissing terror about being called up here to have a sit-down with Lorenzo. Salvatore gives me a little nudge towards the large set of double doors. I drag in a deep breath and then raise my fist to knock. Footsteps squeak against the marble floors, and seconds later the door flies open. The person directly on the other side isn't who I was expecting. For one thing, he clearly missed the memo about the official Moretti dress code. Instead of an expensive suit, he's wearing an old worn leather jacket with a tightly fitting graphic tee underneath, and a pair of jeans that look like they're just as broken in as the jacket is. His messy blonde hair and petite stature remind me of Anders, and so does the gleam in his eyes as he sizes me up. That wasn't the super-secret official knock. 5 seconds to give me today's password, or I'll have to kill you. He pulls his jacket back just enough for me to see the handle of a large blade holstered underneath. I chuckle. Hey, Sparrow. Zav still hasn't managed to get you on a leash yet, Sal deadpans. The threatening scowl on Sparrow's face melts into a smirk. Oh, was that leash he brought home supposed to be for me? Instructions unclear. My uncle laughs again and then unceremoniously shoves Sparrow out of the way to step into the conference room. I hesitate just outside for another second. Last year, when Uncle Sal had me guarding Dante, I spent some time with Sparrow too, and if I'm being honest, the unhinged twink kind of scares me. Don't show him any fear, it only makes him worse, Alessia, one of the other capos, says from inside the room with a laugh. I'm not scared of him, I lie, taking Alessio's advice by stepping past him the same way Sal did. If you didn't know any better, it would be easy to mistake the scene inside the conference room for any boring corporate meeting. Lorenzo is sitting at the head of the long table wearing a black Armani suit with a bland, unreadable expression on his face. On his right is his younger brother and underboss, Elio, also wearing a suit and looking somewhat disinterested. But he does offer me a friendly smile when our eyes meet. On Lorenzo's left is a large, intimidating-looking man I know more by reputation than anything. Xaviero. Also known as the Iceman, Lorenzo's trigger, or simply the Grim Reaper. Sparrow slips into the chair on Xaviero's other side and puts his feet up on the table like a rebellious teenager trying to get a rise out of their uptight parents. Lorenzo's cheek twitches, but he doesn't say anything. With Alessio right across the table from Sparrow, that leaves a few open seats left. Salvatore claims the one next to Alessio, and I linger next to the table, unsure where I should sit or if I'm even allowed to. Luca, Lorenzo says with a nod of greeting. How's your mother? I haven't seen Gina since Christmas. She's fine, I answer, relaxing a little at the reminder that Lorenzo is family. Just kicked husband number 3 to the curb, so she's in one of her I don't need a man phases again. He chuckles. Good. I didn't like that one. He was a cocky shit. Agreed. We share a smile for a few seconds before he waves at the open chairs. I pull out the one farthest down the table and take a seat. Salvatore tells me you need to discuss some personal business, he prompts. It's Moretti business, I correct him, my voice dipping into a low growl, remembering the haunted look in Anders' eyes this morning when he told me about his dad. I met someone and it's a bit complicated. I know you're a busy man, so I'm going to get right to the point. His father has been pimping him out for years. He went along with it to protect his brother, but it ends now. I sit forward in my seat and stare straight at Lorenzo with fire in my gut. I know you won't stand for that shit in Wildcliff, so I'm here asking for your blessing. But I want to be clear. I'm going to end this motherfucker with or without it. Lorenzo's expression darkens while Elio gasps and Zaviaro makes a low, unsettling sound in his throat. A ripple of anger goes through everyone at the table, settling some of the rage inside of me. Knowing they're as pissed off about this situation as I am helps. You're right. I won't stand for shit like that in my city, he says after several seconds. Does that mean I have your blessing? I'm on the edge of my seat now, seconds away from jumping up and flying out of the room to do what needs to be done. He holds my gaze for several beats, then looks over at Sparrow without a word. The playfully mischievous glint that was in Sparrow's eyes before is gone, replaced with something even deadlier than the shadows dancing in Lorenzo's and Zaviaro's. His feet aren't on the table anymore. Now he's all business. I'm sure he's the kind of stupid motherfucker with a list of transgressions longer than my dick. If you give me a couple of days to poke around, I might be able to find something to put him behind bars the legal way, Sparrow says. But you know I'm all for bloodshed, and it doesn't sound like this dickhead deserves an ounce of mercy. Lorenzo grunts again, then returns his attention to me. Can you give it a couple of days? I'm assuming he's safe with you for now. What about his brother? He's safe at my place, I confirm. And as long as he keeps sending his dad the money he expects, I don't think his brother has anything to worry about. Good. Let's see what Sparrow can dig up first, then. And if he can't find anything, I ask through clenched teeth. Then we'll talk, Lorenzo says firmly. I want to push it, but from the hard set of his expression, I can tell that's the only answer I'm going to get for now. I huff, then push back from the table, getting to my feet again. Thanks, I say gruffly, before pivoting on my heel. Luca, Lorenzo calls out just before I reach the door. We're going to take care of it. I let out a slow breath, rolling my shoulders to loosen them. Thank you. Chapter 12. Luca. After my meeting with Lorenzo, I spend a few hours making my usual rounds and taking care of the things Uncle Sal has trusted me with. But my head is everywhere else. It's back at the apartment with Anders. It's dreaming up 24 different ways to make his father pay for everything he's done. It's stuck on fantasies of spoiling my sweet, venomous little viper until he can't even remember what it feels like to be mistreated. It's late afternoon by the time I finish up, and I decide to stop at my favorite deli on my way home. Standing in line, it occurs to me that I have no clue what his favorite sandwich is, so I order my usual, a Reuben, and a few different options for Anders to choose from. I whistle to myself on my way up the stairs to the apartment, juggling the 2 full paper bags into one arm so I can slide the key into the lock. It's eerily quiet when I step inside, and the hairs on the back of my neck prickle. Did Anders leave after all? Did he go running back to his dad? Did something happen to his brother? Anders, I call out, nudging the door closed behind me. I register the sound of padding footsteps only a second before the crash. I stumble back with an oomph, dropping the sandwich bags as my back hits the door and Anders leaps into my arms. Just like the first time we kissed, there's something in the bruising way he attacks my mouth that feels like he's unleashing a storm. I moan and he takes the opportunity to shove his tongue into my mouth, licking, sucking, tangling it with mine. His legs wrap around my waist, bringing the hard shape of his cock up against my stomach, while his hands match the wild, untamed energy of his lips. It's a blur of rough groping with his fingers knotted in my hair one second and impatiently tugging at my tie the next. He wrestles with the buttons of my shirt and writhes against me, grinding his cock into my abs and nipping sharply at my lips. I melt into all of it, sagging against the door but holding on to him tightly, meeting the lashes of his tongue with eager, soothing licks and muffled groans. It feels like he's desperate to unleash his demons through the violence of the kiss, and by some lucky twist of fate, that's exactly my kink. I want him to bleed all of his rage and hurt into marks all over my body until we're both spent and satisfied. My cock swells so fast it makes my head spin. Or maybe that's thanks to lack of oxygen, because I don't even think to breathe while Anders unleashes his delicious assault. When he finally breaks the kiss, he stays close, our foreheads pressed together and our mouths only an inch apart. I gulp down a few breaths, sharing air with him while he does the same. Does that mean you missed me while I was working today, sweetness? I tease, squeezing the 2 handfuls of his ass I have in my grasp and licking my lips to chase the lingering taste of him and revel in the dull ache left behind by the kiss. He grunts in response, his jaw taut and his eyes glassy and red-rimmed like he's been crying. Or trying not to. My gut lurches. What's wrong? Anders lets out a humorless laugh. Everything is fucked up, and I'm not sure I have the strength to deal with it the way I need to. I'm tired of feeling powerless and small. I'm so fucking angry at my shitty dad and all the bullshit that's completely out of my control that I just want to scream and rage. I want to sink my hands and my teeth into something and tear it apart because I can't think of any other way to get all of these feelings out of me. My heart races and I brush my lips against his again. Will it make you feel better to tear me apart, little viper? I murmur, squeezing his ass in my hands again and bumping my nose against his. I can't erase everything that's happened, but I can promise you'll never feel powerless or small again, not as long as there's air in my lungs and somewhere I can kneel for you. His breath catches and the glassy look in his eyes sharpens into the beautiful predatory gleam that grabbed me by the balls the moment I laid eyes on him and hasn't let go. You want to hurt for me? He flicks the tip of his tongue along the seam of my lips. I whimper and nod, my cock giving a throbbing twitch of agreement. Please. I kiss his chin, then work my way down his throat with hot open-mouthed kisses while I toe my shoes off. Turning your trauma into bites and bruises all over my skin might not be as good as therapy, but I guarantee it'll be more fun. He tilts his head back to give me more of his throat, and a hoarse laugh vibrates under my lips. Anders tangles his fingers in my hair again, but instead of tugging until my scalp stings, he uses his grip to pull me closer. I think you might be some kind of fucked-up guardian angel sent here to save me from this bullshit life I never deserved to begin with. I can be that. I work my mouth back up towards his, sucking and licking every inch of his skin along the way as I carry him down the hallway towards the bedroom. I can slay your demons, and I can be a canvas for all of your pain if you need one. I'll be whatever you want. He makes another sound that's caught somewhere between a laugh and a moan, and then his lips are back on mine. This kiss is just as hard and demanding, his tongue forcing my lips to part as he uses his grip on my hair to angle my head exactly how he wants it. His cock twitches against my belly again, and I lower him to the bed without breaking the kiss. I can feel the smile that stretches over his face as he unwraps his legs from around my waist. He leans back out of the kiss, his lips glistening and swollen, no doubt tingling like mine are. Anders settles back onto his elbows, looking me up and down with an assessing gaze. I'm sure I look like a mugging victim right about now, with my shirt hanging half open, my tie wrinkled and tugged loose, and my hair disheveled from his grip. He hums appreciatively, then pulls one leg back and plants his foot right in the middle of my chest. You said you'd kneel. He drags his tongue over his bottom lip and pushes me back with his foot. So be a good little deadly criminal and kneel for me. I chuckle and sink to my knees right next to the bed. A strand of hair falls over my forehead, and I level him with a heated look while I wait for his next command. He spreads his legs a little wider and drags his hand leisurely over the straining bulge in his tight shorts. He's back in his clothes from last night, and I notice again how see-through his white t-shirt is. The darker shade of his nipples is like a neon beacon through the fabric, the pebbled shape of them making my mouth water with the need to lick them until he's delirious. We've fucked twice now, and I still haven't really had the chance to put my hands on him. It makes my dick even harder knowing it's not up to me if or when I get to explore his body with my tongue. Anders uses his thumb to flick open the button on his shorts and then slowly tugs the zipper down one notch at a time, holding my gaze and smirking as I watch it move one painstaking millimeter after another. Little by little, his bare cock makes an appearance. It's petite and pretty just like he is, with just the right amount of girth and a slight curve at the tip that hits my prostate exactly right. Heat flares through me and I clench my cheeks together, suddenly very aware of how needy and empty I feel. I swallow, my throat dry, and inadvertently make a horny sound. His eyes flash with that beautiful, powerful look again and my cock jerks. He cocks his head, studying me for a few seconds while he drags his fingertips lightly up and down the length of his shaft, teasing himself or teasing me. Maybe both. Did you ever play the red light, green light game when you were a kid? Of all the things I thought he might say next, that question was nowhere on the list. I bark out a laugh. The one where green light means go crazy and red light means freeze and don't move a muscle. Anders nods, swirling his index finger lazily around the head of his cock until it starts to get visibly damp with the slowly beating pre-cum dribbling from his slit. Let's play, he says. Green light means you can touch me anywhere you want. Lick me, suck me, bite me. He sits up and strips his shirt over his head, tossing it aside. And red light means you don't move a muscle until I say so. I'm mesmerized by the bouncing sway of his cock as he lifts his hips and shimmies his shorts the rest of the way off. Got it? Yes, I answer hoarsely, already making a mental list of all the places I want to taste him while I shrug out of my jacket, unstrap my gun holster, and shed my tie. He shifts up the bed and makes himself comfortable with his arms tucked under his head and his naked body fully spread out, on display against the backdrop of my dark, expensive sheets. Green light. The words are barely out of his mouth before I'm launching myself off the floor and scrambling up the bed. If he expects me to go right for his cock lying flushed and hard against his slender belly, then he's going to learn something about me tonight. I blanket him with my body and bury my nose in the crook of his neck, inhaling deeply. A primal, possessive growl rises in my throat at the citrus scent of my favorite soap on Anders' skin. It's even better than seeing him in my clothes this morning, but not quite as satisfying as having him right here in my bed. Every thunderous heartbeat in my ears sounds like mine, 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 as I suck a greedy mark into the tender flesh of his throat. He gasps and his hips jerk, his cock dragging against mine, the heat of his skin dulled by my clothes still between us. I nip at his fluttering pulse point, far more gently than any of the bites he's given me. He holds himself relatively still beneath me as I slowly map him with my lips and tongue, covering every inch of his throat and collarbone. I can feel the eager twitch of his cock every time I find a spot he likes, and I add every one of those places to a mental list to return to later. Anders makes low, gasping sounds as I work my way a little lower, painting his chest with long, leisurely strokes of my tongue, avoiding his straining nipples even though I'm desperate to gently tug them between my teeth just to hear him hiss and moan. I cant my hips, grinding against him as I lick my way over to his exposed armpit and press my nose into the darker thatch of hair. The smell of my soap lingers there too, but much fainter, overpowered by a musky scent that's all Anders. I groan and bury my nose even deeper. He giggles and squirms under me. Ticklish, I guess, dragging my nose up along the inside slope of his arm, then following the same path with my tongue. A little, he says breathlessly, squirming again. The lightness in his voice is such a contrast to the haunted look in his eyes from just a few minutes ago that it makes my chest swell and my heart beat faster. My kisses get deeper and hungrier as I work my way back across his chest, teasing his nipples this time with a light brush of my lips, and give the same attention to his other armpit. Every inch of him I touch feels like I'm staking my claim, and I don't want to miss a single spot. Too soon, Anders puts his hand on my chest and claims just a little bit of space between our bodies. "Red light," he says, and I freeze. He grins up at me for a second, and I'm dying to know what he's thinking. But I also can't resist the chance to spend a minute admiring my work so far. The stubble on my face has left spots of his skin slightly red, and he's glistening with my rapidly drying saliva. Anders untucks one arm from behind his head and reaches between us to undo my belt with a few expert flicks and tugs. My cock throbs in eager anticipation, and my muscles tremble with the enforced stillness, my hands braced on either side of his head, my body hovering over his. He teases his tongue along the seam of my lips while he opens my pants and slips his hand inside. His teeth sink into my bottom lip sharply at the exact same moment that he wraps his slender fingers around my shaft. I moan deeply, my balls clenching and my cock jerking in his grasp. It takes everything in me not to thrust into his fist, not to slam my mouth harder into his, not to drop my weight back on top of him and rut against him with desperate, horny abandon. "I've never had the chance to play with anyone's foreskin before," he says conversationally, one arm still tucked behind his head as he gives my cock a slow, purposeful stroke, then drags his thumb just along the rim of where my foreskin surrounds the exposed head of my cock. "I've heard it's sensitive." Before I can even grunt a confirmation, he tugs my foreskin up and pinches it between his thumb and forefinger. My cock spasms and a gush of pre-cum fills the hot little pocket he created. I moan again and my thighs quake. "You are a pain slut, aren't you?" he muses, sucking my bottom lip roughly between his teeth and pinching my foreskin just a little bit harder. I whine against his lips, my balls tightening and my gut writhing with electricity. He's walking that perfect razor's edge between too much and not enough, that exact right kind of pain that wakes up every nerve ending and intensifies every sense. The throbbing rush when he lets up feels almost as good as the initial jolt of pain did, and I groan again. The sound is muffled by his tongue tangling with mine. He strokes me again, torturously slow, squeezing and corkscrewing his hand when he reaches my crown, then reversing course and doing it all over again. After a few tugs, he lines his cockhead up against mine, and on the next stroke he pulls my foreskin around us both. The stretch of it around his crown makes my eyes roll, and the strangely chaste way the head of his cock kisses mine drags another whimper from me. A mixture of our shared pre-cum drenches both of our tips and spills out of the silky sleeve of my foreskin. Every twisting stroke Anders gives sounds filthy and wet, especially against the backdrop of the muffled grunts and moans that echo around our tongues. He releases his grip, and for just a second his cock stays right where it was, encased in my hot, slick foreskin before it falls back against his stomach. He breaks away from my mouth and kisses across my jaw until he reaches my ear. My muscles twitch again, and I break the rule just a little by fisting my handful of the sheets tighter to hold myself still. Anders sinks his teeth sharply into my earlobe. "Green light," he whispers. A relieved groan rumbles in my chest, and this time I don't take the leisurely route. My blood is rushing in my veins, and a deeply primal need has a hold of me. I shuffle down his body and fall hungrily on his cock. The combined taste of our salty, sweet pre-cum slicking his tip makes me moan as I wrap my lips around him and swallow him down. Anders wails and thrusts into my mouth, grabbing a handful of my hair and tugging on it. The sting in my scalp sends another shower of electricity down my spine, making everything else feel more intense. Everywhere our bodies touch feels like a raging inferno. The taste of his cock, of his pre-cum, is fucking heaven, and the weight of him on my tongue is the only thing I need to die happily. He's the perfect size to suck greedily, barely hitting the back of my throat no matter how deep I take him, just the right girth to seal my lips around. I flutter and pulse my tongue against the underside of his cock while I suck him wildly, bobbing my head up and down and moaning every time he bumps the back of my throat. Anders thrashes and wails, panting my name and bucking his hips. His balls tighten under my chin, and he tugs harder on my hair. "Red light," he gasps, and I go completely still again. Anders lets out a shuddering breath and sags into the bed, his cock twitching and throbbing, trapped between my tongue and the roof of my mouth. Mine answers with a matching ache, swinging heavily between my thighs as I swallow a salty rush of more pre-cum. "Fuck, you're good at that," he murmurs, loosening his grip and dragging his fingers through my hair more gently. He massages my scalp with his fingertips, his breathing slowing until it's almost normal. He starts to rock his hips again, slowly, shallowly, bumping the head of his cock gently against the back of my throat over and over. "It's been so long since anyone gave a fuck about making me feel good," he confesses, his voice strained as he starts to thrust just a little bit faster. "I forgot what it felt like to even like sex." I growl around his cock, fighting the urge to break the rules of the game so I can kiss him senseless and then go on a murder spree, putting a bullet between the eyes of everyone who made him feel worthless and unseen. "Fuck!" He arches off the bed and then thrusts between my lips again. "I'm so close. Green light, green light, green..." I break from my statue state and pull off his cock with an obscenely wet slurp. I scramble back up his body and we collide in another feral kiss. I'm vaguely aware that I'm still half-dressed, my cock swinging free from my open pants, my shirt wrinkled and probably missing a couple of buttons at this point. But all I really give a fuck about is all the places our skin meets, both of us damp with sweat, humping and grinding and pawing at each other like animals in heat. Anders slips his hands under my shirt and drags his blunt nails down the length of my back, setting my skin on fire in the best way. The hot, wet weight of his cock against mine makes my toes curl and my balls tighten with every thrust. The bed creaks under us, and the room fills with the sound of our babbled words and guttural moans. "I need you. You're mine. Mark me up. Make me hurt for you," I murmur between tongue-heavy kisses. "Luca, Luca, Luca." Anders chants my name with increasing urgency, meeting my thrusts with his own, wrapping his legs around my waist and grinding himself against me. He twists my nipple roughly between his fingers and bites down so hard on my bottom lip that my mouth fills with the metallic tang of blood. That rush of pain is all it takes to send me over the edge. I shout into his mouth, my thrusts stuttering as my balls constrict and my cock starts to pulse against his. Anders swallows the sound and then reaches between us, breaking the kiss to throw his head back and moan from deep in his chest as he wraps his hand around both our cocks and strokes us wildly. Hot bursts of his cum join mine, soaking us both with rope after rope of our releases. My thighs tremble and all of my muscles clench with the waves of pleasure that go on and on. Every bite and scratch aches on my skin like a brand. My scalp tingles and so do my lips. Anders works us both furiously until my cock starts to soften and become oversensitive. He finally shivers and releases one last thick spurt of cum before letting his hand fall away. He sags into the bed and a satisfied smile curls the corners of his lips. I let my weight sink into him for just a second, reveling in the sticky, wet feeling of our cum all over our skin as I brush soft kisses over his lips.
Anders. Of all the things that nearly made me cry today, Luca's tenderness following our orgasms is the one that rocks me the hardest. I swallow around the tight feeling in my throat as he rolls off of me. "Thanks." I let out a hoarse laugh, and Luca arches an eyebrow at me. "Believe me, there's no thanks required." He nuzzles my cheek and then pulls me close again. I rest my head on his shoulder and breathe slowly, focusing on the warmth of his skin and the smell of our sweat and cum hanging in the air, instead of the burning tears threatening to spill out, or the realization that I forgot what it even felt like to be held after sex. How did a cinnamon roll pain slut like you become a mafioso anyway? I ask, absently swirling my finger through the dark hair on his chest. He chuckles. "Family business." My head jostles with his shrug. "Duh," I mutter. "Moretti, that makes sense." Luca caresses up and down the curve of my spine and goosebumps pebble my skin. "Do you like it? Or is that a weird question to ask?" He laughs again. "I like it just fine. I'm definitely not gunning for Lorenzo's job or anything, but I'd be happy enough to work my way up a few rungs into a cushy position." There's something amusing about the way he talks about his job, just like anybody with a 9-to-5 corporate career. Like he's not working for a criminal organization with blood on his hands and a pile of dirty money behind it. Then again, I suppose that's not all that different from most corporations when you get right down to it. Besides, who am I to judge? Some people need to have their blood spilled. My jaw ticks, and my calm, sleepy mood evaporates. I sit up, and Luca huffs in protest. I'm hungry, I say, nudging him in the ribs. He sits up too and swings his legs over the side of the bed. He undoes the last few buttons on his shirt and shrugs it off, then stands up and strips out of his pants and underwear. Well, if you hadn't attacked me the second I got in the door, you would know that I brought home sandwiches. My lips twitch. Are you complaining about the greeting? He leans back over the bed and brushes another kiss to my lips. Not at all. We get cleaned up, and I put a fresh set of his clothes on because I'm tired of lounging around his place in my tight shorts and see-through shirt. Luca directs me to the couch and tells me to pick something for us to watch while he goes to the front hall to retrieve the bags he dropped on his way in. I pull up Killer Clowns from Outer Space and put my feet up on the coffee table. Nice, he mutters when he sees what I picked. I wasn't sure what you liked, so I got a variety. He sets down 2 bags brimming with sandwiches, then plops down next to me. I stare at all the sandwiches for a second, each one labeled so I can easily choose what I want. A lump rises in my throat again, and the burn returns, right behind my eyes. Luca bumps his shoulder against mine. They're just sandwiches, he says softly. I swallow and nod. Thank you. I rummage through the options for a minute and settle on the lone Reuben in the pile. A smile I can't quite decipher flickers on his lips, and he grabs one of the leftover sandwiches without even reading the label. I didn't really expect it to help, but I think Luca really did manage to tame my demons, at least for a little while. The weight that's been on my chest since I read Finn's text is lightened, and I couldn't give less of a fuck about whether my dad is freaking out about me coming home or not. With the ridiculous, campy horror movie playing and the 2 of us happily devouring our food, I feel surprisingly peaceful. Do I want to know how your meeting this morning went? I ask, once we're finished eating. It went well. The answer is just vague enough to make my skin prickle. Are you going to kill him? I can barely make myself whisper the question, my heart leaping against my ribcage, and I'm not sure whether it's more out of hope or fear at the idea. Luca's jaw ticks. We're going to try to get him sent to prison. The air rushes out of my lungs, and I nod. I think I'm relieved, but I'm still not exactly sure. As horrible as he is, I don't want him dead. Do I? My thoughts return to Finn, and the possibility that he's going to stay in Wildcliff. Maybe dead isn't the worst option if it's the only way to make sure my brother is safe. I lied to you, I blurt. I didn't pawn your watch or spend the money. Not yet. I've been robbing clients for the past year. Not all of them, obviously, but the ones who looked like they could afford it. I was building up a stash of money so that when Finn graduated, I'd be able to buy a new identity from the Morettis and leave town too. Luca studies me quietly while the insane laughter of alien space clowns echoes from the TV in the background. When does he graduate? In just over 2 weeks. His eyes get steely, and he nods. I don't give a fuck about the money or the watch. He brushes the back of his hand over my cheek, and I lean into his touch. Is the stash at your place still? I shake my head. It's in my bag. Good. We'll pawn the items you have, and then open a bank account for you with the money. We need to go get you some new clothes, too. I frown. It's that easy? You're just going to let me keep the money I stole from you? He shrugs. It's just money. Easy for you to say, I mutter, gritting my teeth. Luca doesn't respond, and for a few seconds I just see that how simple he makes it sound. Like money is meaningless when I've spent years doing what I've had to for it. I look over at him, and he's watching me instead of the movie, and some of the venom seeps out of me. I'm sorry. You're being sweet to me, and I'm getting pissy. He smirks and cups my jaw. Get pissy then, he says with that same simplicity. I told you I don't mind, and you have every right to fucking rage right now. I scoff. You're too good to be true. What's the catch here? Luca snorts and then leans in to whisper in my ear, I'm a no-good, lousy criminal with a body count and a bit of a pain kink. I sputter a laugh. Oh, right. That. I turn my head and kiss his cheek. I might be able to live with all that. My throat tightens again when I realize how it sounds, like I'm planning to stay once everything with my dad is settled, like whatever Luca and I are doing here is real. Is it fucked up that I kind of want it to be? Chapter 13. Anders. A knock on the door mid-morning makes the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. Luca's at work, and I can't think of any reason he would knock if he was coming home early. I've been curled up on the couch, drinking coffee, and using Luca's laptop to browse through the university course catalog, indulging in the fantasy of enrolling in some classes at some point. I set my coffee mug and the laptop on the coffee table and get up off the couch slowly, listening hard for any sign of who might be at the door. Honestly, I don't know what the fuck I'm expecting to hear. It's not like whoever it is will be standing outside the door monologuing to themselves about who they are and why they're here. The twisting sensation in my gut is insistent that somehow my dad figured out I'm here and has come to drag me home. I sent him money again this morning, though, so I doubt he gives a fuck where I am, at least for now. The wood floor creaks under my foot in the entryway. I cringe and freeze. Another sharp knock echoes through the otherwise quiet apartment. I hold my breath and lean in to peek through the peephole, praying that I'm not about to die some horrifying mafia movie death where the villain on the other side of the door riddles me with bullets from a machine gun. I don't see a gun, luckily. The dude standing in the hallway looks like a Twinkie punk rocker with messy blonde hair, a leather jacket, and ripped jeans. His hands are shoved into his pockets now, and aside from his general don't-fuck-with-me energy, he doesn't look particularly menacing. As if he can hear me on the other side of the door, he looks directly at the peephole. Even though I know he can't see me, I shrink back. Should I have asked Luca for some kind of safe word to let you know it's okay to open the door? Or does he actually have you tied up in there? Shout if you're handcuffed to a radiator. His tone is full of a kind of sarcastic amusement that reminds me of myself, or maybe who I used to be, who I want to be. Fuck it. I punch in the code to disarm the alarm, but slide the chain into place just in case. Then I pull the door open an inch. The man flashes me a toothy smile. Hey, it's Anders, right? I know this is weird, but I'm not here to murder you or kidnap you or anything. He pulls his hands out of his pockets and holds them up, showing me he's unarmed. I drag my gaze over the rest of him, from his zipped jacket down to the combat boots on his feet, wondering where he might be hiding weapons, if he had any. He chuckles and runs one hand through his hair. I'm Sparrow, he introduces himself, even though I still haven't said a word. I'm in a relationship with Xaviero. He works for Lorenzo, I finish for him, swallowing hard. Is telling me you're dating the most notorious hitman in the city supposed to make me trust you more? Sparrow's lips twitch. That's fair. I probably shouldn't have led with that. Let's try this. He reaches into the front pocket of his jeans and I tense, even though they're tight enough that I would see a weapon if he had one stashed there. He pulls out a credit card and waves it in front of me. I was in the meeting yesterday between Luca and Lorenzo, and then I was up all night thinking about it. I bristle, and he grimaces but goes on. So I tracked down your man this morning and bullied him into giving me his credit card so I could take you shopping. I figured you had to ditch most of your stuff, am I right? He looks me up and down through the narrow gap in the doorway. I shift to hide myself a little more, but I know he's already seen that I'm wearing more of Luca's clothes, all of them too baggy on me to be confused for my own. Why? I ask, frowning, and closing the door another fraction of an inch. What is with all these Morettis and their unnatural interest in me? His jaw hardens, but the look in his eyes gets softer. Because selling your soul for your brother is something I can relate to. He shoves the card back into his pocket and shrugs. And because I could use a friend other than Xaviaro. Yeah, okay. Why the hell not? I chuckle and ease my grip on the door. Do you mind if we make a stop at the pawn shop and the bank while we're out too? I undo the chain and throw the door all the way open so we can come in while I put on my shoes and grab my bag. Sure, I've got all day. I'll even throw in lunch. Deal. A few minutes later, we're headed down the block away from Luca's apartment. I take a deep breath, feeling the warmth of the air in my nostrils, along with the smell of car exhaust and the fried food scent coming from some nearby restaurants. This isn't the most high-end area of the city. It's probably only a step or two up from where I've been living, but it's weird how even the air smells different in the parts of Wildcliff where people have more money. I laugh, and Sparrow looks over at me with a curious expression, waiting for me to share the joke. I shake my head. Just thinking about how fucking weird this all is. A week ago, I was at Wonderland just fucking praying that I'd be able to stomach whoever flashed me a wad of cash for the night, and now I'm out for a gal pal shopping trip with some rocker twink mafioso. He snorts. I am literally none of those things. Well, okay, I guess you're technically right about the twink part, but rocker mafioso, not so much. You don't work for the Morettis? Sparrow flashes me a cocky smile. They fucking wish. I'm more of an independent contractor. It's a win-win, since that way they get to utilize my skills, but I don't have to play by any of their rules. He winks, then grabs my arm and pulls me through the door of a clothing store. It's a menswear boutique with options ranging from suits to casual t-shirts and jeans. Not a single item of slutty clubwear in sight, and for that, I am fucking grateful. He gives me a little space to browse, but doesn't stray too far. He tosses me an item here or there while carrying on a stream of casual chatter, from complaints about how the new barista at his favorite coffee shop keeps fucking up his morning coffee order to what he's been binge-watching lately. I join in with similar, and it all just feels so normal. I'm not sure what my budget is, so I don't go too crazy, but by the time I'm done, I've got a handful of jeans and t-shirts in various colors, along with enough underwear and socks that I can feel like a normal person with all my own stuff. I shove the receipt into my pocket after I pay and promise myself I'll pay Luca back eventually. So, is it terrifying sleeping next to the Iceman? I ask once we're back outside, headed for the nearest pawn shop a few blocks over. Sparrow barks out a laugh. Zav? Scary? He snickers a little more. No. Don't tell him I told you, but he's the squishiest murder muffin who's ever lived. My eyes widen, and I choke back my own amusement. Yeah, if I ever meet the fucking Grim Reaper, I can assure you that I will not call him a murder muffin. He loops his arm through mine while we walk and lowers his voice just a little. His birthday is coming up next week, and I got him a collar with a tag that says "Good Boy" on it. I gasp and gape at him, nearly running into a lamppost in the process. Sparrow tugs me out of the way just in time and cackles at my shock. Luca would probably love a collar, I confess, and Sparrow smirks like I just confirmed his suspicion. I wonder if any of the other Morettis are good boys. I grin wider right along with him. You think it's possible that everyone is pissing themselves over the subbiest bunch of cinnamon rolls alive? By day, they rule Wildcliff with terror and bullets, and by night, they all go home, put on feety pajamas, and kneel for pretty twinks? He flattens his lips together like he's trying not to say too much, then taps his nose and waggles his eyebrows at me. There's something hot about it, he says. Seeing Zav take someone out without flinching, knowing he's going to be whimpering with my tongue in his mouth and my hand around his throat later. Sparrow sighs happily and then reaches down to adjust himself shamelessly. My skin heats as Luca fills my mind. I've noticed the same thing he's talking about, watching Luca go from commanding and dangerous to gentle and submissive in the blink of an eye. Yeah, it's pretty fucking hot. We reach the pawn shop, and I head up to the counter while Sparrow wanders farther into the shop. My palms sweat as I reach into my messenger bag to pull out the baggie of jewelry and watches. I'm sure I'm not the first person to come in here and pawn stolen items. Hell, I'm probably not even the first person this morning. The man behind the counter is helping someone else, so I let my eyes wander while I wait. It's fairly quiet, with just a few other customers walking around. There's an older woman looking through a stack of records, and a couple of teenagers who must have skipped school messing around with an acoustic guitar. A tall, skinny man leans over the glass case filled with jewelry. I'm not sure what makes my attention linger on him at first. He looks like a biker and a junkie, if I had to guess. His skin is gaunt, and his long hair falls in dirty, stringy strands over the shoulders of his leather jacket. There's a patch on the sleeve that looks familiar, but I can't quite place it off the top of my head. But whatever drew my attention to begin with is quickly replaced by an uneasy feeling when his eyes snap towards Sparrow. I shift on my feet and drop my head a little, but keep my attention on him, watching him watch Sparrow without him noticing. The man's eyes narrow, and he curls his fingers into a fist, slipping his other hand into his jacket pocket. My heart beats faster, and the sweat on my palms is no longer because I'm nervous about selling stolen watches. Either Sparrow has no clue he's being watched, or he's extremely good at playing it cool. He wanders up and down the aisles, picking up random items and generally just keeping himself busy while he waits for me. "Can I help you?" I startle and hurry forward. "I want to pawn these." I set the bag on the counter, keeping one eye on the other man while the employee dumps out my stuff and starts to sort through it. The dude abandons the jewelry case and ambles in Sparrow's direction in a way that might look casual if it weren't for all the staring. I bounce impatiently on my toes, but otherwise do my best to play it cool. Maybe I'm just being paranoid. I thought Sparrow was coming to the apartment to kill me, too, so clearly I have some trust issues. It's possible the junkie is just mistaking Sparrow for someone he knows, or having a weird trip and doesn't even realize he's staring. "I can give you $5K for the lot." The employee sounds bored. I suck in a sharp breath and then cough when saliva goes down the wrong way. "I'm sorry, how much?" He scowls. "I can't do any better than that. We've got to turn a profit to stay in business. That's how it works." I hold my hands up and shake my head. "No, yeah, that's fine." My head spins from the amount of money he just offered me. So much so that I completely forget about the creepy junkie while I fill out the paperwork and watch him count out the cash to hand over to me. I stuff the bills into my bag, along with the small wad I already had there. Sparrow meets me at the door, and we head out again. We're halfway down the block when the hairs on the back of my neck prickle. I glance over my shoulder, and, sure enough, we seem to have picked up a new friend. "Be cool, but I think someone's following us," I say as quietly as possible, even though I doubt the dude would be able to hear me over the sound of traffic anyway from where he is. Sparrow tenses, reaching one hand into his jacket while subtly glancing over his shoulder. "Motherfucker," he mutters. "Friend of yours?" "Not exactly. He's got a sleepless reaper's patch, though. Let's just say I've developed a bit of a reputation with the motorcycle club." My muscles tense, and I almost stumble over my next step. My heartbeat skyrockets, and the adrenaline that spikes through my veins steals my spine and hardens everything inside of me. The Sleepless Reapers are notorious for not only running meth, but for getting people hooked and turning them into club property. What happens once someone is club property? I'd rather not think too hard about it. "What kind of reputation?" I ask, matching Sparrow's quickening pace. "The shoving my favorite dagger into their fucking jugulars and watching them bleed out kind of reputation." His lips curl into a different kind of smile than I've seen so far. It's cold and disturbing. It's exactly the kind of smile I'd expect the Iceman's lover to wear. "Listen, I'm gonna have to handle this. There's a burger place right up ahead. You can dip inside, and I'll circle back and meet you after I take care of this asshole." Something tells me he doesn't just mean he's going to lose this dude. I've gotten my knuckles bloody plenty of times. Going feral, as Finn calls it, but I've never killed a man. I've never seen a man killed. I should take Sparrow's advice and let him do his thing. He must know what he's doing to talk about stabbing bikers in the jugular so casually. It feels wrong to leave him alone, though. "No, I'm with you," I say before I can talk myself out of it. "What's the plan?" "Yeah?" He reaches for my hand, linking our fingers together like we're on a date. All right, follow my lead. In only a few more feet, we reach an alley between two buildings. Sparrow's fingers tighten around mine, and he yanks me off the sidewalk into the alley. I get ready to run, but he slows his pace instead, checking over his shoulder again and then leading me deeper, farther away from the bustle of the street. It doesn't take long before the crunch of gravel under boots echoes behind us, letting me know without looking that the junkie biker is still on our tail. Sparrow leans closer to me, acting like he doesn't notice the man. "Sorry about this," he whispers. My heart jams into my throat, and I open my mouth to ask what he means, but before I can, he pushes me up against the nearest wall and flattens himself against me. I try to push him back, but he just laughs and then brings his face close to mine like he's going to kiss me. "What the fuck? Shh," he murmurs, then lets out another laugh, this one clearly phony as hell. It's the kind of fake giggle I recognize well, the kind I've used 1,000,000 times to pretend I'm having a good time with a man. Sparrow's eyes are wide and alert, in contrast to his flirty body language as he nuzzles his nose against mine. His jacket falls open, and I notice the leather sheath strapped around his chest and the hilt of the knife tucked inside. I fucking knew he had to be armed. Points to me for good instincts, at least. In a blink, the man is behind him, his lips pulled back in vile, yellowed smile as he hooks an arm around Sparrow's throat and he yanks him off of me. "Got you, you little fucker!" "Did you?" Sparrow chokes before slamming his elbow back to nail him right in the nose. The man curses, blood exploding from his nose in a rush, but he doesn't stumble back or let Sparrow go. If anything, he tightens his hold, hauling Sparrow back farther. "That all you got?" He spits a mouthful of blood into the gravel by his boots. "Fucking meth heads," Sparrow growls, starting to thrash harder. His jacket flaps open again, and when it's clear that the dude is too tweaked to even feel the elbows and kicks Sparrow is throwing at him, I act on instinct. I jolt forward, wrap my fingers around the handle of the dagger, and yank it out of its sheath. Tweaker is so focused on Sparrow that he doesn't even seem to notice I'm here. Sparrow gasps and sinks his teeth into the asshole's arm, but even that doesn't dislodge him. He spins around and slams Sparrow into the opposite wall. There isn't a single thought in my head. There's no moral quandary or hesitation, only instinct. I lunge forward and jam the blade into his back as hard as I can. He yelps, and Sparrow finally worms out of his hold, spinning on his heel and swinging his fist before the man even has a chance to work out that the tables have turned. I tug the blade back out, which, for the record, is a hell of a lot harder than I thought it would be. Blood gushes through the tattered fabric of his clothes, and he stumbles again. "Anders," Sparrow says, holding up his hand. I toss him the blade, and he catches it with ease, like the weapon is an extension of himself. The second his fingers wrap around the hilt, that terrifying smile returns to his lips. "Say hi to your biker besties for me. I hope they're enjoying their stay in hell." He swings the blade, cutting straight across the man's throat like he's slicing through butter. For a single heartbeat, nothing happens, like time is standing still. And then a spray of crimson jettisons from his throat, and he keels forward, collapsing onto the gravel. I drag in gulping breaths and sag against the wall behind me. I can't tear my eyes away as he twitches once and then goes still, spilling a river of blood that's going to leave a permanent dark stain. I just helped kill a man. And if Sparrow hadn't been able to, I think I would have taken the final swing myself. If I hadn't, he would have killed both of us. It's not just a matter of survival, though. I stare at the patch on his jacket again and think about all the people he and his crew have hurt, tortured, watched overdose, and fuck knows what else. Some people don't deserve to be mourned. Some people don't deserve to share oxygen with the rest of us. On some level, I've always believed that, but now I can feel it solidifying inside of me. Some things aren't black or white, good or bad, right or wrong. Some things live in a gray area, and I think I'm okay with that. "You okay?" Sparrow asks gently. I tear my eyes away from the man's unmoving body and nod. "I'm good." The crunch of fast footsteps makes us both tense again. Sparrow holds his blade at the ready and bares his teeth. The man who comes into view clearly isn't another Reaper, though, at least not a sleepless one. He's wearing a dark suit and has a steely look in his ice blue eyes that softens as soon as his gaze lands on Sparrow. "Fuck, Zav, you scared me." Sparrow bends over and wipes the bloody blade off on the biker dude's jeans, then stuffs it back into its sheath. Zaviaro, the triggerman and right hand to Lorenzo Moretti, sweeps Sparrow off of his feet and kisses him soundly. "What the hell happened here?" he asks gruffly. Sparrow shrugs. "Nothing I couldn't handle, obviously. Although I'm glad you got here just in time for cleanup. I know that's your favorite part." He smirks, and Zaviaro mutters something that makes him laugh. "Hey, wait, what are you doing here?" Sparrow narrows his eyes, and Zaviaro ducks his head. I would never admit it out loud because I value my life too much, but the Iceman actually looks sheepish. Sparrow shoves his hands purposefully into his jacket pockets, and after a few seconds pulls out a little silver disc between two fingers. "Damn it, Zav," he growls. "I'm gonna shove this stupid tracker up your ass." I slam my hand over my mouth to stifle a laugh, while Zaviaro kisses him again and waggles his eyebrows. "Kinky." "I'll give you kinky, you stalker," Sparrow grumbles, kissing him back. When the kiss deepens, I clear my throat, just in case they've forgotten I'm here. They break apart and both look over at me. "Oh, shit," Zav mutters. "I should get a hold of Luca. He's gonna be pissed that you're mixed up in any of this." He waves his hand at the dead body, but then something else flickers through his eyes, and he smiles. "Hey, wait. Luca is just one of Sal's soldiers, which means he's basically my bitch." He chuckles and pulls out his phone. He presses a few buttons, and then puts the phone to his ear. "Hey, Sal, I just sent you my location. Tell your nephew his boyfriend killed a dude, and he needs to come clean it up." I open my mouth to protest that I only helped kill the guy, but Zaviaro just smirks. I think I spoke too soon earlier when I said my life had gotten weird.
Chapter 14. Luca. Lorenzo said to give it a week, Sal reminds me, sipping from a steaming mug of coffee while I leave mine untouched on his counter. I know, but I thought maybe... Uncle Sal's phone starts to ring and he holds up a finger to tell me to give him a second. That's fine, because I have no fucking clue what I was going to say anyway. I thought maybe you'd give me the go-ahead to take care of this scumbag quick and easy. I thought maybe we could get this prick behind bars before the end of the day today. I thought maybe you'd tell me to forget about waiting and do what I have to. "Zav, what's up?" Sal says into the phone. His eyes snap to mine and dance with a mixture of concern and amusement as he listens to whatever Zaviaro is saying on the other end of the phone. "Yeah, he's right here." "I'll send him over. Thanks." He hangs up and then spends a second tapping on his screen. I raise both eyebrows. The triggerman was calling about me? That can't be good. "What?" I start to ask, but my phone vibrates in my pocket and Sal cuts me off. "Zav says your man killed some dude. I just sent you the location so you can go clean up after him." My uncle stuffs his phone back into his pocket and takes another sip of his coffee like what he just said is no big thing. Anders? Who? I fumble for my phone to see where the location is. I would ask what Zaviaro has to do with any of this, but I'm guessing it's related to Sparrow shaking me down this morning for my credit card. Sal just shrugs. Apparently asking follow-up questions didn't occur to him. I don't bother with pleasantries, I just mutter a thanks, dump my full mug of coffee into the sink and take off. A million thoughts run through my head as I weave through traffic, ignoring honks and dirty looks from other drivers on my way to find out what the fuck is going on. Did Anders' father find him somehow? I can't imagine who else he might have killed, although if he was with Sparrow, fuck only knows. I've only met the man twice, but he seems a bit unhinged. Since I'm anticipating hauling a couple 100 pounds of dead weight, I pull around into the wider end of the alley near the delivery entrances and dumpsters and park. I'm not sure what I expected to find, but Anders and Sparrow leaning against the building, laughing while Zaviaro busies himself sorting recycling out of an overflowing trash bin and an unmoving body lies in a pool of blood a few feet away, isn't it? "What the hell happened?" I ask. "I didn't actually kill him," Anders says. "I only stabbed him once." Sparrow pats his arm consolingly. If it makes you feel better, he would have bled out eventually. I just sped things along. Zaviaro grunts in agreement, and I just gape at the three of them for a few seconds. Anders doesn't appear to be upset, but it's possible he's just in shock. I step over the body and make my way to him. He straightens up and I notice he's wearing my clothes still, his messenger bag slung over his shoulder as usual and a shopping bag at his feet. When I reach him, I cup his jaw and lean down to rest my forehead against his. "What happened, little viper?" I ask again, more softly this time. "That asshole went after Sparrow and we took care of him." The confidence in his voice and the unwavering way he meets my gaze makes my heart fucking sore. "And you're okay?" He straightens up just a little more and gives a sharp nod. "I'm fine." "All right." I run my thumb over his smooth cheek and then brush a quick kiss to his lips. "Looks like I'm on cleanup duty then." Zaviaro finishes pulling large scraps of cardboard out of the trash and wipes his hands off on his suit pants. "You got it from here, or do you want us to hang around?" "I'm fine," I wave him off. "Thanks." Sparrow steals Anders from me to pull him into a quick hug. "You better call me. We're besties now, whether you like it or not." Anders chuckles. "Murder is a bonding experience." "It really is," he agrees vehemently, then lets Anders go and saunters over to link his hand with Zaviaro's. "I think there's a coffee shop right across the street. Why don't you go get something to drink and I'll pull around and pick you up once I've got this taken care of." I nod towards the body. Anders looks at it, then back at me and shakes his head. "No, that's okay. I can handle it." I arch an eyebrow, but I'm not going to argue. If he wants to help, he can help. Anders has had enough people in his life take his autonomy away already. I pop open my trunk and pull out the roll of garbage bags I keep on hand for occasions just like this. It's not the first time I've gotten the call to get rid of a body, usually courtesy of Zaviaro himself. He doesn't flinch at pulling the trigger, but the rumor is he hates cleanup. It's not exactly my favorite activity either, but I'm not high enough in the Moretti chain of command to bitch about it. Maybe one day. Anders helps me wrap the body up so it won't leak all over the inside of my trunk. Then he grabs the legs while I grab the front end, and we heave it inside. "Hold on," Anders says before I shut the trunk. He rummages through his shopping bag, pulling out a t-shirt and a pair of jeans, then strips out of the oversized clothes he's wearing, right there in the alley. "They got some blood on them," he explains, balling them up and stuffing them into another trash bag, then cinching it and tossing it into the trunk with our dead friend. "By all means, take your time," I tease, closing the trunk and leaning against it to enjoy the view with a smirk. He snorts and starts to dress in his fresh clothes. There's something different about the way he's holding himself now. The confidence I saw in his eyes is seeping into every part of him, making him hold his head just a little bit higher and move just a little more fluidly. Even the smile twisting his lips looks less forced than any of them have up until now. He runs his fingers through his hair to tame it once he's dressed, and then meets my gaze. My cock plumps lazily and I lick my lips. "You look fucking hot," I tell him. He chuckles. "Do you mean in my new clothes? Or was it the flecks of blood doing it for you?" I reach out and tug him in close. He braces his hands on my chest and tilts his head to keep his eyes on mine. "It's the I'll fucking cut you energy, little viper," I purr, and he claims my lips in a hard kiss.
Anders. Luca joked last night that leaving bruises on him would be better than therapy, and he wasn't completely wrong. But I think in a fucked up way, what happened today was the kind of catharsis I needed. We leave the city behind, and I can hear the thud of the body in the trunk shifting as Luca takes a sharp left turn onto a hidden side road. "You said you're working on getting my dad sent to prison. Do you think that will work?" He glances over at me as we bump along a gravel road that leads up the side of a towering hill, trees on either side of us obscuring the late afternoon sun. Honestly, I don't know. I'm betting he's done plenty of illegal shit, but I'm not convinced that any of it will be worth more than a short stint behind bars. Unless Sparrow can find kitty pics on his computer, or you know of anyone he's offed and can get proof, I think it's only a short-term solution. I swallow around the acid building in the back of my throat. Finn texted me yesterday that he might not leave Wildcliff at all. Short term isn't enough. Luca's nostrils flare and he grunts. I promise you don't need to worry. I told you I'm going to keep you safe, and I mean it. The crazy thing is, I think I believe him. Actually, I know I do. Luca has kept every promise so far. He's passed every test I've unintentionally given him. He's been exactly who he said he would be. I reach over and put my hand on his thigh, warming inside from the small amount of connection and the way he presses up into my touch like he needs it as much as I do. I think we should just kill him. He chuckles. One afternoon with Sparrow and you're positively bloodthirsty. He reminded me of who I used to be. Not the murder, exactly, but the rest of it. I'm done being docile. You and Sparrow reminded me that I have fangs, and I'm going to use them from now on. Luca groans and reaches between his legs. You've never been sexier. Do you know that? I believe him when he says that, too. He doesn't just want the easy, quiet, agreeable parts of me. He wants all of me. We reach the end of the road where the trees part and slow to a stop in the middle of the clearing. A few feet ahead, there's a steep drop-off, and in the distance is a breathtaking view of the city skyline. From up here, it almost looks like a nice place to live. I glance over at Luca again, and a grin twitches on my lips. Maybe it's all about perspective. We get out of the car and work together to carry the body over to the ledge, which is apparently a ravine. Set it down here, Luca instructs. There is a standing directive not to toss the plastic bags into the water if we can help it. After seeing Zav playing Captain Planet in the alley today, I'm guessing that comes from him. I laugh and help him tear the bags off before we roll the body over the ledge. Wow, my first body dump, I muse, brushing my hands off on my jeans when we're done. Do I get a merit badge or what? No, you're thinking of the Girl Scouts, he deadpans. Ah, right. A difficult badge for 8-year-old girls to earn, I imagine. We both chuckle, and I grab Luca by the tie, yanking him towards me. He stumbles and groans, letting me claim his lips in a rough, deep kiss. Our tongues tangle, and I greedily soak up the heat of his mouth against mine. His cock swells and stiffens against my stomach, and mine thickens as it rubs along his thigh. I wrap his tie around my fist and tug it a little tighter, devouring the little whimper he feeds me in response as I back him up against the hood of his car. Are 2 other guys in expensive Italian suits going to show up here to dump a different body in, 2 minutes, I ask, nipping his bottom lip and reaching between us with my other hand to play with his belt buckle. Luca jerks his hips forward and moans as he chases my lips. Nah, even on a busy day, it's hard to murder more than 1 asshole per hour, he jokes. Good. I flick my wrist, and his belt falls open. I can't even remember the last time I sucked a dick because I wanted to, because my mouth was watering for it, because I craved the man it was attached to like I crave oxygen. I kiss Luca deeply again, sliding my tongue over his and working his pants open with a few more quick tugs. His lips taste sweet against mine, and something tells me his cum is going to taste even sweeter. Every part of the last week feels like the most batshit insane dream I've ever had, but the longer it lasts, the more I don't want it to end. If there really is a way to deal with my dad for good, that would mean I don't have to leave Wildcliff to have a life of my own, and neither does Finn. I can go to college and hang out with Sparrow. I can let this weird, gentle, crazy mafioso call me his boyfriend if he really wants to. I break the kiss and sink to my knees. The smell of fresh grass and even fresher air tickles my nose, but in seconds it's overpowered by the citrus scent of Luca's skin as I tug the front of his briefs down and his cock springs free. It swings in front of my face, hard and flushed, a bead of pre-cum pearled on the tip. I lick my lips and wrap my hand around his shaft, stroking towards me so his foreskin bunches loosely over his swollen cockhead. I look up at him and hold his gaze, getting drunk on the desperation and need shining in his eyes, and the shocking amount of adoration etched onto his face as he looks down at me. His hands are braced on the hood of his car, his legs spread, his thighs trembling, and I realize that, like always, he's waiting for me. He's giving himself over to me. He said the other night that I'm his, but I think it's the other way around, too. Luca Moretti is mine, and I want him to be. I gently tug his foreskin between my teeth, and his eyes go wide, his lips falling open on a moan that comes straight from his gut. I bite down just a little harder, and he shouts, a heavy spurt of pre-cum painting my lips. I let him go and lick my lips clean again, shivering at the salty, sweet flavor of his excitement. I release my hold on his shaft, letting his foreskin roll back again to expose the almost purple head of his erection. With a wicked grin, I wrap my fingers roughly around his sack and swallow his cock down. His balls twitch and tighten in my grasp as he hits the back of my throat, and I swallow around him to take his cock deeper. I forgot how good, warm, bare skin feels in my mouth. I drag my tongue over each one of his throbbing veins and savor the silky softness under my lips. The tang of his sweat and that underpinning flavor of citrus dance over my taste buds and make me moan around him. I can't tear my eyes away from his face as I suck and lick him. His eyebrows bunch together and his muscles twitch, then slacken, then flutter again with a million micro-expressions of pleasure and wonder and need. I squeeze his sack again until his balls swell in my palm while his cock stiffens and another burst of pre-cum slicks my tongue. I lap eagerly at his slit and give his balls a gentle twist. Luca gasps and grunts, and I greedily swallow him down again. There's something almost meditative about getting lost in the rhythm of the blowjob. I bob my head faster, tugging at his sack harder until I can feel him getting close to the edge. His whimpers and moans are louder and needier, his fingers twitching and tightening against his car. I loosen my grip and slow my rhythm, and Luca shouts with frustration. If I could laugh with my mouth full, I would. Instead, I settle for a teasing wink, slowly building up my rhythm again until he's right back to teetering on the edge of pleasure. I bring him to the edge 3 times, and by the third, he's starting to come unraveled in the most beautiful way. He tangles his fingers in my hair and snaps his hips desperately, fucking my mouth and panting my name in a hoarse voice. I let my teeth scrape along his shaft just a little, just enough to give him that mild sting he loves so much. I can feel the throbbing pulse in his balls, twitching and swelling, trying to pull up closer to his body as his pleasure mounts again. "Please," he gasps, his head falling back and his face contorting. "Please, please, Anders." I hum around his shaft and swallow him deep again, filling my throat with his cock, cutting off my oxygen for a moment. I give his balls a sharp twist this time, and Luca's whole body convulses like he's been electrocuted. He shouts my name again and unleashes a flood of cum, coating my tongue and the back of my throat, coming in waves so fast I barely have time to swallow each one before he feeds me another. I wrench my jeans open with my free hand and fish my cock out. It's already throbbing and leaking, aching with every one of Luca's moans and twitches. I suck him until he's spent, and when he starts to soften, I increase the pressure of the suction with my lips. He hisses and whines, but after a few hard flicks of my tongue against his overly sensitive cockhead, the sounds he's making take on a fresh edge of desperation. I stroke myself furiously while I suck him, moaning around his cock and thrusting into my fist. Luca tugs at my hair, pulling me closer and trying to push me away at the same time, like he can't decide whether it's too much or not enough. Probably both. Heat rises up the back of my neck and races down my spine as my cock swells in my grasp. I give the wet head of his cock another hard flick with my tongue, tasting the remnants of his dribbling cum. My balls tighten, and I make a strangled noise around his shaft, my orgasm punching through me violently. Luca wails at the same time, and I feel his cock spasm against my tongue again, pulsing in time with the pleasure that racks my body. There's no cum this time, all of it already spent, but that doesn't make the jolts and twitches of pleasure that rush through his body any less satisfying. My release spills into the grass between us, a few ropes landing on Luca's shoes as I fuck my fist and suck him through his second orgasm. I finally release him from between my lips, a string of spit and cum connecting us for a second, before I sag forward to rest my forehead against his thigh while I catch my breath. Luca drags in heavy, ragged breaths too, stroking his fingers gently through my hair now and murmuring sweet words I can't really make out over the rushing of my pulse in my ears. They make my heart swell all the same. Hey, once I can feel my legs again, you want to go to dinner? I have a stupid amount of money in my bag and a very good boy who deserves a proper first date. Luca's breath hitches, and his fingers still for a second, and then he laughs. I hate to tell you, but we already had our first date, little viper. I scoff and look up at him. That wasn't a first date, it was a kidnapping. You know you're a huge pain in the ass, right? He offers me his hand to help me back to my feet, then drags his thumb over my damp lips as I lean in close to bump my nose against his. Then it's a good thing you're such a pain slut, I tease, reaching around to pinch his ass. The laughter that echoes between us, cut off by the softer kisses we trade while I blindly tug all of his clothes back into place and make us both presentable, feels cleansing somehow. It feels intimate. It feels like I'm falling for Luca Moretti. Chapter 15. Anders. The animal part of my brain is on high alert stepping back onto campus after what happened last time, but it's the middle of the day with smiling students hurrying between buildings, and as far as I know, Finn hasn't been drinking, so fingers crossed this is a very different kind of visit. I shove my hands into my pockets and tilt my head back to take in the full, towering height of the brick building in front of me. I don't know how they do it. It's just bricks and mortar, but somehow it looks intimidating and smart, beckoning me in with the promise of knowledge and sneering at me for being the wrong kind of person at the same time. I huff and glare defiantly. I could be a college student if I wanted to. Ans! Finn's booming voice drags me out of my one-sided staring contest with the humanities building. I spin around to find my brother jogging towards me, his floppy blonde hair bouncing with his stride like he's a golden retriever. I chuckle and pull my hands out of my pockets, opening my arms just seconds before he crashes into me with a laugh. You big doofus, I say, stumbling before he catches me in a crushing hug. Who are you calling a doofus? He scoffs, ruffling my hair. You're looking at a soon-to-be college graduate. I smile and shove him off of me. Just wait until you figure out that both can be true. He throws an arm around my shoulders, and we head in the direction of his favorite coffee shop. While we walk, Finn talks about his friends and his upcoming finals. I listen, nodding or laughing in the appropriate spots, and doing my best to ignore the knots in my stomach. Of all the things I resent my shitty, drunk father for, putting this invisible wall between me and Finn is right at the top of the list. I want to tell him about Luca, about the week I've spent staying at his place and how unexpectedly sweet he is. I want to gush about our late nights watching terrible horror movies and talking until sunrise. I want to tell Finn that I've never felt this way about anyone before and that I think I'm falling for the gorgeous, thoughtful, subby mafioso. But I can't. If I tell him any of that, I'll have to lie about how Luca and I met, and I'm so fucking tired of all the lies. You okay? Finn asks, dropping his arm and pulling the cafe door open. You got really quiet all of a sudden. I shake my head and force a smile. I'm good. Just a little tired. More lies. Sigh. He nods and just keeps grinning, as usual. I nudge my brother towards an empty table and then go up to the counter to order our usual drinks. When I slide into the seat across from him, Finn is sitting on the edge of his chair, bouncing his knee under the table. Everything okay with you? I ask, scooping a little bit of the whipped cream from his drink onto my finger and shoving it into my mouth. Yeah, I'm good. It's just... I called Dad yesterday to remind him about graduation, and he seemed... He bites his lip and shakes his head. Goosebumps erupt all over my skin, and my heart squeezes so tight that I'm almost positive I'm seconds from having a heart attack. He has a cold. He probably took some cold medicine. Lie. Don't worry about it. His eyebrows pull together, and he looks at me for a second, clearly skeptical, before he grunts in acknowledgement and takes a sip of his drink. Yeah, okay, he agrees. Listen, Finn. Can he hear the tremble in my voice? I hope not. I curl my fingers into a fist under the table, flexing them open and closed for something to focus on other than the cold feeling seeping into my bones. If Dad ever makes you nervous or shows up acting weird, I want you to call me right away, okay? He cocks his head and frowns deeper. What do you... just promise? Sure, I promise. I let out a shaky breath and then pick up my drink to take a sip. So, are you excited about the big move? It's possible that I've been residing firmly in the denial stage of dealing with Finn's latest news. As much as I'd love for my brother to stay close, I don't know how I'll keep him safe if he's here, not only from our dad, but from all the things he doesn't need to know about. For all he knows, I've been a bartender for the last few years. How would he react to the truth? How would he feel knowing I'm living with him already? I imagine Sparrow meeting Finn, and I have to hold back a laugh at how adorable the psycho twink would be about my sweet himbo brother. I told you I'm staying in Wildcliff, he says. I already accepted the job, and I was able to break my lease at the other place, although they did keep my deposit. I was actually going to ask you if you'd come with me to look at apartments in the city tomorrow after my finals. Are you sure? I tap my foot against the linoleum floor. A whole other city would be a big, fun adventure, don't you think? Finn's smile falls again. Sure, but you're here. The job pays the same, and I never really wanted to move, so it just makes sense to stay. Right, I choke, gulping down more of my hot, overly sweet drink and ignoring the way it scalds my tongue. Are you sure everything is okay? You're acting weird today, Ans. I'm fine. I look across the table at my brother, and the need to protect him turns to steel inside of me. I don't know how I'm going to keep him from all the crazy underworld shit in my life, but I'll have to find a way. Of course I'll look at apartments with you tomorrow. Just text me the time and address, and I'll be there. His smile returns, like the sun shining through the clouds. Cool. I don't know what I'd do without you. I let out a weak laugh and reach across the table to pat his hand. That's what big brothers are for, Finny.
Luca. I still daydream about the way Anders greeted me at the door last week. All rough kisses and desperation, but the soft sound of his fingers tapping over the laptop keyboard as I step inside and bend down to untie my shoes makes my heart race in a completely different way. Bringing him here was an impulsive decision, but having him here when I come home every night, waking up next to him every morning, getting the chance to soak up all of his snark and justifiable rage, it's become an addiction I have no interest in kicking. I loosen my tie as I come around the corner into the living room. Anders doesn't notice my entrance for a few seconds, his forehead wrinkled with concentration and his lips pursed as he stares intently at the computer screen, his fingers flying over the keyboard expertly. His eyes flicker in my direction and he startles. Jesus, he shouts, flipping the laptop off his lap and then clutching his chest with breathless laughter. You scared the fuck out of me. I chuckle and cross the room in a few strides, stooping down to pick up the computer. Whatever he's writing is still open on the screen. I try to glance at it, but he snatches the laptop from me and slams it closed quickly. Writing your memoirs? I guess teasingly, straightening back up to my full height before bending over and bracing my hands on the back of the couch to bring my face close to Anders. He wraps his hand around my slack tie and yanks on it, bringing his lips to mine. No, but that shit would be a bestseller if I did. Tragic backstory, forced prostitution, the mafia. It's got Lifetime movie written all over it. I smile and sink onto the couch next to him. What do you think about ordering a pizza for dinner? I pull my phone out of my pocket. Only if you get pineapple on my half without giving me any attitude about it. I grin a little wider and lean over to nuzzle his ear. What happens if I do give you attitude? Will you punish me? Yes, but it won't be the fun kind, he says in a low voice that sends heat racing down my spine. None of the rough play you love so much. Instead, I'll be so gentle with you, you'll cry. I scoff, and he cackles, turning his head to nip at my bottom lip. Just order the pizza. I'm sure you can find a more fun way to annoy me tonight. I chuckle and place our order while Anders pulls up a show we've been binge-watching. It's stupid, he says once I put my phone away again. What is? I frown. What I was writing. It's an admissions essay for the university. I'm probably not even going to send it. It was just in my head, so I thought I'd write it down. His tone is tight, and so is the way he shrugs his shoulders like it's no big deal. You never mentioned wanting to go to college. Do you have a major in mind? I drag my fingers absently along the back of his neck. No, he says in a clipped tone, his shoulders stiff for a few seconds before he lets out a breath and relaxes a fraction. I don't know, maybe psychology. But you can't even do anything with it unless you get at least a master's. So get a master's. He snorts. Oh, sure, easy peasy. I squeeze the back of his neck and he leans into my touch. I didn't say it was easy. You've done plenty of hard things, my little viper. I have no doubt you can do this too. He shivers and looks over at me again, his eyes full of unreadable emotions that make my chest feel like it's cracking wide open. I don't know. Everything still feels like it's kind of a mess. I'm not sure it's the right time to think about school. I grunt. If he needs a little more time to adjust to the idea that he's not under his father's thumb anymore, that's fine. I won't push him. Do you have any updates yet? He asks. Not yet. I'm meeting with Sparrow tomorrow to find out what he managed to get, if anything. Anders nods and looks away, focusing on the TV without really looking like he's watching it. I brush a strand of hair off of his forehead and lean over to press a kiss to the corner of his lips. They twitch into a half smile before falling again. Whatever's going to happen with him, we need to deal with it. Soon. He shifts in his seat and bites his bottom lip. We will, I promise. If your father comes anywhere near you again, it'll be the last thing he ever does. Chapter 16. Luca. Give me some good news. I pounce on Sparrow with the command before he even has a chance to take a seat. We agreed to meet at a bar down the street from my place, formerly known as the Starlight, but recently acquired by the Morettis and renamed On Tap. Sparrow flattens his lips and pulls out the chair across from mine. It's midday, so the bar is fairly quiet, but the bartender knows well enough to leave us to our business. What would you consider good? He drags his fingers through his messy hair and crosses his ankle over his knee. I bite back a low growl and level him with a look to let him know that I'm not in the fucking mood today. Anders' anger is fun. The sad, desperate feeling rolling off of him last night, though. Not so much. His father needs to be handled, and soon. Ideally that we've got the bastard dead to rights on the kind of shit that will send him away until he's old enough to collect retirement benefits. Sparrow's lips turn down and his eyes flash with sympathy. I grip the table and consider flipping it the fuck over. He doesn't have that kind of good news, I can already tell. I managed to dig up some stuff, but for the most part it's all petty crimes. Our best bet is to get him on human trafficking. The paper trail of the money going out of Anders' account into his father's should be pretty solid, along with Anders' testimony against him. He'd be looking at 20 to life, assuming they don't plead him out. My jaw ticks and I drum my fingers on the table, considering the option. Anders will have to go to the police station to report everything. He'll have to sit in a courtroom and tell the world what his father made him do. His brother will find out. It'll be public record for the rest of his life. I'll talk to him about it, I say gruffly. I already know Anders won't like that option, though, which leaves us with just one. You're pretty close with Lorenzo. If the change of subject throws him, he doesn't show it. He shrugs. He's not exactly the warm, cuddly, let's have a slumber party and share our feelings type. I snort, imagining the stoic boss wearing fuzzy pajamas with ice cream cones on them and one of those gooey green face masks while he and Sparrow stay up late gossiping and having pillow fights. As close as Lorenzo gets with anyone, I amend, and Sparrow shrugs again in response, his expression not giving much away. You think he'll go off the rails if I take this matter into my own hands and just end it? He's quiet for a few beats, seeming to measure his words before he responds. I think he would get over it. He drags his hand over his smooth jaw, looking up at the ceiling and then returning his gaze to mine. And hey, maybe someone who doesn't have to answer to Lorenzo will take care of it for you. There's a part of me that wants to insist on seeing the life drain out of that asshole's eyes myself, that thinks the revenge for everything he did to Anders belongs to me. But at the end of the day, who pulls the trigger doesn't make much difference, so long as my little viper is safe. I nod and Sparrow raps his knuckles on the table, shoots me a twisted smirk, then leaves without another word.
Anders. Let me guess. You sent me the wrong address for the apartment showing, I say in greeting, my phone wedged between my ear and my shoulder as I step into my jeans. Finn's shaky exhale on the other end sends my heart racing before he's even said a word. Finn? You said to call if you ever showed up acting weird? He whispers so quietly that I have to press the phone harder to my ear to hear him. Or maybe that's because my pulse is thundering now, whooshing like the ocean during a storm as I fight to keep my breathing even. The blood in my veins goes hot and cold all at once, and in the background I hear a loud thud, thud, thud that can only be him knocking at Finn's door. Are your roommates there? I ask, not bothering to even button my jeans, just rushing out of the bedroom towards the front door. No. The answer is a whimper more than a word. He keeps asking where you are. He said something about you owing him and you breaking some deal. He's not making any sense. He sounds drunk. I growl, shoving my feet into my shoes. I don't owe that prick a goddamn thing. Ans. Finn sounds so young and helpless, it strips away any ounce of fear inside of me and replaces it with determination. What's going on? Why is he acting like this? There's another series of loud thuds and muffled shouting I can't make out. I should tell Finn to call the police, let them toss our dad into the drunk tank for a day or so. Hell, if he doesn't, someone else on his floor probably will any second. But knowing that dickhead, he'll be right back at my brother's door the second the police release him. Give him my address. I rattle off Luca's address to him. I don't... He lets out another trembling breath that crackles through the phone. There's something wrong with him. I'm not going to just send him to you like this. Finn, listen to me. I infuse my voice with every ounce of authority I have inside of me. I'll explain things to you later, but right now, I need you to trust me when I tell you I can handle him. I've been dealing with this shit for a while now. It's the closest I've come to telling my brother the truth about what's been going on, but every ounce of relief I get from it comes with a few fresh knots tying themselves into my gut. He's quiet on the other end for several long seconds. Even the pounding stops for a minute. Why didn't you tell me? Finn asks softly. A weak laugh tightens my throat, and I drag my free hand through my hair. I'm your big brother. The pounding starts back up. Do it. Give him my address, now. Okay. It sounds like he utters the agreement through clenched teeth, and then the line goes dead. Fuckity fuck fuck. I press my hand against the front door, my fingers curling involuntarily into a fist against the smooth wood as I work to get my heart rate under control. It shouldn't take my dad more than half an hour to get here, but then what? I thought sending him the money would keep him off my back for at least another week or two. I haven't missed a single nightly payment since I've been staying at Luca's, but apparently the drunk old man finally realized I wasn't coming home and decided to take issue with that. What I need now is a plan. My phone is still clutched in my hand, so I pull up Luca's contact and press the call button. It rings until his generic voicemail message picks up. I hang up without leaving a message. My next call is Sparrow, but his doesn't even ring before going straight to voicemail. I growl in frustration and send them both a text telling them that shit is about to go down. Who knows if they'll see it before my dad shows up, though. I'm certainly not going to sit around helpless, hoping for the cavalry to arrive and save my ass. With a deep breath, I shove my phone into my pocket and go into prep mode. One thing I'm sure of is that I'm not going to let him put his hands on me. I've had enough bruises thanks to my dear old dad, and I'm drawing the line now. I stride back into the bedroom and pull open Luca's top dresser drawer, pushing his socks and underwear to one side and then the other in search of any hidden weapons. He keeps his pistol with him, but surely a mafioso keeps spares lying around, right? In the second drawer, I find a neon pink dildo stuffed behind all of his folded jeans. If this situation were less dire, I might spare a second to come up with a few ways to use that to have some fun with Luca later, but I don't have time for that right now. In the third drawer, I strike gold, pulling a small pistol out from underneath his t-shirts. I wrap my fingers around the handle, testing the unfamiliar weight in my hand. I've never fired a gun in my life, but until recently I'd never stabbed anyone either. There's a first time for everything, and necessity breeds invention, or whatever other cliches apply to this situation, because apparently I'm doing this. Can I actually shoot my own father? I have no fucking clue, but at least I'll have the option if it comes to that. With the gun in hand, I go back to the front hall and stand by the door. I feel like I should be thinking about everything he's done to me, or maybe about all the good times we had when my mom was still around, but my mind goes peacefully blank. Everything inside of me goes carefully numb as I stand like a sentry by the door, waiting. When the knock finally comes, it's not what I'm expecting. It's not heavy and stilted like I would expect in my father's drunken state. It's a rapid, sharp rap. My heart leaps. Maybe it's Sparrow. I unhook the chain and fling the door open, my gun at the ready just in case it is my father. The air punches out of my lungs and my eyes widen. Finn, what the fuck are you doing here? My brother looks over his shoulder and then back at me. I told him the address like you said, but he wouldn't stop. He just kept yelling and pounding on the door, so I climbed out the window. Fuck, I mutter, grabbing him and dragging him inside. So he could be right behind you? Maybe. I don't know. His eyes drop to the gun in my hand, and he stumbles back a step. Anders, what the fuck? I flex my fingers around the handle and set my jaw. There's a lot you don't understand, Finny. I need to get you out of here before he shows up. We can email your professors that you had a family emergency. Maybe we can even get them to let you write papers or something instead of sitting for the finals. We'll put you on a bus out of town. I tuck the gun into my waistband, a plan starting to form in my mind about how to keep my brother safe for a little while longer. The ever-present sweetness in Finn's eyes slips, replaced with something hard and determined. No, he says firmly. No, I'm not going anywhere. Tell me what's going on, and we'll deal with it together. His voice is just as firm as his expression, and I feel like I'm seeing the exact moment my baby brother turns from a little kid into a grown man. Pride and affection surge in my chest, and I pull him into a hug. I just wanted to protect you, I murmur against his shoulder. I know, but you can't protect me forever. I nod. A lot of it is really fucked up. I bite my lip and turn away from him so he won't see the tears welling up in my eyes. He's had a drinking problem for a while now. Drugs, too. Fuck knows what else. Gambling, maybe. It doesn't really matter. Finn puts a hand on my shoulder, and my muscles all tighten, my heart beating faster as I weigh my confession on my tongue. He made me do some really gross shit to pay for his addictions. His fingers tighten, and he draws in a sharp breath. Like, what? Sex for money, I bite out bluntly. I can feel Finn's wince, his whole body flinching behind me. And I did it because I couldn't see any other choice. If I hadn't, he was going to come after you. What? He hisses and recoils. Anders, you shouldn't. I spin back around and take my brother's face between my hands with a hard look that I hope he understands. I'll never regret protecting you. A resounding thud, thud, thud against the door startles Finn, but not me. My nerves are pure steel right now. Everything inside of me is made of solid, immovable stone. There's no time to get him out of here. There's no way to shield him from this completely anymore. Go to the bedroom and lock the door, I say firmly. He shakes his head. No, he says again. I'm with you. I want to argue, but he's an adult now, and he has the most important facts. If he wants to face this with me, I can't stop him. Fine. Go to the living room at least. Please? He drops his gaze to the handle of the pistol sticking out of my jeans, and after a half-second of hesitation, he goes down the hallway and disappears into the living room. Open up, you ungrateful little shit! I know you're in there! Your precious little cunt of a brother sold you out! I grind my teeth and stride forward, whipping the door open. My dad stumbles at the unexpected move. His eyes are glassy, and it takes a minute for recognition to dawn. When he realizes he's standing face to face with me, a cruel smile curls on his lips. His hair is greasy and disheveled, just like his clothes, and he smells like he fell ass first into a barrel of whiskey, which probably isn't too far from the truth. "I told him to give you my address, you fucking loser. Now come inside before one of the neighbors calls the cops on you." I jerk my head and step out of the way. My heart thuds out a surprisingly even beat as he steps over the threshold, and I swing the door closed behind him. Is this how a spider feels when a fly buzzes into its web? No, it's more like a mama bear standing between her cubs and a hunter, ice cold with justifiable rage, ready to do whatever is necessary to remove the threat. "Drink?" I offer with mock cheer. "Oh wait, you've probably already had a few, am I right?" He growls and narrows his eyes at me. "That smart mouth of yours is back. Thought you'd finally figured out how to keep it shut." I bark out a laugh. "It wasn't shut, Pop. It was just too full of dick. You practically forced down my throat to manage any snarky comments in the last few years." Even in his drunken state, with all of his morals presumably dead and buried, he at least has the decency for his face to turn a violent shade of crimson. I'm betting it's more out of anger than embarrassment for how he treated me, but any acknowledgement of how fucked up it was feels like a win. I strut down the hallway, trusting that he'll be right behind me. I don't want to lead him right to Finn, but this isn't a conversation I want to have in the hallway either. As soon as I step into the living room, my brother launches himself off of the couch. I put up a hand to stop him, though. "I've got this," I assure him. "You know, Dad, you should congratulate me, actually." He scoffs. "For what?" I grin. "I got a new boyfriend. It's serious, too. We're living together and everything." I gesture to the apartment around us. His brow furrows, and he sways as he looks around, seemingly surprised to see where he's even standing right now. "His name is Luca. Luca Moretti." The terror that flashes through his eyes is satisfying all the way down to my bones. He tries to scoff again, but the sound comes out choked, and he sputters over a cough. "Yeah, right," he mumbles, wiping the spit off of the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand. "That's fine. You don't have to believe me." I shrug, wrapping my fingers around the handle of the gun and pulling it out of my waistband. I don't point it at him, but even hanging by my side, I think he understands the threat I'm making. "But the little arrangement you and I had? It's done now. I don't care how you get your money anymore. You can sell your own ass, donate your organs, although I'm sure they're too pickled to be worth much, or panhandle downtown. You can die penniless on the street with a needle in your arm for all I care. You're not going to ask me for another dime, though." His eyes dart past me in search of Finn, but I take a slight step to the left to block his view. "And if you so much as look at Finn, I promise I'll make you suffer." The crystalline calm inside of me doesn't waver. I flex my fingers around the handle of the gun and watch his throat bob as he swallows hard, considering his options. He meets my eyes with nothing but disdain. I wonder again if he was ever a good father, or if our mom was just as skilled at protecting us as I've become. Did he hurt her? Did he put her through any of the things he's put me through? The thought sours in my stomach, and my breathing kicks up a notch. He pulls his lips back in a snarl, baring his yellowed teeth at me as if he's in any position to be making threats. "You spoiled, disgusting, Wrong answer," I hiss, raising the gun and pulling the trigger without even a second of hesitation. Time seems to slow down. I don't actually hear the pop of the gun going off, but my ears ring all the same. A dark spot appears in the middle of his forehead, and his eyes go wide like he can't believe I shot him. His body crumples like a building toppling, his knees giving out first before he keels forward. The back of his head is a mangled mess compared to the hole between his eyes, and just like that, everything feels real. Sounds return to the world, time finds the correct place, and it hits me that I just shot my father. "Holy fuck. Holy fuck. Holy fuck," Finn pants behind me. I drop the gun and whirl around, opening my arms for him. He falls into me instantly, burying his face against my shoulder and trembling from head to toe as he drags in gasping breaths. I make soothing noises, stroking his back in slow circles as I wait for guilt or fear or anything to descend on me, but the only thing I feel is relief. Finn is safe. I'm safe. That's all that matters. I don't flinch at the sound of the door opening a few minutes later, but my brother tenses in my arms. "In here," I say calmly. Steady footsteps approach, and seconds later, a high, almost manic laugh that definitely doesn't belong to Luca breaks through the tension in the air. "Well, shit! It looks like I missed the fun."
Chapter 17. Luca. My heart hammers as the ring of the phone echoes in my ear. "This is Anders. Leave him a message if you want, but let's be real. Who listens to their voicemail anymore?" The beep sounds and I end the call, growling at a curse. I'm in a full-out sprint as I round the corner towards my building, redialing Anders for the umpteenth time since I saw his text. Ring. I jog up the steps towards the main building door. Ring. I wedge my phone between my ear and shoulder and fumble for my keys with shaking hands. Ring. I ram the key blindly around the edges of the keyhole, grumbling every time I miss it. I've faced down the barrel of countless guns myself, watched the life drain out of the eyes of men, seen my own life flash before my eyes, but I've never been scared like I am right now, not knowing what's happening to Anders right now outside of his vague text message about shit going down. I hold my breath as the ringing abruptly cuts off, finally managing to get my key into the lock so I can fling the door open. Anders' phone, who may I say is calling? A snarky voice answers, followed by a grunt. Sparrow, I growl with a mixture of relief and frustration. If he's with Anders, that's probably good news. But why isn't my little viper answering his own phone? Where's Anders? I take the stairs 2 at a time up to my floor. His brother looked like he was going to hurl, so Anders is with him in the bathroom while I deal with the aftermath. He grunts again. I end the call without formalities and shove my phone back into my pocket. My apartment door is ajar when I reach the landing. I hurry through it and swing it closed behind me. The metallic smell of blood and the distinct odor of gunpowder hit me immediately. A thump and grunt from the living room have me hurrying down the hallway, prepared to deal with whatever aftermath Sparrow alluded to. I round the corner to find my living room furniture all pushed back, a spray of crimson painting one wall, with a distinct bullet hole right in the middle, leaving no room to wonder what the hell happened. Sparrow is bent over my rolled-up area rug, a dark stain soaking through on one end. I hope you weren't too attached to this rug. It wasn't exactly salvageable, he says without turning around. He gets his hand under one side of the lumpy shape that I'm assuming is Anders' father, rolling it over with another thump and a final grunt before straightening up and swiping the back of his arm over his forehead. I always thought Zav was being kind of a priss about cleanup, but he's right. It's a huge pain in the ass. He turns around to face me, his t-shirt smeared with streaks of blood. I don't give a fuck about the rug. I finally catch up to answering his question. And thanks. Do you know what happened? I glance in the direction of the half bathroom just beyond the living room, itching to find Anders. Sparrow shrugs. Anders took care of the bastard before I got here. I figured I'd do my good deed for the year and deal with this so he could regroup and take care of his brother. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm sure Anders does too. It feels like such an oddly formal thing to say about someone cleaning up a dead body for you. But Sparrow just nods and waves off the thanks. Go check on your man. Zav should be here any minute to haul this fucker down the stairs and drive him up to the ravine. He kicks the lumpy carpet for good measure. I nod in thanks one more time and leave him to finish up. I hesitate outside the bathroom just long enough to knock. Come in. Anders' voice is muffled by the door, but the sound of it makes my body tingle like it always does. He sounds calm, even, under control, but it's possible he hasn't fully processed the fact that he shot his own father. I push the door open slowly and peek my head inside. There's a larger man sitting on the floor near the toilet, his back against the wall, a faraway haunted look in his eyes, which happened to be the same shade of ice blue as Anders's. I give him my best sympathetic smile, but I'm not sure he even really sees it through his state of shock. Anders is standing, leaning against the adjacent wall, his hands in his pockets, his hair falling over his forehead and his eyebrows scrunched with worry as he looks at his brother. I close the space between us and pull him into my arms, crushing his body to mine. The warmth of his skin and the familiar weight of him against me instantly steadies the anxious quiver inside of me. He's tense for a moment, but then he relaxes into me, curling his fingers around my tie and burying his face against my throat. I press my nose into his hair and breathe him in, closing my eyes and just feeling the steady beat of his heart and the measured in and out of his breaths for a few seconds. "I'm sorry I wasn't here," I murmur. "I'm so fucking sorry." "It's okay. I'm okay." He repeats the reassurance a few times, stroking his fingers up and down the back of my neck, every exhale warm and fluttering against my throat. His voice is strong, but just a little hollow. If I had to guess, he's more worried about Finn than processing his own feelings about what just happened right now. I kiss the top of his head a few times, squeezing him tighter before letting him go, taking his face in my hands and looking into his eyes. "You're the strongest, bravest, most incredible man I've ever known. Do you know that?" There are more words on my tongue than I'm dying to say to him, but it's probably not the time with his brother having a breakdown on the floor a foot away and his father's dead body in the next room. A small smile appears and he nods, tilting his face up and brushing a quick kiss over my lips. "This isn't exactly the introduction I was hoping for," Anders says, looking past me towards his brother. "But what the hell? We're all here, so why the fuck not? Finn, this is my boyfriend, Luca. Luca, Finn." His brother blinks like he's working his way out of a heavy sleep, and looks around the bathroom for a second before his eyes land on me, focused for the first time. "Luca Moretti," Finn says. I grimace and run a hand over the back of my head. I'm not sure there's ever a good way to tell your boyfriend's family that you're in the Mafia, but this really doesn't feel like a good first impression. Does he think I turned his brother into a bloodthirsty killer? Does he think I'm no better than their father, grooming Anders just to pimp him out or abuse him later? My jaw ticks and 1,000 defenses and reassurances jump to my lips, but before I can start in on any of them, Finn clambers to his feet and throws his arms around me in a hug. "Thank you for everything you did for him. You saved him." I glance over at Anders, not sure what to say. A genuine smile turns up the corners of his lips this time, the spark returning to his eyes. I swallow around a lump in my throat, my heart beating furiously with the need to drag Anders away so I can spend the rest of the afternoon kissing him and making sure he's okay. "I saved myself, Finny," Anders says wryly, shooting me a cheeky wink that tells me better than any words could that he really is going to be all right, and this hasn't scarred him for life. "Luca just reminded me that I'm a predator, not prey."
Anders. Sparrow knocks on the bathroom door and pokes his head in to give us the all clear. He gives me a significant look that I know means "I'm proud of you" and "call me if you need to talk," then blows me a kiss and takes off. Finn is still in a daze, so I don't push to leave the bathroom right away. Luca comes in and out, adorably concerned about my brother, bringing us mugs of hot cocoa and repeatedly offering Finn the guest bedroom, letting him know he's welcome to stay here as long as he wants. The numbness I felt in the middle of everything slowly slips away over the course of the afternoon, leaving me with a jumble of emotions tangled up inside my chest and gut. But, surprisingly, most of them aren't so bad. Relief and a sense of power overshadow any guilt by a mile, which is more than I'd hoped for. I hold Finn's hand and stroke his hair. He peppers me with questions about the last few years on and off, and I answer them all as honestly as I can. With our father gone, all the memories carry less weight, like I'm describing the plot of a movie rather than my own life. The Anders who suffered it all is at the bottom of the ravine, right next to the man who caused all of it. It turns out justified murder is an even better form of therapy than rough sex. Go figure. I should probably call the leasing offices for all the apartments I was supposed to see today and reschedule, Finn says absently. I snort a laugh. Yes, clearly that's the top priority. Why don't you give me a list, and I'll take care of it. The color is returning to his cheeks, and he's more lively than he was an hour ago. Even his hands feel less clammy. No, he shakes his head. I can never thank you enough for everything you've done for me, Ans, but it's time I start doing for myself. I squeeze his hand and kiss his cheek. Okay. As long as you know that I'm always here when you need help. There's no shame in needing people. I know. He lets out a breath that manages to convey a sense of closure and determination in a way I had no idea a simple exhale could. He pats my hand and gets back to his feet. If it really is okay, I will stay for a night or two. Then I have to get back to campus to start taking my finals. Of course it's okay, I assure him. I'm going to go back to my dorm and pack a bag, and then I'll be back. How about if I pick up some takeout on my way? It's been ages since we've eaten Thai food and watched mindless action movies. What do you say? I ruffle my brother's hair and grin. It sounds great. Get enough food for Luca, too. Hold on, I can give you some cash for it. I start to leave the bathroom, but Finn snags my arm and shakes his head. I've got it, Ans. I sigh and chuckle. Fuck, this is going to take some getting used to, but he's right. I can't treat him like a little kid forever. He's a full-blown adult with a grown-up job and a college degree and everything. Hell, he's adulting harder than I am, if I take all that into account. I walk him to the door and give him my key so he can let himself back in. Then I wander back down the hall to find Luca in the living room. The floor looks bare without the rug in the middle of it, but other than that, there's no sign whatsoever of what happened here today. The wall is clean, and there's even a rough spot with drying paint over the bullet hole. He sits up as soon as he sees me, scooting to the edge of the couch and glancing behind me for my brother. He went to pack a bag so we can stay for a couple of days. He's going to pick up dinner on his way back. I fill Luca in as I cross the living room towards him. I grin and shove him forcefully back onto the couch when I reach him, then climb onto his lap, straddling his thighs. His cock immediately plumps, and so does mine, but neither of us does anything to acknowledge it. He just wraps his arms around me and lets me fold myself into him so I can rest my head on his shoulder. How's he doing? I huff out a humorless laugh. Better than expected. He's probably just repressing the trauma, but considering he still has finals to get through and a new job starting in a few weeks, it's for the best right now. He can deal with it in therapy once everything settles down again. Or, by getting really into rough sex and murder for revenge, since that seems to be the most popular way to cope around here. Luca chuckles, his chest vibrating against mine, the relaxed sound filling me with warmth from head to toe and solidifying the strangely normal feeling settling over me. Maybe I'm repressing a bit too, but I'm okay with it. They say most therapists go into the field to learn how to heal their own trauma, so at least I'll fit right in when I start my classes, I say, realizing as the words leave my mouth that I've already made a decision about what I want the next phase of my life to look like. I sit up so I can look at Luca. He's smiling, his eyes dancing with pride and light and the same deep, palpable adoration that's been there since the first night we met. I cup his jaw and drag my thumb over the rough stubble of his cheek. You're going to apply? Yeah, I am. I have to do something to stay busy while my boyfriend is at work all day. I can't just lay around his apartment all day like a lump, I joke, and his grin gets even wider. Does that mean you're staying? I nod. I'm staying. Good, he growls, grabbing the back of my neck and dragging me close so our lips are only a few inches apart. Because I was never planning to let you go. I laugh and bump my nose against his, then nip roughly at his bottom lip, savoring the hiss of his breath that puffs hotly over my mouth. I love you. The words bypass my brain altogether and jump straight to my lips. I shiver as they fill the air between us, and Luca drags in a sharp breath, tightening his grip on the back of my neck. Are you sure you're not just in shock? There's a hint of teasing in his voice, but the mild tremor of worry is much louder. I'm not in shock. I brush my lips against his again, more and more sure of my feelings with every hot spark that ignites between us and the warm fullness that swells inside my chest. In fact, I'm more clear-headed than I've been in years. You saw the real me when I felt like a shell. You wanted the dark parts of me, the ugly parts of me, the difficult parts of me, like no one else ever has. You love me, Luca Moretti, and I love you. His lips quiver, and he puffs out a trembling exhale that's not quite a laugh. I want to tease you right now, but you're absolutely right, my little viper. I do love you. I love your beauty and your venom. I love all your sweet parts, and the salty ones too. Don't ever change. Just let me bask in the fiery glow. Yes, I murmur breathlessly, crushing our lips together again in a fierce kiss this time, pouring all the too big emotions inside of me into the tangle of our tongues and the clash of our mouths. Of all the men in this city I could have robbed that night, I'm really fucking glad it was Luca Moretti. Chapter 18. Anders. Just seeing the neon glow of the Wonderland sign from a couple of blocks away makes my hands clammy and my stomach dance with a mixture of nerves and excitement. I picked the club to work out of because all the employees are chill as hell and the atmosphere is fun, but now all that is tangled up in too many memories that I'd rather bury. Are you sure this is where you want to celebrate tonight? We can pick a different club if it's still too raw. Luca squeezes my hand, and that alone is enough to give me a jolt of confidence and resolve. No way. All our friends are waiting for us already. A sultry smirk spreads slowly over my mouth. I lick my lips and look over at him. Besides, I've been half-hard all day thinking about recreating the night we met. Minus the part where you tie me up and rob me, right? He chuckles, and I lean in to playfully nip at the edge of his jaw, loving the rough feeling of his evening stubble against my lips. No promises. When we get close enough for the bouncer to notice us, his eyebrows fly up with a distinct look of surprise. He's shaved his facial hair down to a handlebar mustache since the last time I was here. The thick thatch of white hair wiggles subtly underneath his nose as he cracks a smile for just a second before returning to his usual impassive expression. He grunts, nods, and then lifts the rope to let us through. A wave of nostalgia washes over me as we step inside. The smells of sweat and alcohol and sex that hang heavy in the air are a sensory memory that makes my heart race and my cock start to swell. The flash of colorful lights and the thud of the bass reverberating in my chest feel like coming home in the strangest way possible. Walking in here dressed in jeans and a t-shirt, instead of the carefully curated club wear I used to wear, makes it easier than I expected to draw a clear line between then and now. That was the old Anders, the man I had to be to protect my brother, but I'm not him anymore. I'm a viper, ready to sink my teeth into anyone who crosses me. I walk a little taller, my strides falling into rhythm with the music as Luca and I make our way through the crowd towards the bar. As packed as the place is, it's not hard to spot our friends. They've claimed stools at the far end of the bar, and everyone else seems to be keeping their distance. Whether they recognize the Morettis, or their animal brains are just picking up on subtle danger signals and telling them to steer clear, I have no idea. Sparrow is taking advantage of the space by swinging his hips to the music, a drink in one hand, the other arm looped around Xaviaro's neck. Even though the hitman towers over him, Sparrow's presence is as large as ever, drawing every eye to him, including the adoring gaze of his stone-cold mafioso boyfriend. Uncle Sal is perched on a stool, wearing a stylish dark green suit and sipping a drink. And then there are 3 other men I haven't met yet. Shit, am I about to meet the family? I do a bad Godfather impression, and Luca barks out a laugh. Looks like some of them, at least. Sorry, I didn't know Sal would spread the word. It's fine, I can handle it. Meeting my boyfriend's criminal boss is no big deal. Holy shit, is that Orion Barros? The MMA powerhouse? I choke. Yeah, I heard a rumor he was engaged to Elio, but I wasn't sure if it was true. We reach the group, and Sparrow lets go of Xaviaro to greet me with a hug before he takes the lead on handling the introductions. Alessio, Orion, and Elio all shake my hand politely. I'm not sure if I'm more impressed that I managed to keep it together in the face of Orion fucking Barros, or Elio, the underboss of the entire fucking family. Holy shit, you're actually alive! Another voice rises over the din of the club and the music to draw my attention. I turn towards the bar to see Mads, with his hands braced on the bar top, his usual top hat perched precariously on his head. He darts a nervous glance at Luca and then back to me. He sinks his teeth into his bottom lip and drops his voice just a little. I have, something you left here. It's in the back, if you want to come get it. I frown and cock my head. Something I left here? I can't imagine I would have left anything behind. Maybe something fell out of my messenger bag at some point? Mads nods and raises his eyebrows, giving me a significant look. Yeah, that thing you left here? It's in the back. His meaning sinks in, and a soft, fuzzy feeling fills my chest. I clamber onto the stool and kneel on it so I can lean over the bar top. His eyes widen comically as I take his face in my hands and press a smacking wet kiss to his cheek, accidentally knocking his hat even more askew than it already is. He reaches up to straighten it and gulps, his eyes darting to Luca behind me again and then back to me. What was that for? Thank you. I'm safe. I'm here with Luca of my own free will, and you don't have to worry about me anymore. His breath whooshes out, and his usual happy manic energy returns. Thank fuck. I wasn't sure how I was going to underground railroad you away from the Morettis, but I figured I had to try. I laugh and right myself so I can sink down properly onto the stool. You're a sweetheart, Mads. He snorts, but even under the dizzying, colorful bar lights, I can see the blush that colors his cheeks for just a second. What can I get you? A vodka soda for me and a whiskey for Luca. You got it. I'm training a new guy, so go easy on him if he manages to make his way down here. He jerks his head towards a bartender I haven't seen before, scurrying around at the other end of the bar. He looks completely out of his depth. He's slender and on the shorter side, and his overly large blue eyes give him an innocent look that's completely at odds with the debauched energy constantly flowing at Wonderland. His name's Ellis. He looks too sweet for this place. How'd he end up here? Alessio leans over to ask the same thing I was just wondering. Mads quirks another grin. Followed the white rabbit. He winks, then saunters away to get our drinks without any further explanation. You ever get a weird vibe in here? Like maybe all the employees have been eating too many mushrooms or something? Elio muses. Definitely, we all agree at once, then laugh. Mads returns with our drinks, and I swivel on my stool to face away from the bar, passing Luca's drink to him. He clears his throat and raises his glass. This is supposed to be a celebration, so I just want to take a second to embarrass Anders by saying how proud I am that he's been accepted to the university and will be starting next fall. My cheeks heat, and I smile widely. It's hard to believe how much has changed in the last few months since I met Luca, but I feel like I'm finally living the life I'm meant to. I reach out and snag him behind the neck, dragging him close until our foreheads are pressed together and his breath flutters over my lips. I couldn't have done it without you. Of course you could have. But I'm glad I was here to give you the push you needed. I suck his lip roughly between my teeth and shove my tongue into his mouth. Luca's moan vibrates into my mouth, and I swallow it greedily, tangling my fingers in his hair and yanking him closer to deepen the kiss. My cock swells, and my heart pounds in time with the sultry rhythm of the music that's blaring all around us. Someone clears their throat, and I smile against Luca's lips before reluctantly wrenching myself away from his mouth. To Anders taking the world by the balls, Sparrow says. I glance over Luca's shoulder to see him with his glass raised, and the rest of the guys following suit. I release my hold on my boyfriend and lift my glass too. I am no stranger to grabbing balls, that's for sure. I laugh and take a swig from my glass. I fucking love this song, Sparrow shouts, downing the rest of his drink. He slams his empty glass on the bar top, wipes the back of his hand over his mouth, and then grabs me by the front of my shirt to haul me out of my seat.
Luca. We stumble through the door, our tongues tangled and my lips aching from the sharp nips and the hard sucks Anders has been abusing them with for hours already, in between drinks and shaking his ass to the music with Sparrow, which was clearly designed to drive me out of my fucking mind. Every swivel of his hips came with a pointed, sultry glance in my direction to make sure I was watching. If he thinks taking my eyes off of him for a second was even remotely an option, he's fucking insane. "I have a present for you." He grins against my mouth, tugging my lip roughly between his teeth again and threading his fingers through my hair. My cock gives a heavy throb at the perfect little jolt of pain that rushes through me. I jerk my hips, grinding my erection against his through the layers of our clothing, desperate to feel his hot skin. "It's your night. Shouldn't I have gotten you a present?" I murmur, licking my throbbing lip when he releases it and then kissing my way across the smooth edge of his jaw. He laughs and twists his fingers tighter in my hair, thrusting against me with more force as he pins me up against the closed door. "You're my present." He licks a wet stripe across my cheek, and I shiver at how much of a claim it feels like. "Do you want to see what I got for you?" I groan and nod, jerking my head against the grip he has on my hair and relishing the slight burn of my scalp as it sets the rest of my nerve endings on fire. "Good," Anders purrs, dragging his mouth back over mine. He coaxes me back into a kiss, less rough this time, all heavy tongue and bruising lips. "Then be good and hurry to the bedroom. I want you naked on your knees by the time I get there." I moan again. Yes, sir." His breath hitches and his fingers twitch in my hair. "Oh, I like that. I think that's what you should call me from now on when you want me to take you apart and make you scream." "Yes, sir," I rasp again. Anders makes a low, feral sound in his throat, grinds his hard cock into mine one more time, then releases his hold on me. "Better hurry if you want your present." There's a playful thread underneath the suggestion that part of me wants to test, just to see what will happen if I'm not good for him. But the promise of whatever he already has planned for me is enticing enough. I'll find out what happens to bad boys another night. I slip past him and run down the hallway, his laughter echoing after me. As soon as I cross the threshold into the bedroom, I scramble to undress, kicking off my shoes and tugging my tie loose at the same time. I keep my ears pricked for the sound of Anders' footsteps, my heart pounding with adrenaline and lust as I tear my shirt open and fling it aside. By the time I hear him coming down the hallway, I'm down to just my briefs. I quickly shed them and toss them into a pile along with everything else. The door creaks open behind me as I hit the floor, wincing when my knees connect with the hardwood. My hard cock bounces with the drop, and every inch of my skin burns for Anders' touch. He moves around behind me without giving me any more of a hint about what he has in store. I shiver with anticipation, my nipples hardening and my balls tightening. I hear a dresser drawer open and then close a few seconds later, then the rattle of something metallic. I don't bother trying to guess what he has in store for me. Not knowing is half the fun. His footsteps draw closer, and then I feel the heat of his body behind me, towering over me in this position. "Do you trust me?" he asks, brushing something silky along the back of my neck. My skin prickles and I nod. "Always," I answer without hesitation. He hums happily and presses a soft kiss to the back of my neck. I shiver and let out a soft gasp. Anders straightens up behind me and dangles a scrap of black silk in front of my face. "Enough to blindfold you again?" I huff out a laugh and nod. "Yes, sir." Anders gives a satisfied little purr and then puts the blindfold over my eyes, blacking out the world around me. Something metallic rattles again as he deftly ties the fabric behind my head. I let out a happy sigh, my shoulders sinking a little and my knees giving a small twinge of pain. There's such a beautiful, perfect peace in letting go, giving myself over to Anders and knowing he'll give me what I need. He puts a hand on my shoulder and I lean into his touch. The helplessness of being without my sight amplifies the feeling of his hands on me, the abrasive drag of the denim of his jeans against my bare back, the sound of his heavy, even breathing filling the room. My skin heats as he slides his hands down to my chest, brushing his fingertips lightly over my pecs, back and forth in a slow pattern, getting closer and closer to my sensitive, peaked nipples with every pass. I squirm and Anders laughs. His breath ghosts over my earlobe, and then he catches it sharply between his teeth. I gasp and my hips twitch. "I can't get enough of you, Luca," he says in a low voice, sweet and commanding at the same time. He finds one of my nipples with his thumb and forefinger and pinches it roughly. I hiss through my teeth, my cock jerking violently at the hot rush that surges through me, pre-cum drooling from my slit. The jangle and clank of whatever he's holding gets a little louder, and then the unmistakable feeling of a thin metal chain dances over my skin. It's warm from being in his hand, but I shiver again anyway. Anders squeezes my nipple a little harder and a throbbing ache ricochets through me, straight to my cock. "Please," I gasp, not even sure what I'm begging for. More pain, more touch, more Anders. He sinks his teeth into my shoulder, I moan and convulse, and before the pain of the bite has a chance to fade, something sharp pinches around my already throbbing nipple. "Oh, fuck," I shout, jackknifing my hips forward involuntarily, humping the air with dizzying desperation. My nipple burns, pulsing with every beat of my heart, the sensation coursing straight down to my cock and constricting around my balls. Anders drags his hot, wet tongue over the spot on my shoulder that he bit, but I can hardly even feel it in comparison. I gasp for breath, and he pinches my other nipple the same way he did with the first. He tugs it and rolls it between his thumb and forefinger, every squeeze amplifying the blazing ache in the other one. He clamps it, and I thrash and thrust again. "Anders, sir, baby, fuck," I whine. He tenderly kisses the back of my neck again. I knew my pretty pain slut would love his present. He runs his fingers gently between my pecs, the pain radiating from my nipples making even the slightest touch feel infinitely more intense, every nerve sparking and sizzling, from the roots of my hair all the way down to my toes. That metallic rattle sounds again, and both the clamps tug sharply. My cock jerks violently, and another wet rush of pre-cum pulses out to dribble down my shaft. "This floor is too hard on your knees, and I don't think it's the good kind of pain," Anders says wryly. I rasp out a hoarse laugh. I was barely aware of the ache in my knees. "Why don't you climb up on the bed and get on your hands and knees for me?" He tugs the chain between the nipple clamps one more time, and I wail with need. It's hard to remember exactly how far away from the bed I was when I knelt down, and with the pitch darkness cast by the blindfold, I can't begin to guess. I fall forward onto my hands and knees and crawl slowly, extending one hand out in front every inch or so to feel for the bed. Anders moans, and I try to imagine what I must look like to him right now, crawling around helpless and blindfolded, my cock painfully hard, swinging between my thighs, bruises and bite marks both old and new marring my skin. It's humiliating and so fucking hot I can hardly keep from wrapping a hand around my erection. My outstretched hand connects with the familiar shape of the bed frame. I clamber up onto the bed and get onto my hands and knees like Anders told me to. The rustle of his clothes as he undresses feels like it goes on forever. My nipples continue to pulse and throb with every rapid beat of my heart, and so does my cock. Every inch of my body feels oversensitive and ready to ignite at the slightest touch. My whole twitches and flutters, achingly empty, and I twist my fingers around the bedsheets to remind myself to stay still and wait. The whir of his zipper makes me vibrate impatiently. We got tested a few days ago. Is tonight the night Anders takes me bare? Is he going to fill me up with his load and leave it dripping out of my wrecked hole? "Look at you," he growls appreciatively. I'm so oversensitive I jump at the light touch of his hand between my shoulder blades. "I have one more present for you. Are you ready for it?" I whimper and I think I nod, but I can't be sure. All I can do is tremble and pant. The snick of Anders opening a bottle of lube makes my whole twitch again and my nipples pulse. I wait for the cold drizzle of it down my crease, but it doesn't come. Instead, I hear a squelch, and then his slicked hand wraps around my cock. I moan and jolt forward into his fist, my eyes rolling behind my blindfold and my cock swelling with an orgasm I'm already teetering right on the edge of. "I can't," I gasp. "It's okay," Anders soothes, stroking me faster, the filthy wet sound of his hand moving over my shaft filling the room. My balls bounce and ache with every jerk, and pre-cum pours from me to join in with the slippery lube coating his palm and fingers. "Come for me." He uses his other hand to jerk the chain between the nipple clamps again, and blinding pleasure rushes through me, exploding from my core without any warning and racking my body with violent, blissful waves. Anders wraps his hand around the head of my cock while it pulses and throbs, creating a hot, sticky mess in his palm that clings to my foreskin and the head of my cock as I thrust and pant and moan his name over and over. My needy hole clenches over and over as my orgasm rocks me, desperate to be filled. I give up trying to hold myself up on wobbly arms and collapse forward to bury my face in a pillow, my hips up in the air, still jerking with the aftershocks of my orgasm. It slowly dawns on my pleasure-drunk brain that Anders didn't give me another present. But before I can form the words to ask about it, he slips something around my still hard cock. The tight rubbery object stretches around my shaft, and I wonder if it's a condom for a second, until he fits it snugly around the base of my cock, trapping the blood filling my erection and keeping me hard. The realization that it's a cock ring sends a pulse of pleasure through me that's painfully intense so soon after an orgasm. My head is spinning and all of my muscles feel weak in the best way. I can't think or move, but I don't need to. All I need to do is let Anders have me, and coincidentally, that's all I want to do. Another filthy, wet sound fills the air before Anders's body blankets mine, his hot breath ghosting over my ear. His cock nudges at the back of my thigh, dripping wet and sticky now. "I'm going to fuck you with your own cum, and I'm going to fill you up with mine." "Oh, fuck," I moan. Yes, please, sir." I start to push myself upright, but he puts his hand between my shoulders and forces me back down. He lines his cock up with my hole and teases my rim with the head, smearing my own cum and his leaking pre-cum over my twitching entrance. My hole is just as sensitive as my cock after coming once already, tingling and fluttering impatiently. I'm not even sure I can feel the ache in my nipples anymore, at least not directly. My entire body feels like one throbbing, pulsing, desperate erogenous zone. I'm almost positive that if Anders breathes on me hard enough, I could come all over again. "I love you," he murmurs. Then he grips my hips and shoves inside of me in one quick thrust. I moan, biting down on the pillow and clenching around him, stars bursting in my eyes behind the darkness of the blindfold. Anders's chuckle turns into a groan as he bottoms out, his cock jerking and swelling inside of me, pressing up against my prostate. "Fuck, you're so hot and tight. I could live inside of you." He digs his fingers harder into my hips, pulls back slowly, and then fills me again with a hard, jarring thrust. The jolt ricochets through my nipples and my cock, and I wail. Time ceases to exist. There's nothing outside of this moment. I only exist for Anders to fuck me and play with me and take what he needs from me. His moans and the steady slap of his skin against mine fill the room, but everything feels like a dream in the darkness. Pain and pleasure are inextricable. Every throb and twinge in my hole or my nipples is the same as his cock pounding over my prostate, and the jarringly soft kisses he brushes over my shoulders in between thrusts. "I'm so close. You make me feel so good," he pants, picking up speed, fucking me faster and deeper. The bed creaks under us and the headboard bangs against the wall. I gasp his name and bite the pillow because that's all I can do. It's all I need to do to please Sir. "Luca!" He shouts my name, his cock swelling inside of me, stretching my rim just a little more. He slams as deep as he can, and then I can feel his cock start to twitch and throb, pulsing against my inner muscles. The heat of his orgasm spilling inside of me, filling me up, marking me, sends me spiraling into oblivion for a second time. My balls draw so tight that I gasp in pain and pleasure, and my cock starts to throb untouched, dribbling out more cum that paints my skin in warm, sticky streaks as waves of pleasure crash over me. So good for me. So perfect. I love you so much. Anders murmurs praise, kissing every inch of skin he can reach as we both ride out the last aftershocks of our orgasms. I collapse underneath him and his cock slips out of me. I wince and hiss, and he whispers more soothing words that I can barely hear over the rush of my pulse in my ears. I drift in and out of consciousness, and when I blink again, the blindfold, clamps, and cock ring are all gone, and I'm cuddled close to Anders with his arms around me. When we can move again, we should take a shower, he says, carding his fingers gently through my hair. I laugh weakly and nuzzle my face into the crook of his neck. I'm not sure I'm ever going to be able to move again after that. He chuckles. Can I tell you a secret? Of course. I yawn and close my eyes, lulled by the steady rise and fall of Anders' chest. I used to take boner pills when I had to... My breath hitches. We haven't talked about any of this since his father died. I figured he wanted to leave the past in the past, and I understood why. I tighten my arms around him and press my lips against the thumping pulse in his throat. Not with me, though, I tease lightly. Not with you, he confirms. You were different even that first night. I don't know why, but you were. So were you, little viper. I never asked anyone for what I wanted before you. No one had ever hurt me the way I craved, and no one else has ever fucked me. The confession is tight in my throat, but it's a relief as soon as I speak the words. He pulls me even closer and kisses the top of my head. I love you, he says again. I love you too, and I'm going to make sure you know it every day for the rest of your life. The rest of my life? Sounds like a pretty long time. Are you sure? His tone is teasing, but I can hear the underlying uncertainty faint in the question. I'm positive, little viper. I went through all the trouble of kidnapping you after all. He barks out a laugh and nuzzles his nose into my hair. I suppose you did.
Epilogue. 6 months later. Anders. Are you sure I was actually invited? Finn whispers, the fog of his breath hanging in the icy air as we make our way up to the shoveled walk to the modest house outside of the city. Your family, Luca says, like it's the most obvious thing in the world. My chest fills with warmth, and I slip my hand into his. Of all the things I love about my soft mafioso, how thoroughly he's accepted my brother as part of our lives is definitely in the top 5. He didn't complain when Finn picked an apartment just a few buildings down from our place. He never bats an eye at the weekend movie marathons we rope him into, and he always makes extra pancakes when he cooks breakfast, just in case my brother stops by, which he always does. When I told him I couldn't come to his Nana's house for Christmas and leave Finn all by himself for the holiday, he gave me a quizzical look and said, Of course Finn is invited. He's family. So here we are, about to have Christmas with a bunch of mafiosos. The door swings open before Luca even has a chance to knock, and a small, wrinkly woman in a bright red Christmas dress greets us with a welcoming smile. "I miei ragazzi," she booms in a voice that's so much larger than her tiny stature, pulling Luca into a hug. "Hi, Nana. Is Mama here yet?" he asks. "Of course." She pats his cheek. "She's been here since this morning, helping me with all the cooking, unlike the rest of my lazy children." "Hey, I've been here for hours. My hands are stained red from all the tomatoes I crushed," Salvatore protests from somewhere inside. "And I made bread to bring over, so I helped cook," Elio, the underboss of the Morettis, shouts from inside as well. "I made bread," another voice corrects him. I'm guessing it's his MMA fighter husband, Orion. Nana rolls her eyes and then turns her attention to me. I shift on my feet and thrust out my hand in greeting, but she ignores it, pulling me into a crushing hug just like she did with her great-grandson. "Benvenuto," she says, kissing each of my cheeks before she lets me go. My heart swells in my chest again, and I laugh. Not because anything is funny, but because it's almost too much to realize that maybe Finn and I can have a family, even without our parents around. She greets Finn just as enthusiastically and then ushers us inside. It's warm, and I don't just mean the temperature. Everything from the garlands to the twinkling lights feels cozy, like home. Almost instantly, everything feels chaotic and wonderful, with a flurry of introductions to family members I haven't met yet and hugs from the people I already know. But no matter who is hugging me, I hang on to Luca's hand, tethered by the feeling of his fingers laced through mine. "What do you think, little viper? Too much?" he asks in a low voice once attention drifts away from us. I lean into him and rest my head on his shoulder, watching as Finn gets pulled in by Lorenzo, wearing a Santa hat and a pair of fuzzy red pants, explaining how the white elephant gift exchange works. I think it's perfect. I sigh happily. I think I love you, and I'm happier every day that I tied you up and stole your watch. Luca throws his head back and laughs.